Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing today? I hope you're all doing well and ready to continue our Konolkhatep run in Anbennar, where maybe we'll get some missions done today. Maybe it's possible. Yesterday we started off as Gnolls, and we went around. We made a bunch of tributaries all around the place because they're very good for Gnolls to have. And then we eventually invaded Katarata. We took the stewardship of the Sorrow, and now we are Konolkhatep. And well, we've really just been making more tributaries for the most part. We've got a decent chunk of Sarhal under our control now, giving us monarch points every year, which is really nice. And I think we're going to be going into Bulwar to do the same thing now. There's not really a reason for me to take land myself. We need to own the entire Katarata region, but we have a truce with Alizna currently, so we can't go and do that. But it is something that we want to do eventually. Really as soon as we can, because we're locked behind our mission tree until we own the whole Katarata region. We gotta take it. But while we're waiting for that, we can go make tributaries and then give us a bunch of monarch points, and it's super nice. So I feel like we're in a pretty good position here. We have a force of like 100 troops, and I'm slowly but surely building up to that. As I get more and more land under my direct control, then I can actually afford to have a larger force limit that we can use, which is pretty good. And then we just develop the river into the moon while we conquer a whole bunch of land. It is what it is. That's what we gotta do. Hello, Antclone, Candy, Black Odd, Marker Bark, Fallen Hearts, Morton Solace, Den 6. Hope you're all doing well today. And Amy, hello. Need to keep building boats for mission tree too? Yeah, we do need 30 galleys. We currently have 20. So, and I built those 20 because we need to cross over onto Elizna's island, because we need to take that island in the next war. Which I think with 20 galleys we'll be able to do. At the very least, we could keep their navy busy while I cross. Hopefully. We'll see. We'll see. I don't want to choose a naval doctrine because we're going to get a special one with that mission. So I don't really want to spend the money on it. So we're not going to grab the galley combat ability. We're just gonna send it. We're gonna hope that we have enough boats. It'll just be like that. We did do a war against Eberthil yesterday. We took some land from Deshak, their personal union, and we handed all of that off to our tributary Viakok, because apparently we're gonna be able to integrate them. So pretty good. I don't have to core it. I get to save my admin. We are taking admin ideas right now, which is nice. So we'll bust through those, and we'll get more gov cap. We'll get cheaper stabbing up, which is going to be important because we're going to increase our stab cost even more here pretty soon for our mission. We're just going to keep building mandate. That's what it's all about. Just keep building mandate. We need stability, prosperity, tributaries, and no devastation. And that will help us gain the mandate. Our heir also got one of the special traits that you can get if you have the mandate or the stewardship of the Sorrow, which gives mandate growth. So they're prudent, I think is what it is. So that's an additional 0.05 mandate growth, which, you know, is not nothing. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Regarding the Ahati stuff, you get tag specific stuff for the disaster if you do the missions relating to them before it triggers. Okay, well, we'll try and get through it as quickly as possible, so that way we can get down to those missions. Once we get all the Katarata region, there are a lot of missions that we can do. A lot of them. But we just got to get there. And then we'll be able to, boom, get it going. Start reading through it. Do you not want the relationship to people? That is a tricky situation, isn't it? Because we're Gnolls, we can raid coasts. That's cool. That's free money. But that gives you minus 100 opinions with people for a very long time. For a super long time. So if at any point I want to turn anybody on the coast into my tributary, I shouldn't raid them. And I kind of want to turn everybody into my tributary. So I probably shouldn't raid anybody. It's just the fact of the matter. I should just not do that. We give up the couple hundred ducats that we might make over time for a bunch of monarch power. I think it's a good trade. They'll get over it eventually. No, it's like so... It takes forever. It's like minus 100 opinion, and Gnolls have less improved relations. So it will take like 80 to 100 years for them to forgive me for raiding them. I don't know if it's worth it. You might not want to trip everybody in Bahar already. Are you talking specifically because of the what mission gives you minorities in your best state based on who you raid? Okay, well, that's fine then. We just leave Bahar then. We grab Rasan, we grab the Firin Yalin area, we grab everywhere else. But we can leave them. Raid Laurent. We could raid Laurent if we have the range. I don't know if we do. You mean the Balkans? Damn, they put the Balkans in EU4 in Anbennar? I hope they put an EU4. It'd be kind of weird if they didn't put the Balkans in EU4. Just leave it off the map. Like, nah, you don't need it. Are the Gnolls going after Jerusalem? I'm just waiting for the mission. I'm sure they'll ask me. They'll make a portal. Where the Tungies live. Yeah, Bahar. You got it. That be Bahar. Too many B names. You got Bahar. You got Brasan. That's it, I think. I think those are the only B's around there. You got Beskin. You got the Barrow, Big River. You've got Banbencost, Beberthil. I mean, there's so many B's out there. Busalar, Busanor, the Burpenspine. I think it's actually pronounced the Burpenbine, but I get it. Common misconception. Bertucka, yeah, there's a lot of B's. Would S can be considered Balkans? I don't think so. I don't think there's a Balkans equivalent in Anbennar. Not that I can think of off the top of my head. Well, the closest would be probably actually Bahar. Real. It probably would be Bahar, and Eskin, fake Eskin, Dostanor would probably be the closest thing to a Balkans, right? Like stuck in between multiple empires being conquered, and then those empires fall apart and they become independent, and then the cycle repeats and it happens again. It's probably the closest like location, like physical location to what it would be. Ordia, yeah, like Ordia. Ordia is in Eskin. It's not Eskin. I stand by that. Dostanor, not real Eskin. They've changed every region to be Balkanized because originality is dead. No big tags allowed. My guy. 1444, there aren't that many big tags either. Okay, okay, maybe there's a couple. Maybe there's a couple. You got France, you got Castile, you've got England, you've got Muscovy, Ottomans, Mamluks, Ming. Maybe there's more than I thought. But like Anbennar's got Laurent, Goed, the Command, Kedarada. I'm running out of a list here. Cat Balkanizes? Yeah, but then they reunify. They reunify like immediately. Yeah, you know, maybe there's not that many big tags. But do we want big tags? do we really want that? Do we want more Goeds? I don't. I do not want more Goeds. No, thank you. The Raj is a big tag. Yeah. Even when they fall apart, then they get big. They're actually better. They took the birds. They did take the birds. Did they ever tell you why they did that? Why did they blow up the bird riders? Which I think just makes them stronger, right? Like, hordes don't want vassals. Vassals are dumb and ugly and stupid, and you can't raise them. You guys must have smaller tags. Okay, I don't think that's the reason they gave. I think that might just be your interpretation. A lot of India is just a few big tags. Yeah, I guess it depends on what your definition of a big tag is. What if we did Voltaire's Nightmare and Anbennar? Well, I will tell you, the game will not run. Let me tell you what, you get to like the mid 1600s in Voltaire's Nightmare, that shit is a crawl. It is bad, dude. It is bad. I did my first war against Russia last night, and that game did not like that at all. Not one single bit. But I'm actually pretty close to getting the world conquest on that. The Counter-Reformation ended, which is very sad because I lost 2 missionaries. We should bring back the Counter-Reformation, actually. There's so many provinces I gotta convert. There's just so many. And I'm doing a 1 faith. I can do it. I just gotta keep converting. But if you're looking for Voltaire's Nightmare and Anbennar, you just gotta wait for the EU5 version. Weirdly enough, because of the kingdom next to it, the not Korea. Wait, what about Daegung made it to where they had to break up the Bird Riders? Was the Bird Rider too strong for Daegung or something? So they can make more national ideas for individual tags and then get no mission free for ages. Hey, they'll get there eventually, okay? They'll get there eventually. Big tag is a tag which can utterly screw up your early game if you start near them or they ally someone you need to conquer for a mission tree. Okay, well in that case, there's a lot of big tags. And there's a lot of people that can mess you up. Ibavar's a big tag then. If Ibavar allies somebody right off the bat, that sucks. You're not gonna get them until you get like tech 4 or 5, and then Ibavar falls off because they're too busy arguing about God or something, and they can't take tag. Nation had stalled for years because they couldn't make an interesting nation out of thousands of years of isolation. Well, it do be like that, I guess. If you just sit there and do nothing, it's not that interesting. This post brought to you by Wide Gameplay Enjoyer. You simply have to go to war to be interesting. Interesting in this strategy game that I must go to war now. Even though that's not really true. I do want to point that out because there is another tag in Hellas that has been isolationist for thousands of years that is also interesting, and that is the ogres. As Jakuma into Chamorra, they were isolationist, and then they stopped being isolationist. But they were cool. They are interesting. Maybe it's just humans are lame. Humans don't do isolation very interestingly. Because they don't even like do shadow magic or whatever. Good seeing mystery also reveals that it was Daegung who taught Shavush how to raise and ride bird. That's rough. That's rough. Also the dwarves. The dwarves. They have been sitting there for quite a while on their own. Like a long time. So regardless of Hati missions do check their conditions. 1 of 2 of this but not that by this time and or a lot of money and mana. Oh man. I gotta pay these guys? What the? I thought you said this was the intern mission tree. 30 definitely a Hati prob. Well, damn, I should have developed Renaissance there then. It's okay, we can develop colonialism there. The Faerun mission tree is out now? Whoa, we got a Faerun mission tree? Huge. Faranaean is what you're saying? The Wood Elves in Eskin? They do, in fact, have a mission tree. Ogres are cool. Magarma, Irema, and Frosttide ogres in the northern plains. Yeah, ogre's pretty cool. Kind of hungry too. Oops, you just got Faerun on the brain. It's all right. I got it. I got what you were saying. I was picking up what you were putting down. How much longer until I do a Wealth Eskin run? Probably a while. Probably a while. I don't know if we're gonna do another Anbennar run after this, or if we're gonna go back to doing achievements. Part of me wants to do the 333rd Empire. But we're playing in Sarhal right now, and I feel like it's going to be the same kind of thing where it's conquer Sarhal and possibly the world. So I don't know if I necessarily Want to do that right afterwards? We could Vern. That's true. We could Vern. But let's see. More ways to spawn institutions naturally. Tell me having a continent spanning empire of exploited subjects doesn't count as colonialism. Nope, sorry. If you don't go across ocean, not colonialism, not real. This post brought to you by the British when they defend colonizing Ireland. Yeah, you just gotta. It's only across oceans. Sorry, that's the way it goes. I do agree. Haven't you already done the 333rd Empire? Nope. The only lizards I played is Kugra, and they are not the 333rd Empire. I bet they could probably form it if they wanted to. Colonialism doesn't need ocean, just build a big city. That's true too. If I just build a big enough city, we'll just like discover potatoes in an alleyway. Boom. There it is. Colonization done. Easy, easy. In that case, Norway should spawn colonialism. Not this again. Not this again. Look, I get it. I know that there's like a cultural memory of like regions getting to the Americas super early in the timeline compared to the rest of Europeans. I get it, but that doesn't mean they should spawn colonialism. That was a long time ago, and they didn't really make it. You buffoon, you formed it? Did I? Did I form the 333rd Empire as Kugra? Damn, that's crazy. I don't remember, okay? What do you want me to do? You want me to remember every single thing of every single run that I've ever done? They all blend together. There's one long EU4 game. You did one version of 333rd. Yeah. But isn't there like a 333rd tag? Am I misunderstanding what the 333rd Empire is? I thought it was like its own tag. No dark scale run is sadness inducing. Sorry. When dark scale gets content, I will be there, okay? I will be there when dark scale gets content. Don't you worry. But until then, those little guys just gonna hang out. It was good for ROTW balance. ROTW. I don't know what that stands for. But I miss the days when institutions couldn't be magically made to spawn with enough dev click. Pay your own taxes. Let's go pay my own taxes. Rest of the world. Gotcha. Pay my own taxes. It's there. It's what you're looking for. As long as you can wait in your ticks. Kobold enjoyers be waiting patiently. Bro, Kobold enjoyers got more than they ever needed to have with the Kobold mission tree. Are you insane? That's like one of the mission trees. And there's more Kobold content coming still. And Saya's gonna have a bunch of Kobolds. Every Kobold has content. Except Dark Scale. Except Dark Scale, they don't have content. Okay, they're like red, right? They're the red sheep of the family. Hanging out in the other mountains. Kobold enjoyers already got Yu-Gi-Oh! What more can they ask for? They got to worship dragons. What more do you want? You put gold in whole. Perfection. Why change perfection? You'll skin kobolds, not because of race reasons. See, when you say that, it does just sound like you're saying it for race reasons. It does. That's just what it sounds like to me. Okay, not to be racist, but like, come on, man. Like, you can't say that. You can't do that. You're being racist now. If you have to say "but" after I'm not being racist, that's racist. Okay, don't say whatever it is that you're about to say. Are dark scale absorbers of all colors? I don't think so. I thought they were just like red. They were a dark red because they are Nimrith's spawn. because Nimrith was freaking up Kugdir, right? And so little red guys were hanging out. And now they hang out in the Serpent Spine. But because they whine while we gnomes get nothing. That's true. That's not true. Gibber got a mission tree. What do you mean? It's the only gnomish mission tree. Well, that's not true. The gnomish hierarchy has a mission tree. It's a bit old. It's a bit old. But it does have it, and it gives you gold. So, pretty good. We're gonna do a Tinto Talk today? Oh, I was gonna do the Tinto Talk today. I kind of forgot it was Wednesday. We just started talking about kobolds, you know? And then boom, we just off to the races. Well, yeah, off to the dark scale races, which that sounds bad. So let me rephrase. Off to the kobolds who live in the Serpent Spine. That sounds less bad. I'll go with that. And then more kobold mission trees added than there are gnome tags. Well, you know what? Skill issue, okay? Skill issue. What are we talking about today? Oh, we're talking about more religions. Okay. I watched the European Women's Championship in football today. I did not. I didn't know that there was a big football game going on. No. Also, what time was it at? Would I have had to have gotten up early? Because I did not get up early today. Was it a good game, though? Was it interesting, at least? Nothing worse than like a championship game that's not interesting. It's just like a letdown when one team just stomps the other. Not good. Not good. Let's go over this Tinto Talk, shall we? Sure. So we get all the art. Okay, hello and welcome to another Tinto Talk. The Happy Wednesdays where we talk about Europa Universalis 5. Today we will talk about the tonal religions. This is a religious group that covers the Mesoamerican religions. Tonal religions. The tonal religions religion group includes the following religions: Nahua ritualism, Reformed Nahua ritualism, tonal Mayan ritualism, and Chichimeca. Nahua ritualism. Let's start with Nahua ritualism, which is the religion in the group that has more detailed features. Slaves working with raw materials, yes. 10% army morale. May build eagle and jaguar warriors. Unrestricted slavery, yes. Allows doom to impact country. Allows religious focuses. There are currently 4.1 million pops in the world, and we have 72 countries that follow the faith. Why isn't it showing the flags? Did they remove that? I remember on past Tinto Talks about religions, it would be like, oh, you know, France and England and Austria or whatever. Like the most populated tags were beneath it. This is the panel of the religion. Okay. Doom. And 6 gods. You can add a religious aspect. You can adopt, elevate, establish, expand, increase, institute, legal reforms, raise sacrifice rate. Okay. No flags yet? That might be it. Let's start with the core mechanic of Nahua ritualism, an old EU4 friend, Doom. Doom is a special occurrence used by countries with the Nahua religion. Owning locations, especially urban locations, passively increases Doom. Having a high Doom value decreases loyalty to Overlord and stability decay, but increases state satisfaction equally. Number of ways to decrease Doom, including killing enemy troops in combat. War enemy troops. You can't go farm uncolonized provinces. Smart. Looting locations with high development. When the maximum Doom is finally reached, the ruler and their entire dynasty is sacrificed and replaced with a new ruler. That kind of goes up by 0.01 here, because there's a city location rank. As you can see, Doom accumulates over time, and the bigger the country is, the more Doom it accumulates. It can be mitigated either by performing some mechanics, such as killing enemies and looting locations, or by some of the religious actions. But there's only one way of completely escaping from it, which is reforming the religion. This can be achieved by passing enough religious focuses, the former EU4 reform. Oh, that's all of these. So there's 8 of them. Got it. The flags weren't useful? No, they weren't useful, but I just want to know if they changed it or not. Do rebels count as enemy? Yeah, I think Warden's right. I think that's not war enemies, so I don't think it'll count. These focuses are unnecessary pain as they give a debuff to your country while they're active, but you need to accumulate some of them to be able to reform the religion. So there's Elevate Patron God, -1 tolerance to the true faith. Oh, and they give different bonuses. Monthly prosperity growth, garrison size, army movement speed, recruiting explorers. Okay. Army maintenance and disease resistance. Well, I know which one I want. Definitely wanted the disease resistance at some point. You can establish the Koto position. Plus 2% expected cost of court. Institute the flower wars. Plus 100% noble power. Raise sacrifice rate. Plus 100% clergy power. Set focus. Plus 100% clergy power. This one also lowers your doom by 0.01. These are the available religious actions. Appease the gods. Lose 10 doom. Any population is slaves is greater or equal to 100 people. Oh, so you can just like sacrifice 100 slaves. Oh yeah, just casual. Casual. Host a ceremony. Now, when people celebrate a festivity dedicated to a certain deity each month, these months last 20 days. In each month, the celebration differs, and you will get different effects depending on it. Okay, interesting. You gotta have 400 slaves for this. And you gotta have ducats. Open a war path. We'll send emissaries to our neighbors to celebrate a flower war with them. We'll gain a flower war CB against a selected neighboring country. What? Celebrate a flower war with them? Hey, yo. Oh, you're just like, it's just fighting for fun. It's just like a little silly, goofy, fun time. We're just going to have a little fight. You can't take land. You can't subjugate people. Plus 900% cost for everything. Max antagonism, 0. Okay. He's going to have a silly, goofy time. The last action, Reform Society, allows us to reform the religion when enough religious aspects have been enforced, but it has a big con. It triggers a disaster, Reform Society, which needs to be resolved to become Reformed Nahuatl Society. Starts the disaster, gain 20 stability, remove the Ultipetal government reform, gain the Reformed Nahuatl Society government reform. All their subjects with Ultipetal government type will be annexed. We convert to a reformed Nahuatl ritualism religion. Our pops of the old ritualism faith and locations with at least 50% control will convert to reformed Nahuatl ritualism. You gotta have 20 locations or greater or equal to 500% subjects. Have to do all those reforms. And you have to have the disaster for 10 years. Interesting. But this is the new reform that you get. Minus 10% revoked privilege cost, plus 33% crown power, plus 1 possible government reforms, and 0.1 monthly progress decentralization. In the religion, slaves work with raw materials, 10% army morale, 20% pop conversion speed, plus 1 tolerance to the true faith, unrestricted slavery. Interesting. Okay. My only concern is that, like, it didn't take very long. It doesn't take very long to reform the religion in EU4, like in the grand scheme of things, right? Like 50 years, you should be reformed and like ready to fight your first and only painful war against colonizers. So there's an extra 100 years in there. Maybe they'll just make it take longer. I don't know. But if you're not supposed to have a bunch of land, I'm not sure what you're going to be up to for all that time. That's always my concern with it. We both have a choice between disease resistance and extra admin mana. I know what you'd pick. I watched you play Regent Court. Well, plus 1 mana is hard to beat, okay? Alright. Costellos is just goated. Not my fault that he's good. Maya Ritualism. Let's talk now about another of the tonal religions, Maya Ritualism. You have religious aspects as well. Sacrifice noble blood, slowly prepare for the next cartoon, prepare for the next cartoon, strongly prepare for the next cartoon, pilgrimage, hold ceremony. Different from Nahuatl ritualism, Maya ritualism doesn't have any doom, but centers instead around the concept of cartoon. A Katun is a measure of time of the Mayan people. It corresponds to 19.7 years. The end of one Katun and the start of a new one was marked by many ceremonies and festivities, making the occasion a truly important date for a ruler and its people. If by the time the current Katun ends, we've invested enough resources to prepare for the celebrations, we will gain Katun celebrated for 10 years. On the other hand, if we are not ready, we might gain Katun celebration mismanaged for 10 years. We will be fully ready once our religious influence is at least 90. The mechanic revolves around preparing for the Katun celebrations every 20 years in game. The player needs to invest resources using the different actions to raise the country's preparations for the Katun, measured with the religious influence currency. The country can choose between 3 degrees of intensity in their preparations, and that will impact the effects they get while preparing for it. Regular preparing, you get minus 20% maximum tax, 0.06 monthly religious influence, 0.1 monthly prestige, and 0.5 tolerance of the true faith. The Katun will happen on the actual dates according to the historical Mayan calendar, so the first one to encounter once the game starts will be September 1342, with the following ones occurring every 19.7 years, so they will not always be on the same month. Okay, I like that, that's cool. Once the Katun finishes, the country will get an event with different outcomes, depending on how much preparation they have been able to accomplish, as well as resetting the value of preparation back to 0. After 20 new years, a new Katun starts in the long count of our people. If you don't do well, the people will be disappointed. Till 2012, when they watch a bad movie and all die. Real. So real. If you mismanage it, you get minus 5% tax efficiency, army morale, and navy morale, and efficiency of the cabinet. You get minus 0.05 monthly prestige. If you celebrate it regularly, you get 10% tax efficiency, morale, efficiency of cabinet. You get 0.1 monthly prestige, and plus 1 tolerance to the true faith. And then those are doubled if you get the super celebration, which seems pretty good, depending on how much you have to invest into it. Besides the normal preparations, another additional action can contribute to the gain of religious influence. Sacrifice noble blood. Our gods need the blood of our people to maintain balance in heaven and earth. It is the duty of our nobles to give them their blood in ritual sacrifice, as their blood is the purest and most valuable of all, as we all know. As we all know, noble blood is just better than peasant blood. That's just a fact of life. We all know that. We gain 10 religious influence. Clergy and commoners gain 10% estate satisfaction. You can select the holy site to pay a visit to, and that gives you religious influence as well. He's elf posting again. He's elf posting again. You agree? Take the noble blood? I mean, yeah, I'm not a noble, so take the noble blood. But of course, when I become a noble, as everybody knows that they will be, then don't do it. Then it's bad, actually. The religion also has other ways to spend religious influence before the end of the Katun comes, although at the risk of not being fully prepared when it does. You can host a ceremony, and you get the Gnolls Zek celebration for 1 year. Looks like you gain 10 religious power, or it costs 10 religious power and 0.87 ducats. The modifier granted by the celebration will be different depending on the date on which the ceremony is hosted, varying according to the historical. Oh. Same as Nahua ritualism, Mayan ritualism also has gods. Some of them are actually the same ones with different names, so we have dynamic naming for gods. For example, Quetzalcoatl and Kukulkan are the same god with dynamic naming, and they both give you that army speed. Then we have Tonal. The mechanics for gods. This mechanics for gods is common for all Tonal religions, as well as many of the folk religions. We can now show the religion that we have decided to call Tonal, namesake of the Tonal group, gathering under its umbrella beliefs related to those of Nahua and Maya, but still distinct. Only 3 gods, which is Zahui, Quetzalcoatl, and Huihu. No. Heihui Tiatl. Heihui Tiatl? Something like that? Close. I think I'm close. Then you have religious aspects. You have 0.2% monthly prosperity, minus 10% army maintenance, 10% movement speed. Oh, this is much simpler. Okay. Yeah, it's just, you got gods, you got a couple bonuses, that's all you get. Fair enough. Yeah, alright. That's all for today. We'll come back on Friday for Tinto Flavor about the Aztecs. Alright. Anything interesting on the dev responses here? Let's see what we got. That was a long one. This week is worth sharing with you the main post illustration and separate post. I think it's pretty neat. It's pretty neat, except for this guy. I don't think this guy thinks it's neat. Well, actually, you never know. Maybe he does. I don't think it's very neat for him, but it does look good. I'll give you that. Right. Can make God screen bigger so you can always read their bonuses. Already on our radar for UI improvements. Nice. What about Chichimecha? What tags does it apply to, and does it have unique mechanics? Chichimecha. Slaves working, yes. Prestige from land battles, 10%. Levy size plus 10%. That seems pretty good. Levy size in a place that's only going to have levies for a long time seems real good. Feel good. Bruno, thank you for the 31 months. Appreciate that. Fun can war fact, you can get like minus 50% AE very easy. It's almost every single nation with half elves. Oh yeah. I mean, you just go, if you start in the Empire of Anbennar, you get the government reform for minus 25, or not government reform, age ability. For 25%, you take the half elves in the tier 5 government reform, and you go espionage ideas, and that gets you to 45, is it 60? Is it 15% from the half elves? And then you can get up there, but you're saying by 1475, which means you're cooking something else. And the god, right? I believe it's Riala or Minara. Minara. Riala is the Diplo relations. Minara adds another 5. It was your Vern run. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to stack A reduction. Has the distribution of these religions been updated since Tinto maps? Can you build Eagle and Jaguar warriors with Reformed religion? Yes. Does Doom only Malice be sacrificed for ruler and stability decay? Because I can totally see some people just tanking it to get better rulers and such. Estate satisfaction is also impacted, which is important, but we're open to suggestions for further rebalancing. Do the reforms have to be passed in order? Also, what is the cooldown between them? Didn't see anything that prohibits past all of them, but I very well may be blind. No, they don't need to be passed in a specific order. When you select a religious aspect to implement, it takes some time, which is dynamic and different for each aspect. When the implementation is completed, you can select a different one. So no hard cooldown, just the time each aspect needs to be completed. And lastly, Maya and Nahuatl are heretics, not heathens to each other. Can you say what the Inca and North America societies of pops are? Heretics, correct, and that will be in the North America and South America map feedback review. Okay. These events imply that they involve sacrificing slaves, but they don't actually say they do. You are actually sacrificing them. It's not showing correctly in the tooltip. Got it. With the negation, this is difficult to understand. I find this mean that we must have between minus 180 centralization, or on the contrary, have minus 80 and 100 centralization. In this case, you need to be more to the left than the minus 80, which means as centralized as possible, as the most centralized nation possible is minus 100. We're putting your UI to improve clarity. Yeah, when I think of centralization, I think of a positive, but that's just my, I guess, modern viewpoint on societies. With 50 or more religious influence, your country will be prepared enough. With 90 or more, will be very well prepared. But with 75 or more, it will be able to rush their main preparations by paying gold with the very well prepared bonus. Oh, nice. Okay, so that's the breakpoints for if you get the super good rewards or just the good rewards from the Khatun celebration. Can talk about how Eagle and Jaguar warriors work, and they'll talk about it on Friday. We might take a look at that because I want to know how they're going about making unique units. You know, I want to see how good they are and how you get more of them. It might be interesting. We might take a brief look at that Tinto flavor. All right, that's another Tinto Talk. Pretty good stuff. Another couple of religions down and spoken about. I'd switch them, but it's shrug in the end. Yeah. Like, I would have decentralized at minus 100 and centralized at 100 just to represent, like, total control and not total control, but hey, it's semantic. Like, we'll get used to it, and then it won't matter. Still waiting for the Portugal Tinto Talk. Yeah, you know, that's fair. That's fair. 100 is France, minus 100 is Switzerland. Interesting. Let me get us over to right category, and we will get to the gaming. The gaming. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Yeah. Sure. Open up Anbennar. That's what we're playing today. There are different tax rates based on the town you live in with individual tax offices. Okay, well, I mean, it's pretty normal to have different taxes in different towns, but like a whole tax office is kind of wild. That's kind of wild. When do EOA run and form before 1500s? I don't know. I mean, we got to play Istralor at some point, right? Have the middle line of reforms done by 1481? Yeah. Yeah. You have federal and state taxes. And local taxes. There's also local taxes. Like for towns and cities and stuff. They have their own taxes as well. It's just usually not as large as like federal and state taxes. And you don't, it doesn't like get taken out of your paycheck. It's like local areas might have like a tourist tax or something. And so things cost a little bit more in that town because they already add in the price, which is, you know, fair enough. But it sounds like you're saying that you have like federal and state taxes, but for every town, which is wild. Where's that? The sugar alcohol tax? Yeah. Got them done that quick by beating up Gwed and Laurent to make them spit out little shits for tons of vassals. Well, with 240% discipline, I sure hope so. I see no reason to let the Goetis and Laurentish live if you have 240% discipline. At that point, everybody should just do what you say. Because you've got like line infantry in 1450. How's your order? Notice you forgot to add taxes onto your taxes onto your taxes. Okay, well that's not how it works. You don't like actively have to. It doesn't show up on the bill. And 4.1 morale. Yeah, I mean you just melt people with that. Giving the small governments too much power. Give me absolutism. Finally you recognize that, you know, you got to get rid of the estates. Get them out of here. No privileges to the estates at all. Only absolutism. Only admin efficiency. Only conquering. No, Switzerland doesn't do much conquering from what I remember. They just kind of chill in their mountains and they hang out. What about my 15% discount on advisors? Why do you need discounts? If you conquer enough, you can afford level 5 advisors anyways. Napoleon messed us up. Then we decided to play tall. Yeah, you know, it happens. I love trash talking the French, but Napoleon did kind of pop off a bit on his own there. He decided that he was gonna blob. He got his absolutism and he was ready. Play tall, steal your water, and sell it to you instead. You know what? That's just good business. That's a good business. You gotta charge people for their own water. All right, let's get to it, shall we? Boom and boom and boom and boom and boom. Did I see the Stop Killing Games initiative? I've seen it like tangentially. I haven't been paying too much attention to it. Is that the one where they want to force companies to like release the API and the code if they're going to shut down a live service game? Is that the one? So that way people could keep it running on their own if they want to, instead of just like making a game stop existing forever. Kind of. Okay. Yeah, I haven't paid too much attention to it myself. The Swiss player really went with defensive ideas. That's throwing. Switzerland is like the one tag where you should take Merc ideas. It was literally made for them. There is no way you cannot convince me that mercenary ideas were made for Switzerland specifically. Maybe for the Italians as well, since they do get their special government reform for mercs, but it was made for Switzerland. Just as infrastructure is made for dwarves. Exactly. That's why they added it to the base game. They made it for dwarves. They want to force companies to develop live service games in such a way that the games can run on private servers. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't. That ain't my wheelhouse. I don't know enough about it. I play my silly little map games, and I pay the DLC price, and you know what? I go about my life. Didn't know if there's much relevance in this regard in the U.S. I am not the guy to ask. I am not the guy to ask if that kind of thing has relevance. I don't know. I usually don't pay attention to most stuff like that. World's got bigger problems in my eyes, and I just don't care. I just don't. Like, I get it, though. I get it. But we got bigger issues to face right now than if a video game's going to be live service in a way where you can host your own server or not. Nice thought, but won't really go anywhere because they think it through. As most grassroots, like, campaigns end up doing. Not focused enough, most likely, but I don't know. I wish them all the best. I hope they win. I guess. Murphy's fixed the fastest as you? Yeah, we got... Sorry, guys. Texas is underwater. I don't really have time to worry about video games and if people can play them or not. We got other things to worry about. Other things to stress about that I can't change. Murcia, my town, average Spaniard. Okay, gotta bring up Spain at some point. All right, welcome in, Yap Skippers, to Konolkhatep, Day 2. We are trying to get to be able to do our missions, but we need to own the entire Catarata region. I believe we can get the rest of these provinces after our truce with Elisna is up. That is in 1496. So we still have quite a bit of time. In order to fill the time, we're going around and creating lots of satrapies, which are tributaries. And we have a lot of them. And we have been expanding and adding more to the collection. If we look at our tributary page here, which you need to swap over and give me admin points, we have quite a few, and they're all giving me a bunch of admin. I could go through and add it all up, but I'm not going to. The long story short is we make a lot of monarch points from having our subjects here. I should be sorting by disloyalty. Ikikabi and Samsumbat, I just turned them into tributaries, so that's why they're somewhat uppity right now. Silicol, on the other hand, is uppity because they're very large. They have 340 development and better diplotech than I do, and have a decent relative army to me. So, we need to keep building troops in order to keep them in line, so to speak. We have been placating them every once in a while, and we are maxed out on prestige, so we could consider placating them again, just to make sure that they stay loyal. The reason why we want them loyal is because... Ooh, is it the reform or is it the privilege? It is the privilege. The weak serve the strong. It's a little bit cut off by me there, but in unlike regular tributaries, which will always attack each other, and it's very annoying, the Gnolls have a special privilege here, where if tributaries are loyal, they cannot declare war on other tributaries, they cannot offer alliances to non-tributary nations, and they cannot proclaim guarantees to other nations. This means that your tributaries just sit there. They don't expand. They don't ally people that you want to go and conquer, and it's good. It's great. Now, people did mention that we will have the option to integrate the Gnolls through our mission tree, or in some way deal with them. We can turn them into personal unions or something. In some way, shape, or form, these Gnolls will be taken care of, which is good, because the two largest of our tributaries are Haragsteda and Silikal, which are both Gnolls, and both of them will become a problem as time goes on if we don't find a way to deal with them. But that is a-okay. We are currently sitting at 83 mandate. We gain 0.27 a month. We are losing 0.15 from devastation currently, which is brutal. That is a lot to lose. But we have devastation because I believe a mage tower blew up here. No, the mage tower blew up around here. This is a ket. A ket, like broke a bridge or something because it got in the way of him sunbathing or something, and so he blew up the province. The devastation will go away with time. It is what it is. Just ket things. And then I also have some devastation in this province, probably from being coastal and not having this Korashesh fort for a while. But we have it now, so with time, this devastation will go away. And it will be good. I believe that is all that we have. We do have prosperity in quite a few places here. But we need more. More prosperity is better. If we look at our fort coverage, we should probably consider building a fort in here somewhere. So I'll build it on the desert so I can save my building slots on these farmlands provinces. Because everywhere that we own needs to be covered by a fort, which means this also needs to have a fort. No devastation allowed at all, period, for any reason. It's very, very bad for mandate. And other than that, we're just going to let it keep going. We have completed court ideas, which gives us an additional 0.1, which is super nice. We also get 0.18 from satrapies, and we just want to go and create more satrapies. Each level of stability gives 0.03, so if we can get up to 3 stab, that'd be great. The thing is, Gnolls get plus 33% to our stab cost, so it makes it a lot more expensive. And we're taking admin ideas, so I don't really want to spend my admin on stability right now, so we'll just stick with the 0.03 from stab. We have enough for us to get prosperity. We also demonsterized yesterday, so we're no longer monstrous, which means our non-monstrous tributaries like us more and our monstrous tributaries like us less. It is what it is, okay? It is what it is. Some missions require a specific province to have a specific dev or number of buildings. I mean, that's fine. We'll deal with that when we get there. Not only count devastation in the river provinces. Is that how it works? Or is it devastation in states? Because I know for the regular mandate, it's just devastation in states. But it could be that this is different. This one just says devastated provinces. It doesn't specifically say devastated provinces along the Sorrow. I wish I could know, like if Anarat wasn't, well, I guess these are both along the Sorrow technically, like in the state. I think we just avoid devastation no matter what though, so that'll be fine. I could take Miltech early. I'm going to do. Yeah, I'll expand infrastructure here once. Get up to 20. We'll get rid of the devastation there, because that'll be a pretty big boost to our mandate. Yeah, look at that. That was a huge boost to our mandate, like 0.11 or something. So we'll make sure that we can keep our mandate growing. We will do a reform when we hit 100, and we're going to establish the Ahati, mostly because we have to for our missions. You know, land of Konolkhatep. We need this. Nairat also needs a temple and a level 2 center of trade. It has the temple. We just need to upgrade this center of trade. Okay, we were thinking about going into Bulwar and tributizing Irlium. Part of me thinks maybe we shouldn't do that, though. I don't know. I'd like to go after Varumhar. That means I have to fight Jadari, which we do need to do. We do need to do that. Because I want to release Zaka as a vassal. Reformed. That reform does cross 20% crown land. Yeah. And we're at 30. So we do need to build up our crown land quite a bit. When can I seize next? 1492. Yikes. We'll probably go into negative crown land for a while. It is what it is. As for these conversions, we do have some new Sun Cult provinces. We will need to accept just Soren culture in order to easily convert those, but I don't have the accepted culture slot at the moment. But we do need to convert all this over to some Ket religion. We're not converting our heretic provinces because we have +3 tolerance of heretics, so there's not really a reason to at the moment. It's just we don't need to. I'll just leave it there. Mission 1 row down will convert them. Oh, cool. Sweet. Every Aketa's province except for Aketa will convert to our religion. This may provide additional benefits against future complications. For that, we need 10 owned provinces to have a marketplace. Koroshesh and Nairat need to have level 2 center of trade. We need 20 Ahati regiments. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to make some more money then. There are other options. Like, I could go in Satrapy Harklem here. And just hit him early. I mean, Varumhar won't join. And it will protect Harklem. It's not bad. The other option could be that we go south. And we go and turn... like... Wika into a satrapy, and Ryaz into a satrapy, and Arazin into a satrapy. We can do that. What about some peace and make money? Okay, but I'll make more money if I go to war. You know, I can go and get good peace deals. And we do need to release Zaka, so I think we go after Varumhar. I think it makes sense. I think Kobol Idri's Harklem. Go to Hales and make command our bitch. I don't think that's a good idea. I think they'll be disloyal forever. And we do want Zaka to be released. I don't want to fight Jad. He's tech 6. It's just a pain in the ass to fight him, you know? And my cannon's over here. But like, I gotta do it. Use the Ahati. I mean, that's true. We could wait and use the Ahati. It's true. I can send my mercs down to just get some of these smaller guys. And then I can just not pay for the troops for now. We do need to annex Muakar, by the way. We should probably prioritize that. 1493, 7 Diplo a month. Yeah, that's fine. Let's just get started on it. I'm going to break up the other null tag or just skip out on the bonus. We're going to skip out on the bonus. Because they're my subject. There's no way for me to do that without breaking the satrapy and then going to war and then force them to release it and then re-satrapying him. Make so there'll never be a chance for the Phoenix Empire to show up to bother you. I know, that's what I'm really considering. I don't want a Phoenix Empire. And I don't want Mega Jad either. And we do have to go through and beat up Jad multiple times. We do have to do that. Like, I cannot have Jad be this big. He'll never be loyal. Ever. So, no, I'm gonna do it. We're gonna go after him. We're gonna make it work. Do you need a claim? No, I just want one province. I just want one silly little province. What rebels do I have? 100%? Okay. Fine. Jad Delenda Est. Exactly. Exactly. Or can I release Zaka with the Satrapy CB? I could, but I would have to turn Jad into a Satrapy first. I have to Satrapy, and then I could take one province to release Zaka. But Jad will never be loyal, right? How much development does Jad have? Jad has 527 development. They will be disloyal forever if I did that. And you mean in the Varmhar War? Oh, good point. I might not be able to take anything from Jad if I use Satrapy. I see what you mean. Yes. Yeah, I should be able to. As long as I don't separate piece out Jad. And I click the Satrapy button on Varmhar, I should be fine. Would Jad accept threatened war? No. The AI is not keen to accept threatened wars. If they're even somewhat as strong as you, they'll just say no. You're at war with Seriand and with Azka Everend because of all the freaking things, but it's fine. Don't I already have a promise to release Zaka as a vassal? Nope. I do not. This starts off owned by Tlucht. That's who we took it from. Right, let's go north. Another Satrapy thing. Another Satrapy tag in Bulwark. Does this one break special governments too? I don't know. That's something I need to be worried about. Tlucht has a Zaka province. Tlucht does have a Zaka province. Am I allowed to yoink it? No. We cannot yoink it. But eventually we'll be able to release them, right? If I integrate Tlucht. Much time? He'll never lose it. He's Sanfang Gnoll, and Jad accepts it, so. They'll be there forever. Okay, well then I don't have to take things from Jad. And maybe I just go after Ilium instead. And I go after the big boss. But part of what I was thinking is I wanted Brisson to become independent. And that's not going to happen, maybe, if I beat up Brisson. I would need to declare war on Ilium, weaken Ilium, and then hope that Brisson declares independence during the war. Which, can the AI do that? Can the AI declare independence mid-war? I think so. Doc has cores on elves and humans, no? I mean, that's fine. No. Yeah, probably a couple of them. Out here. But it's going to be till, like, 1495. That's not that much time, actually. You might lose these cores out here, but it is what it is. I don't know if there's too much I can do about that in the grand scheme of things. I think we go after Ilium. The thing is, this is going to bring all of these guys into a possible coalition. And if they're all my subjects, it won't matter. So, let's go Ilium first. It's also a much easier war and less chaotic than fighting Jad. They're also my rival, so they're not going to be loyal when we do this. What if they take land that we need? Then we... What do you mean? What do you mean, what if they take... Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. You know what? You might just have to wait. And we're so back to fighting Varmhar. And Harklev's declaring war on them. You know what? No. I don't think we can... You know, no. I'm not going to risk it. It's fine. You go here. You can drill for now. Well, no, we won't drill. We'll just stop paying for the troops for now. which means I should bring you off of the super front lines. I don't want to risk it. I don't want to risk them taking this and then I have to release them and I just wasted my time subjugating them. Peace enjoyers win out this time. Well, not really. I'm going to still go to war, but down south. Let's stop paying for our troops. Make 22 ducats a month. Need to upgrade this center of trade. How much inflation do I currently have? 8. Going down slowly. Read that bad boy. Turn off the dev cost edict. You are going to become my satrapy. Oh, and you're like super loyal now. Huh. The lure of easy money. No. I don't want to become greedy. I'm just gonna not do that. I'm simply not going to do that. Make sure that we are improving with our subjects while we're at war here, and honestly we can speed 5 because they're an OPM. Build more boats. I don't think I have the naval force limit. I do not. We're already building 5 more. That's 20 boats. I know that we need 30. Oh yeah, we need a Sur Mountain area as well. Yeah, it's a good thing we didn't go up there. I need a fleet equal to or larger than 60 and at least 30 galleys. And I need 10 shipyards. So, like, I can't really... do that right now anyways. You become my subject. You are unfortunately in a truce with me. You have a truce. Kuika does not have a truce. They're just allied to 2 halflings, which is kind of annoying. But if it's just myself and my vassal, it's not that big of a deal. I could get Inno for Miltech. Okay, so part of me wants to skip all this Inno stuff and focus on developing my provinces. Because if I'm going to need a bunch of buildings and a bunch of provinces, we do need to develop them up. At least a little bit. Devaketa? What mission is that? See, like, we need all provinces in the Golkora stretch, the Hatmot, the Garpix Grizaka, and the Tosa areas. They all have 15 development and 3 buildings. So all this needs to be developed a bunch of times. So I don't really think we can afford to go for Inno here. Compromise with the dragon. No, that's not it. Here's a Devour. All provinces in the Harpy Hills region doesn't have a port, is owned by me or a subject, or has raided coast. Interesting. Okay. Isn't it 15 dev or 3 buildings? Did I not read it right? One of the following. Oh, it is one of the following. Well, I think the development will be easier. Like, I can build a workshop, a temple, and barracks. No, I guess workshop, temple, barracks, and all 3 of them isn't bad. It's a lot of money, but it's possible. Okay. Well, we still want to develop Paketa. Or wherever that is. I can't find the mission. Right side. Oh, there it is. Development of 30. Bronze Dragon Academy. Okay, but that's in like forever. That's in forever. 20 owned provinces. The culture is Saruman Knoll in Katarata or the Goal region. That sounds like a later us problem. Okay, because see, we're going to do this mission. We're going to do this mission. This mission. This mission. This one's not too far away. That one's kind of far away. That one's not too far away. Like there are a lot of missions that we're going to be able to do here. Ahati influence is lower than 50. Okay, I just don't buff them up. That's not too bad. That's at least 4 reforms. 4 reforms. So we gotta get 2 more reforms done before the disaster. The Ahati mission is cringe. You're gonna build 20 regiments, then delete them? Boo! Boo! Here's the deal. I will do 1 mill dev here right now, and then we're gonna wait for prosperity here. And I'm going to also lower autonomy everywhere. We have the troops available up here to deal with rebels when they do pop. So that'll be fine. This is going to help scale our economy like crazy. 26 ducats. Very, very nice. Give us like another 3 ducats a month. I guess we can focus on just building the buildings down here. That's not too big of a deal in all of those provinces. So we can develop up our main stuff like Koroshesh, Aketa, Keterat. What are the other big ones? Okay, later missions want you 30 dev plus 2 mana in all cities. Okay. 10 trade buildings. Yeah, we do need the 10 trade buildings. Let's make sure that we can also upgrade all of these centers of trade. You know what we could do, actually? We can encourage development here. Do 2 more Diplo dev for a little bit more gold. See, like, some of these are close to having 15 development anyways. So if I develop that to 15, then I don't need to build 3 buildings there. I can just focus on building the marketplace. You know what I mean? You kind of want to convert the Niraket on the 5 cities, even though later it's kind of tolerated. Well, it's tolerated right now. Unless it's going to have negative side effects at some point. With enforced interfaith dialogue, we have a base of +3. And I don't have any missionary strength. Just the base value and 0.5 from positive stability. Dragon Village is the negative one. Yeah, that's going to be converted away by mission, so it's not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal. See, but this state has prosperity, which means developing in this right now is pretty valid. I don't want to develop too much because Miltech is coming. Helium no longer a valid rival. Good stuff. And let's force satrapy on Vika. We might need to bring some of our troops down to help deal with this, depending on where my vassal goes. They were shooting here? Yeah. Yo, because hopefully my vassal carpet sieges all this down. But we do have the halflings that are probably going to try to land and cause issues. Monstrous rule, 150 ducats. We can take our first admin idea, and we will do so. That gives cheaper admin advisor cost. And now we should get you to level 2 at the very least. Really, I should be running all level 2 advisors, but I do want the money. What does the first stage of the intern monument give? It gives... That's the wrong button. Slaves producing provinces gain 50% trade value, creates a level 1 center of trade. It would cost 2,600 ducats because we already have level 1. It would also make liberty desire from subject development go down, which is pretty big. In fact, it's really big. Take Inno? No. We're not taking the Inno. We are intentionally leaving it. Potentially just letting it go. Gimme. Ooh. Well, that is good. I mean, I would love if they take all of this. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be able to. I don't know why you declared the war when you're still coring things up, but all right. You're also with Vern. Well, I wish you the best of luck. Unless they take the L. Yeah, they may take the L, and in which case, I will then be very upset. But surely they won't lose. Surely. They'll win. They will simply win. They'll lock in. Okay, and you become my satrapy. And peace you out. Make sure you are giving me those admin points. Now, Zenitruce isn't up for a while. I don't have access to you. Arazin is a vassal, autonomous vassal of Ryaz. And Ryaz is currently at war with the trolls. So we could vassalize Ryaz is the thing. Oh, you got vassalized by a halfling? That's so embarrassing. That's embarrassing and also very sad for me. Just punch up for money in cores? I don't know if I would be allowed to force him to return land. But I will have to bring... I will have to bring some troops down for this. If I don't want this war to last forever. But I don't hate the idea of punching him for money. Maybe we turn into a satrapy. We'll see. That is my only valid rival. Issue an embargo on you. Yes, you can all have access. That's fine. I just want you to end that war with Elista, preferably. You are coming down, and you have my cannon. Are we at max manpower? Just about. There's 750 ducats. Let's get those marketplaces built up. Unless I did want to save up for that monument, wherever it is there. Level 2. Creates another center of trade. Keeps people loyal. Slaves get more trade value. There are quite a few, but I think we just build. It's not that good, you know. It's not going to give us return on investment for a while. Does this province have a center of trade? That one does, though. And that one looks like it does. No, that's a Gnoll. That's just a Gnoll. Though eventually it will, so I'll build a marketplace there. Inket though? Okay, well that's fine. I'm still gonna build marketplaces on my centers of trade. Come on. I'm not gonna not do that. And then Irat needs one as well. And now you said it was 10. The Kedarata region. Ooh. Get Koroshesh upgraded. Where do I want to build these marketplaces? Part of me wants to just build them on shitty desert provinces, but it does give an increase to local trade power. And this province right here has a trade power of 2.5, whereas this is 1.1. So it's better to build them in these. The thing is, it's a bit of a wasted building slot because I'd rather just build workshop, temple, barracks, regimental camp, manufactory. Probably not going to work out that way. Okay, Ryaz. Hello. Oh, my troops are still moving. I'll let them get into position. Gonna take their sweet time. Right now. Ta-da. Now we go to war. Unhappiness amongst the peasantry. Great. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. First of all, coward behavior to immediately turn around and fight me instead of fighting the trolls. Second of all, 600 crowns or lose 5 mandate? Also, we're almost at max mandate. Perhaps I should have considered doing a reform before fighting. This is 800 ducats. This is stupid. I think 16 ducats for forts. Mandate moment. I mean, I don't really want to give up mandate, but here's the thing. We're going to hit max mandate in this war anyways. So it's probably worth it to just lose the mandate. Believe it or not. And then I still have to take a loan for this. Angry human mob forms. That's fine. Jesus Christ. Fuck off, man. Ugh. Okay, fine. Bring all the troops down. AI be like, actually, I'm going to only fight the player. I'm going to ignore the trolls because the player must be weaker. They must be. Pouring life into art. +2 national unrest. Yeah, it's fine. Give me the hedonism. Take that. And that's our next national idea. Feast of the Hostages. Just as the many mirror rivers of the central Sarhal flow into the mighty Sorrow, so goes the flow of tribute from the many lesser nations into mighty Konolkhatep. By taking hostage the firstborn children of the rulers of tributary states, the Emperor of Konolkhatep were able to ensure the flow of tribute remained consistent, whilst also preparing the neighboring rulers of the future to continue this profitable relationship. Should the tributary states not uphold their side of the bargain, then the hostages would be ritually devoured by the Konolkhatepan royal family and their gnawed bones sent back to their parents as a warning of the price of disobedience. Damn. Who can I play that's fun, has a mission tree, and stays tall? Love kobolds, but mission tree is conquer world. Like dwarves, but mission tree also conquer world. Gonna have a hard time finding a mission tree that doesn't have you conquer the world. Yeah. Gibbard is pretty tall. Yeah, the gnomes, the Empire gnomes are pretty tall. But most tags are just gonna have you conquering the world, pretty much. This is so infuriating. Riots, can you just fucking die? I'm about to make some lizard coats, is what I'm gonna do. You're actively at war with the trolls. Actively at war with the trolls. You're like, nope, I have to turn around right now. Player declared war. Beep boop, beep boop. We must turn around. We must fight player. Beep boop, beep boop. Beep boop, beep boop. Player spotted. Must fight. No hesitation. Wait, when AI defends itself? It's not that they defend themselves. It's that they were just like right here waiting and then boom, immediately everybody is like, bro, you're not even fighting back against the trolls. This is what I mean. Now they're dead. Why? Man, it's a good thing they fought me though, you know? Like, hey, you know what? It's a good thing they fought me. Like, what if I had gotten away with not being attacked there? Truly would have been disastrous. Truly would have been disastrous. We gotta do development. We gotta do some development. There. They don't even need a spy work to know Poe's a warmonger. Well, to be fair, I have subjugated most of Sarhal, so they're correct in thinking that I am a warmonger. That much is for certain. You are going to walk up here. You're going to walk here. We are going to make sure that Ryaz does not feel confident enough to attack me. Just die. And not even just die. Just become my tributary. I'm not even asking for that much. I'm trying to protect you from the trolls. And you're out here fighting me? It's almost like you want to be eaten by the trolls instead of eaten by me when you refuse to pay tribute. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, okay. That's something. Korashesh independent. Nefiset independent. Eliasness smaller. Irlium does take provinces that I need. I need these 3 provinces in here. I do have a claim on this, so I can take this state and this one from them, and then I can conquer these 2 guys soon enough. We gotta do the Ryaz War first. Then I should probably do a reform. Being honest. Reform would not be a bad idea. Because we are at 96 mandate now. That's fine. Monstrous Rule. We love Monstrous Rule. Here's to hoping that Corrin does not spawn early. I hope she stays ungodified. No Corrinite allowed. What do we got here? Chaos at the court. Umercant. Umercant? Umercant. Interesting. Before you do a hottie, see if you can give Monopoly, because I'm pretty sure they replaced Adventurers unless they changed it. Really? Leave, okay. Don't be annoying. This is being annoying. Though it's not their fault that they're being annoying. It's the fact that we don't have any forts down here because we don't own the land, so they can just like walk through. And they'll just try and walk up to our land. Which, I mean, fair enough. But it is annoying that I can't, like, lock them down and stop them from doing that. With time, I suppose. The shacks get eaten by pirates? They sure are. And they are winning. Now, we're going to get out of this war. We're going to only have 32% crown land, and then our crown land's going to tank when we do the Ahati reform. Should we do the Ahati reform? The answer, yes, we should still do it. Absolutely, we should still do it, because it locks us out of our mission tree if we don't. I think we'll probably go to war with Irlium. Like, I could turn this guy into a satrapy. How much development does he have? He has 400 development. I mean, it's not too bad. 20 in cores come back later? Why? For what? Well, to be fair, 1,000 ducats does sound pretty good. Ducats does sound pretty good, but a big ass tributary down here sounds pretty good as well. Can't see most of his land. Yeah, we should probably build a spy network down here. I just don't really have the diplomat to spare at the moment. The lure of easy money. Why does it keep giving me that? Do you think I'm greedy or something? Do I have a track record of being greedy or something, game? Why must you tempt me with money? I am not some weak person, all right? Ooh, core creation cost. I am weak for core creation cost. I'll give you that. And then I can return a core to Gumvuri. What about the Samsung bat? That's who I really... Or no, sorry, Durakani. That's who I want to return course to. That's 55% war score? I gain aggressive expansion for that? Really? Huh. Interesting. Motor Runner, thank you for the follow. I mean, they are my tributary, so it makes sense. But I didn't think it would give me aggressive expansion. I don't care, but it is weird. Would not have expected that. You can pay for the slave monument? No, he's paying for something else. Oh, right. I was going to convert that, and then I didn't. So that'll be 2 more. How are we doing on that mission? 6? Okay, I need to build 2 more somewhere. Well, really, I should build one. The other one here would be good. Why are you guaranteed by Earlium? Why are you doing that, Earlium? I guess we just build it in 2 random spots. Okay, so we'll be 30 dev, and then I'll just build another one somewhere. Coffee imports. I will gain the mercantilism. We're about to have 23,000 rebels, so you two need to go back up north. We can deal with those. North you go, please. I need a general. Who wants to be a general? Preferably you've got some maneuver, but I know that if I ask that, it's going to go from some maneuver to only maneuver. And then you're just going to be real fast, and that'll be it. And then I won't get any combat. So if you could be like kind of fast, I'd appreciate it. But only kind of. Okay, well, I mean, that's not like super fast. In fact, it's only barely faster, but we'll take it. Just want all of... You go to the siege because you have cannons. Nice wall breach. Okay, they're hanging out around here. They could be standing on this province for all I know. I should be careful if I move in there or not. Oh. So about not being able to see his land. It's that easy. Simply integrate a vassal. Steal their maps. Profit. Man, they really hate me, though. Though I don't really want to be competing with the Azel Mora here. Which is what we'd be doing. I could just take the money and walk away. I think I just take the money and walk away. I can't occupy like anything. I mean, Gazelle Moore's only at 40%. Yeah, I'm outie. I'm outie. Phew. They'll pay tribute, all right. Let's go ahead and seize land. Build a spy network in Jadari for Diplo. Move you back in. Troops are moving up to deal with that. I now own these states, including this permanent Dames tier, by the way. But that means that we must build forts. If I can build a fort here, I'd rather have it on the... Well, would I rather have it on this province? Because I would like a mage tower and a trade station and a workshop here. And a marketplace. So probably not, to be honest with you. So I think a fort here. Or I can just build a fort right here and then hope that this doesn't get sieged down anytime soon. I think that's what I'll do. Because that covers a lot of different spots. Probably damn it though. I mean, probably, but for now. All right, it's time to do a reform. So this is going to cost us a stability and what, 70 mandate? So we need to establish the Ahati. Now this is going to cost us 20% crown land, right? So we're going to go down to 16. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It is what it is. And not like I can do anything about it. I mean, what are we going to do? Not do the reform? We have to. They want us to. So we're going to do it. Maybe another first. I mean, we could, but then we push back even farther. To be fair, we gained 0.42 mandate, so it wouldn't be too long. And the more prosperity we get, the more mandate will grow. So, like, we could go for Madasis. Mend the Broken gives manpower recovery speed. Enlighten the Future gives +1 random candidate bonus. Empowering the Priesthood gives us a missionary, and all members get missionary strength. 5 cities of Keterata gives local dev cost reduction and local goods produced and statewide governing cost reductions. That's not too bad. We could go for the feed the land, exploit the land right now. Reign in the satrapies, we get minus 10% liberty desired from subject development. Pretty good. Or we can do one of the pyramid. We need the pyramid pretty early in the mission tree as well. I think we're just gonna do it though. We're just gonna do it though. Then I will stab up to 1. Again. We'll just accept that we're gonna lose. The maths, I guess. Hey, don't blame me, alright? I just gained 5% crown land. Don't ask me how. It just said we needed 20%. It didn't say we were going to lose it, but, you know. Yeah, we got the adventure land. Easy. The Ahati. Servants of the Sorrow, guardians of the people, protectors of honor, valor, and justice. This is just one way to describe the Ahati brotherhoods, who have since the times of Akhet the Bronze Dragon been organized into as an unrecognized yet highly skilled military order devoted to the lands of the Sorrow and its denizens. Are organized in a more militaristic Northern Brotherhood and a quasi-mercantile, quasi-martial Southern Brotherhood, they form a presence throughout the entirety of the lands of the Sorrow. They are extremely organized and employ a rather rigid hierarchy, which has given them a level of discipline rivaled by few. Yet none is judged or treated differently because of their birth, as the Ahati are the epitome of a meritocracy, a leftover from the occupation of the Sorrow by the Demarians, who the Ahati see as one of their primary influences. As such, they have seen many high-ranking leaders who came from the lowest of backgrounds, like Ramash the Clothless, who had lived as a beggar for years before joining the ranks as one of their best swordsmen, or Siek Foultaint, who started as a tanner for the Order before proving his worth as a skilled organizer. Another thing which sets the Order apart is their devotion to Akhet the Bronze Dragon. Akhet once ruled the Keteratan lands and praised those who showed honor and valor, something which the Ahati have woven into the fabric of their orders. They therefore do not really revere the Khet, and some even accuse them of being nothing more than a dragon cult with a veneer of Khetism as to prevent persecution. They do, however, put great importance in how the Steward of the Sorrow behaves. Whether the stewards show that they are worthy, honorable, and noble, they want the steward to be an example for all to follow through action, be devoted to the people and the lands they govern. These standards are to be met, or the Ahati may be provoked into action. Our employment of the Ahati will grant us a disciplined and professional fighting force, together with providing administrative and economic support if we so desire. They are a great boon to our nation, at a cost, that is. Glory will be ours, Keterata and Ahati together. Protectors of Katarata will be given to the Ahati. Can recruit Ahati. Allows Ahati in True Faith provinces. We get +1 Ahati max privileges. Aketa gets Ahati Brotherhood until the end of the game. -100% local missionary strength, +1 fort level, -100% local religious unity contribution, and 50% local garrison army damage. The Ahati gain 10% crown land, which brings us back down to 31, which is perfectly fine. That allows Ahati units, you spend mill to build them. They have +25% land maintenance, +15% shock damage, +50% reinforced cost, -10% morale damage received. Okay. Yeah. 0.27, 0.21. Got it. So we do want to build these for sure. Let me build them in True Faith. Let's build 20,000 of those. Not that we can afford it. Our economy is plummeted. We were making so much money, and now we're not. I don't know exactly what happened there, but okay. Dove cap. We could also hand out a bunch of things to the Ahati. Really good things. Yearly hedonism. That's great. Merchants. That's great. Trade power. That's great. Land leader, fire, and shock. That's great. Advisor cost. That's great. National unrest. That's cool. Ahati overseers. The residing subject reduction. That's great. I'm not giving them anything. They can sit there on 39% loyalty and cope and mauled and seethe. Unfortunately, I don't know what all I can do. I can give the clergy. It'll take us below 30% crown land, but it is what it is. We are like at our gov cap, and there's really not much we can do about it until we take this next admin idea. So we'll probably do that instead of finishing this, or admin tech. We'll take admin tech before the admin ideas, though it'll be less admin if I finish the idea group because we get tech cost reduction, but do need the gov cap real bad. Don't you need clergy slot for advisor? Yes. It's okay. We'll just have to do one of their diets. And that'll get us to +10, so it'll be fine. Rewind time? No. We just do whatever they want in the diet. It'll be good. I just saved. Okay, but what's the other option? Like, I don't take the gov cap? And I sit like 100 over my gov cap? Like, come on, we can't do that. Give it to nobles? The nobles have gov cap. The only person that doesn't have it right now is the clergy. Like, I have to do it. We can't do the mission right now anyways. It's fine. It's fine. Like, we still have to go and conquer all of Katarata. Nefiset, Korashesh, they need to die right now. Then we need to go to war with Irlium. We're going to take these two out first, though. Then Irlium. We take these three. Hopefully that weakens Irlium enough to where Brisson declares independence. Then Elisna in 96, 3 years. Need one promise from Ilium? No, I need two. Right? There was a mission that said I needed to own everything. Unless it was myself or owned by a subject. Okay. So I could just go full tributary on his ass here. But that risks Brisson not getting independent. But it is what it is. Is what it is. But we do definitely need this one. Should I go to war with Irlium first? Considering. If I can stop this core, Irlium will not have any cores on me, which is good. Can I threaten? No. Too strong. Too strong comparatively for that. He says, Got there just in time to deal with those rebels. Beautiful stuff. We are going to have some Shasoran rebels, but there's forts over there, so it's not a big deal. We can delete those mercs. I can't really afford them at the moment. Do I take this Diplotech? I don't see any reason why I wouldn't. No. Here are the Ahati. Air falls ill. Dude. No way. No way. Not beating the birding allegations. Not beating them. Okay, thank you. Every day. Every day I suffer. Every day the game freaking wants me to cry. Every day. Remember, we do have negative mandate right now, so we have less morale of armies. Keep that in mind. Monstrous rule. Bunch of money. I need to upgrade centers of trade. That's what I'll spend the money on after this war. Tributary is beset by pirates. So I can spend 380 crowns to get trade efficiency reduction for only 5 years compared to 10 years. Am I going to make that much money from 10% losses? Maybe. Probably not, but I'll do it anyways. What's mandate? 33. Trade cap is not in Catarata. I'm not going to waste the Diplo moving it. It'll get moved automatically when our capital gets moved through the mission, and we're only a couple years off. Yes, we collect less here than we would if we moved it, but I'm not going to be impatient. Just be a little bit more patient. Difficult thing for me, but we'll make it work. Rebels, Shasoran Separatists. We've got 20,000 guys here. Let's get you over here. This siege. Willing to hunt pirates. I do appreciate all the pirate hunting going on. Why is he so locked in? Did he drink medicine from a bottle? Yeah, I had my medicine today. I had my medicine today, so we're feeling pretty locked in. Is it time to satrapy Irlium? I think the answer is yes, it is. He's already cored this, though, so am I in a rush? Probably not. It could just be that I go to war with Elisna here. Well, there's no reason to do that. Elisna truce is up in about 1.5 years. Big Harklem? Ah, they took a bunch off of Farmhar. I should have turned them into a tributary already. Only I had the opportunity to do so. Elias's boats are dead, so we'll have no problem crossing. Do Elias first, gonna unlock the mission tree? Well, I have to do both of them. I have to do both, because I need this province too. Okay, dude, there are so... Look, this is free, man. It's all free. It's all so free, dude. It's so free to turn all of these guys into satrapy. Oh my goodness. Also, Jad's doing pretty well. We need to stop him. Because he might form the Jad Empire. And I don't really want him to. Also, Command did beat the Seer Rebellion. And one Shia has formed. Hello. A little bit of Shia gameplay. Only 9,000 troops, but, you know, they formed. Look, all of this is free. Oh, and I can see Canor now? That's unfortunate. I didn't want to see Canor yet. Wex is still the Emperor, but it looks like Pearl's Edge is about to yoink it. One Jad trip, 2 Raw trip, 3 Command trip. All problems solved. Well, all problems except for the fact they'll never be loyal. But other than that, yeah, all problems solved. No problem. How many reforms was that? 4. That's 4 reforms. They get 0.3 a month right now. There's a heretic prince. Who went Eulos? Oh, they did not go Eulos. Magisterium. Why are you Infernal Court? That's not good. You're supposed to be like the Regent Court guy to make sure that people are not doing bad magic. That doesn't really fit with the whole Infernal Court vibe you've got going on here, okay? Maybe you gotta lock back in. Eat a, what is it, Snickers? You're not yourself if you're hungry or whatever. You gotta get it all figured out. I'm tired of not getting the good ruler for the mission tree? Ah, that's valid. This won't change that, but that is valid. Also, Wex does have a coalition against... Yeah, quite a few people. But of course, Daddy Laurent's going to keep him protected. Bro. It's okay, Laurent. Eventually, I'll move up here, and then you can start playing the game. Nathalair too? Nathalairs also. Yeah, good point. Good point. Oh, now you're sure to start something you're too good for demon worshipping? Yes. Correct. Take all of that. Over our gov cap, I can choose a new rival. Laurent, you are my rival. I don't really want to rival Earlium. Let's upgrade. Center of trade, center of trade, center of trade. It's Azka Everin at war with Elisna and Akapar. They're still doing their investigations. Also, big Marblehead. There's no Bursardin chest. Bursardin chest is dead. Interesting. Okay. You. 14 days. We go to war. Have that negative morale. We're at 37 mandate, but it is what it is. Earlium. Declare war. Force satrapy. This will put me at war with Azka Everin, which is good. In we go. You need to go and fight them. Would love to get access through Elisna. When am I going to get access through Elisna? Next year? Okay, it'll be faster just to walk him around. Even though they'll give me access when I'm like right here. We're not going to take that. We're going to take tech so I can get the gov cap fixed. Move boats. I don't really... Well, we do need to move our boats out, actually. Who wants to be an admiral? We have to actually contest oceans. We can't have devastation and whatnot, so... Well, actually, I guess you already asked for leaders earlier, so sorry, get baited. Get baited. Absolutely baited. L bozos. Sorry. We already got leaders earlier. Boom. Ooh. We go again. Baited. Scammed. Your valuable points wasted. Metalback. Boom. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, I guess we go with the 1-1. Gross. Yeah, that'd do it. Yeah. Zero Navy tradition is something, huh? I don't know if I've ever had zero Navy tradition before. That's kind of impressive. Our boats have never left port. That's true. This is our first adventure. It's not gonna go well, I'm guessing. It's not gonna go well. Oh, man. Well, you know, actually, through the sheer power of having more galleys, we're gonna get there. It's that easy, dude. It's that easy. All right, get in there and repair. Funny. Tried your best. Hey, you did great. You did great. Expensive nap. One may attribute different adjectives to the race of Kets. Moody, mischievous, persistent, lazy. Those would not be the words used by the Ket worshippers who happen to revere one who has been sleeping for a month in the province of Atsmu. He positioned himself on a rocky bed of an important trade route leading there, and his existence there happened to flock in zealous worshippers of Ket. This amassing of people is blocking the land trade in the province as we speak, and merchants would like the steward to fix it. No. That's my answer. Let's grab the war goal. He's over here. He being Aska Evren. He is over there doing Aska Evren things. Is that the worst admiral possible? 1 pip? Yes. 1 siege pip? Yes. It is pretty impressive. Edelbeck, I'm proud of you for getting the the worst admiral you possibly could have. It is something. It is something. What does siege even do? I don't know. I'm gonna be so totally real with you. I only know that you want maneuver pips. That's it. That's all I know. Also, I did not send the cannons onto this siege. Also, I don't want my Ahati troops on the siege, because it's more expensive for them to reinforce. Laurent has announced me his arrival. Yeah, well, what's new? All right, did they build more than 17,000 troops now? Clockwork. Actual clockwork. Sees player, builds troops. Not even in conflict. Player rivalry, boom. Immediately. Must build up. Crazy. Crazy. Okay, Brisson is disloyal, so I don't need to fight them. Siege gets bonus if you have them next to a siege fort. Gotcha. Aska Evren is pieced out Elisna. Elisna truce up next year. You do have a lot of troops. I might want to consider bringing these 18,000 around. I still have to walk all the way around, but where it is. Each pip is 10% more dev blocked by the Navy. Build that, and now we need to try and build some courthouses. In you go. Yeah, I might be being too greedy with the mandate here. I think we'll be fine, though. Yep. But yeah, we do. Ouch. Ouch. Oh, we just took a lot of damage there. which shouldn't affect our morale. And it's not that much lower. It's like 1.5% lower right now. We just got bodied by elves. It just got bodied by elves. It just is what it is. Okay. Ouch. Ouch, 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 ouch. You guys want to walk behind? I'm fine with that. If you want to go to Shad Sur, you're more than welcome to. Ooh. Arzin is independent. Izel Mora forced Ryaz to give it up. Weird. More naval fights? Are they? You sons of guns. You stop with your silly little blockades. You're giving me devastation, and I don't appreciate it. Oh, they did a reform, so they spat out all land. Oh, I didn't realize that's how it worked. Okay, interesting. Well, that's good for me. And there goes our leader. That's all right. They were pretty old. We have a 524 in charge now, who is Prudent, which gives us an additional 0.05 mandate growth. We do want to stab up here for sure. Make sure we keep that positive stab rocking and rolling. You can try and sure that those rebels don't want to rise up. We have another 18,000 on the way. 5 months till I can declare war on Alizna. And then I can actually walk through here. Which is why I wanted to take these provinces in our last Alizna war, but we just didn't have the opportunity to do so. Get out of here! Stop! Stop! Go away. Ooh, do we take the heavy? Nice. Now we have a bunch of troops here. We should hopefully be threatening them. Let's pick off whatever navies I can. No boats. No boats allowed for you. Hey, I see you. I see you. He gets away this time. Go repair. Hey, radical reforms. Very nice. Very nice, very nice, very nice, very nice. Let's go ahead and say get out of here, both of you. Gain 200 of each of those monarch points. Then I'm going to grab this all power cost advisor and the trade advisor I do want back. That unlocks this Diplo-Tech, which gives us an additional 0.2 naval morale, which will make our boats even better compared to Ilium, which is great stuff. And now we're caught up on Diplo-Tech, which is awesome. And yeah, our tributaries are giving us a bunch of admin. Nice. You need to be placated. And I need to remarry you. So you're being sieged down quite a bit here. That's fine. Remarry them so that way their loyalty is all good. Haragsteda, how are you feeling? 36%? Yeah, I'll marry you as well. That'll be in just enough time for us to get our diplomat back and then declare war on Alizna. 241. Time to focus admin. Yeah, probably. Well, maybe not, right? Like, let's say we focus admin. Then what? We get through admin ideas faster. Real. But I'm not coring that much right now. Stabbing up is fair. I do want to get to stab 3 for more mandate growth. Yeah, we probably should stab. We should focus this. I'm just thinking that I do want to do a bunch of Diplo dev, so There's that. And I need tributary and this province here. 105 aggressive expansion. Yeah, it'd be like that. Ilium is very large. Maybe I should have just gone for a claymore. Worst case, you buy down your inflation. Real. Real. $20,000. You'll get there on the 6th, and you will get there on the 3rd. You to get there on the 6th as well. There's a truce with Elisna, who does have a war wizard, but it does not matter. We will declare war for Elisna proper. These troops are going to go and take it, and we're not going to be stopped this time. We have the boats. Konolkhatep. We have the boats. This time, they do have 2% discipline on us, but we do have a slight morale advantage. Same tactics, though. They are cut up on Miltech. Reinforce with you. Okay, I mean, we're taking losses, but we can afford the losses. They can't. They're your independence. Come on. I believe in you. Seize your destiny. Victory or death. Victory or death. We're going to walk up here. We're going to keep sieging. Then there's just one more fort that Ilium has in the north that we'll actually have to take. Walk. Walk feet. Walk feet across. Stack wipe Elisna. Built all these boats. And for what? For what? Protecting prosperity is the answer. More quality copper. That's another one of those pulse events. 2-year pulse events. Yep, I will get that promote culture cost. I'd love to grab that discipline. That'd be great. How's tribute maxing? Pretty good. We're about to get another big tributary here. There is that mission that wants us to raid coasts. Where is that one? Where was that mission? Was it after this one? Yeah. So we don't want to go after Marblehead or Abdel Tunger. I need a fleet of 60. I need 10 shipyards. Is that what I'm really about to spend my money on? Oh, man. Oh, man. Why is Wex more than Everthill? Oh, because Buslar's going after him. He took a couple of provinces. That's cool. When my truce with these guys is up, I do need to take the rest of Deshak. And with my navy, we might be able to try and land on Everthill. Who knows, though? You know, they've lost most of their boats at this point, so there's probably a chance. Also, I do know that Ilium has troops in here somewhere. Hey! Devastation. What new mission trees have we tried? Well, I don't know, because I played some of the mission trees on the GitHub version, but as for when the full update came out, we've only played Vangheim. This is the second one. Well, you know, we haven't really done many of the missions. But this time it's not my fault. Okay? This time, I'm not like slowing down and trying to greed for something crazy. I'm actually trying to do what I'm supposed to do, but I just haven't gotten there yet. We can go for claims bordering claims. Fine. We could start our golden age. Weekend declares war on Arzen. That's fine. There goes more boats. Go here. Can I just... I think we just start walking up now. Local barracks. Oh. The Ahati have in the last years grown exponentially. Many young men join their ranks and many more desire to do so. This has led the Ahati needing more space for housing and training. They have therefore proposed the building of barracks in Ron Zortos to house both their cadet soldiers and personnel alongside ours. They think that there is much to be won from having the Ahati and regulars live, work, and train together. They will pay the cost of the building in exchange for future favors. Hey, Battistino, how you doing? Yeah, that's fine. 10 prestige for barracks. I have to pay half of. Think about only taking the land you need and a big donation from cash of Ilium. Can't do it, unfortunately, because we used the Satrapy CB, so we have to do it. It won't take that much longer. A 246. I don't think that air is gonna make it, guys. Don't think that air is gonna make it. My base game time has changed me? What? How? How has it changed me? In what way? In what way of me going, I can't do it because I'm not allowed to do it? Has that changed me? I just can't do it physically. Not allowed. 12 mana air, 9 worth considering. Oh yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I have become much more brutal with my disinheriting. That's real. I sure have. If you're not at least like a 4/4/4, you die. That's it for you. It's Jover. I'm disinheriting you immediately. No hesitation, no regrets, no feeling bad. Maybe the air should have been 15 mana air. Hey, maybe even 16, You claim to be average, and yet I don't remember asking for an average air. I remember asking for a goated air. So, maybe, just maybe, you should be better. And then you live, huh? Consider this. The 12 total? Yeah, but I don't want a 6 mil and 2 admin. That don't work too good for me. I need more admin points. I mean, like, I guess we could. What do you mean you don't want to peace out? Oh, so it's not a full annex. That's fine. I don't care. Give me less money. Pour all that up. Boom. Who do I start as? Konolkhatep. Wish I used a different CB. Here we are. Teaching down a mountain fort. Okay, Brisson. Anytime... Okay, Wex does get reelected. He somehow convinced people to reelect him. Anytime you want to do that thing... Devastation of -0.1. Oh, yeah, I did take a bunch of devastation here. And I do have to build a fort. Well, no, wait, that devastation shouldn't count, right? I guess I have devastation over here, too. That is in a state. So I'll need to core it up, and then I need to build a fort in Bagsum Sudat. Brisson, don't you want to declare your independence, man? Think about it. Think about being free. I'm going to have to siege him down. $10,000 troops. I don't really want to fight, though. I don't think I have much of a choice. I'd love to build GovCat buildings, but instead I'm building shipyards. Tier 6, Deliberative Assembly. We could go for Aristocratic Court for more Diplo rep and improved relations, more favor growth. Or we can go General Estates, though that lowers Ahati loyalty even more and gives estate influence, so I should probably not do that. But calling the Diet no longer increases influence. That could help us revoke the privilege from the clergy a little bit easier. Though actually they're loyal enough right now if I just let them sit there. Then does it increase because all estates get +5 or +10? I don't know. So is it only a +5 for the Ahati? Right. Well, I don't really need aristocratic court, though the improved relations is kind of nice to help offset being a Gnoll. You know what I mean? Because our improved relations is 29%. We do lose a bit because of our overextension, but we lose 15% from being Gnollish. And opinion is a big way to keep these guys loyal, though right now, most people are already pretty loyal, is the thing. But maybe it's not that big of a deal. I guess we'll just go general estates then. Holy admin mana? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We want the admin points. Oh, and there's a new Catarch as well. So, new Catarch, we get +1 monthly mill power. And we can choose a new teaching. Oh, tech cost -5% or liberty desire and subjects -10%. I guess there's also ship trade power if I really wanted to waste my choice. Yikes, those are both really good. Those are both really, really good. I do love me -5% tech cost. But if I go for the Liberty Desire, we could get larger tributaries, which will give us more monarch points in general. You only think they're good if you were Del Cava, this year's admin efficiency? Okay, well, we can't all be like God specialist boy, all right? We can't be Anbennar specialist boy and just be absolutely busted in every single capacity like Dalkaba and Eliket, all right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm not him. Literally what you did. I know. It's good. Liberty, you get plenty of monarch points. I don't think there's such a thing as plenty of monarch points, by the way. But I see your point. And if I just stack Liberty Desire, I think it'll be really useful. So I'm going to go for the Liberty Desire in subjects. Even though tech cost reduction is very nice. Very nice, very nice. Very nice. I want to go snap Busalar ASAP, by the way. I would like to snap up Busalar, don't get me wrong. But they're allied to Tellum, so I don't know if I can beat them. I don't know if I'm him. Also, I'd like to snap up all of Bulwar and all of Sarhal before I turn on Canor, preferably. The Desire not that good? Well, we'll see, I guess. Button clicked. Oh, rats. That's not what I wanted to happen. We got a blockade Brisson here. First, I gotta keep sinking these boats. I don't know where they keep getting these boats from. Do they just keep building them? Just over and over again? We're actually not that far away from being able to convince this guy to peace out. We have maxed out on mill points. And infrastructure there. Do a 21 development for now. I need to get their ally out of this war. If I can convince Aska Evern to leave, I think we'll just be done. They've got a bunch of rebels in the south now that I don't want to fight them. They're not my rebels. That's an Earlium problem. If I take Brisson, they might also accept it as well. Each of these occupations has given us a pretty decent chunk of war score. It's not too bad. I hate how big he got, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I've been blockaded. Son of a biscuit, man. Can you not? Can we not do this? There's a mountain. I'm gonna move you. Oh, cool. They can't reinforce there. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. You come back down here. I will grab that stab cost, and we also gain the Gnollish Ahati. When the Gnollish rulers first became chosen of the Ket, they attempted to maintain many of the ancient traditions of Kedarata to appease their human subjects. Among these were the Ahati, the merchant warriors that served as the warrior caste of the Kedaratan people. While the Ahati were traditionally a human institution, the growing population of Gnolls throughout Kedarata soon began establishing their own brotherhoods. The rivalries between the traditional Ahati and the new Gnollish groups would spark an era of renewed militancy among the merchant warriors as they competed against one another for lucrative trading contracts, land rights, and the favor of the imperial house. 5% discipline. Nice. Nice. Okay, there's the spy network on Jad. There's the siege of Brisson. The thing is, Brisson's never going to become independent now. That, and let's go ahead. We grab our one province we need. We turn him into a subject. We get a bunch of money. And we peace out. Boom. Now everybody in Bulwar hates me, but you can, in fact, complete some missions. And yeah, he is disloyal, but for right now, he does have to give me 10 admin points every year. Got the land next to Tlucht? It's fine. It said it could be owned by a subject, right? I know it's in my state, but like, yeah, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Right? I'm not crazy. It did say that it can be owned by a subject. I don't remember where it was. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. No way. That's so stupid. That's actually so stupid. That's a stupid mission requirement. I'll say that. Tell me that I have to take all of the Kedarata region before one of the random AIs decides to colonize here is kind of dumb. I guess we just gotta go take it from Busalar somehow. I guess. I don't know how else we're gonna do it. War and burn it? Well, I don't have a CB is the problem. And I can't get one. Like, there's no way for me to get a CB on Busalar. Oh, I have claims on claims. So let me pull back from both of these, and we'll start to build on Eberthil. We'll make a claim on Stonegaze, and then I guess I get a claim on Lion's Pass, and I declare war on Busalar, and I have to fight the Emperor? I guess? Like, yeah, it could have been worse. It could have been in the Empire, but still. Can I even take that province? Yeah, it should be in my colonial range. It should be. It will be. After this Diplotech. Oh, that's so frustrating, man. That is so frustrating. All right, well, let's do what missions we can. Land of Gnolls. The riches of the sorrow are endless, making the deserts, drylands, and savannas Gnoll-kind used to call home look like wretched wastelands. In the past, Gnolls ruled these fertile lands, but instead of turning them into their homeland, they razed and burned them, all in pursuit of the fleeting and cursed power offered by demons. No longer are we blinded by hellfire and charged with the chains of demonkind. The sorrow, Keterata, these blessed lands, they are our home now. From here, we will build a brighter future for Gnoll-kind. We gain 20 mandate. Keterat becomes the new capital, and Keterat gains 2 base manpower and adds Gnollish minority size. Boom. We can redo our trade a bit here. We need to transfer trade here instead of collecting in the Mother Sorrow. I probably should keep pulling out of the Ket lands, though. No. I should definitely pull out of Brisson instead. Land of Konolkhatep. Men and Gnoll united as one, under the blessed guidance of the Ket. That is the founding principle of Konolkhatep, the first true Gnollish empire. A bringer of civilization, not a rampaging horde of savages. A land of unity and prosperity, not of suffering and demons. Gnoll-kind is finally free from the chains of the Jazab cult and the Kavangaga, and the humans of Keterata have too been freed from both the oppression of the raids and the ignominy that their foolish rulers had sunk them into. All Ketist and Halan, Neraketist and Eleketist alike rejoice at the glorious rise of Konolkhatep. Keterata has been freed, and soon all of Halan will be too. For 25 years, we get +3 tolerance of heretics. The event Empire of Gnoll-kind happens. Despite the fact that the histories of Gnoll-kind and Keterata have always been closely interconnected, until very recently, the idea of Ketist Gnolls seemed almost absurd to most. Eleket blessed the Medawin with his protection millennia ago, but the fools kept their primitive beliefs instead of embracing the truth of his worship. Kra even dared raid the Sorrow and enslave its people, and things only became worse with the rise of the demon worshipper Rakor, and later the first Jazabine, and the hundreds of fools and wretches that would continue her demonic legacy. Truly shameful it is how close our people have been to the source of enlightenment for generations, and how our ancestors shunned it in pursuit of temporal gain and power. No more. The light of Ketism has finally reached our hearts, and soon it will reach the hearts of all Gnoll-kind. Those that dare reject it shall find nothing more than defeat and death. No more demons, no more false goddesses, no more lies, no more blindness. Our people shall be unified in worship, worship of Eleket, worship of his blessed mother Niraket, and of course worship of the divine Ket. Our empire is a holy one, blessed by these godly beings that walk Halan with us. The Awan Nefek, the Gnollish dynasty, now rules the great Keterata and will do so for all eternity. The errors and sins of those that came before us will be erased by the immense glory we will bring to this beautiful land. With the blessing of the Ket and the support of the people of the Sorrow, we will bring enlightenment to all of Gnoll-kind, whether they want it or not. Fools are those that say that cats and dogs cannot get along. Cats and dogs. We get Gnolls of the Sorrow, Tier 1 government reform. We are fixed to Empire rank, we have a fixed dynasty, prohibits switching government type, uses hedonism, cannot expel or purge humans. We gain 0.75 yearly army tradition, 2% missionary strength versus heathens, minus 50% promote culture cost. We get claims on the Akasik, West Salahad, and Gol regions, subjugation CB on Viakok and Bertucka. Very, very nice. So, yes, I do have a CB on Busalar, and we can go and burn this down. If we're fast. Let's build 2 troops over here. They're going to get there fastest. Because we do kind of just need to get over there and burn it. And then I can complete this mission immediately. Or I can just snag it. It's almost done. New government reform. Oh, we get a new tier 2 government reform. What did we lose? Didn't it give us another? Oh, man. We only have a base of +1 monarch points now. Oh. Yeah, we lost the mandate one. Dang it. Our hedonism's going down. We have 78 mandate. We're almost to the point where we can do this mission, so I need to give out those reforms. We'll have to wait a little bit on the clergy to make that happen. That's all right. Not a huge deal. We can complete our tribe, though. And I gotta go get everything in the Akasik region. I need 5 privileges granted to the Ahati. So you're telling me I can't just give them nothing? Fine. Let's give them... I mean, I wouldn't mind getting the extra merchant, to be honest with you. Do we have a unique, though? We do? For tier 2? Dominance hierarchies. Each tributary subject above 50 development will now grant us 3% government reform progress. Minus 20% stab cost modifier, minus 10% liberty desire in subjects. Pretty good. We'll take it. Now they're all pretty dang loyal, and I'm starting to wish I took that tech cost. But it's fine, it's fine. Okay, our tribe. The demon's maw, the reforged spirit, the fallen sun's light, whatever our prophetic beginnings, we now stand at the sorrow's crossroads. Our pack has fought wars and brokered peace, lashed lessers and loved equals, traded with and tyrannized neighbors and foes alike. Yet amid our long travails, we have done something that thought no more than a dream for Gnolls throughout history, subsuming the great Katarata. Not merely subjugating an Kurdamic dynasty, demanding tribute from its cat-living priests, or cowing the humans within. We stand on the sorrow's banks and call it home. As the flames of war dampen to an ashy calm, the question swells in our minds like the river before us. What kind of home will this be? We gain 15 prestige, and we get +1 yearly prestige until the end of the game. Boom. Alright, Ahati, what do you want? Let's grab... I don't want to give up Crown Land. I want that merchant. We could support a brotherhood. Ahati Commanders is pretty good. There's not going to be a way for me to keep them under 50 influence, is there? I know that we need to do that. Is a hegemon. Okay, casual. Casual become a hegemon, then missions expand. All right. All forest possible. I need lessons of Akhet stewardship reform and lessons of Demaria stewardship reform. I need crown land at least 50% or influence less than 50. Okay. That's not too bad. We can make that happen. Or 5 agendas from the Ahati. Oh, I just need one of them. Gotcha. Okay. Well, 1, 2, 3. I need to give them 2 more. We could go for advisor cost reductions. That costs crown land. Yearly hedonism lowers their loyalty, though. But can you start read the sense one of the following? I just skip it because, like, it's like I'm reading what I need to do, and so I just skip one of the following because I don't care about one of the following. My brain goes, what is it that I actually have to do? And so I just skip the you don't have to do all of it part. Okay, Guardians and meritocratic recruitment. There we go. And now we can compromise with dragons. Everyone knows that the Ahati hate two things above all: foreign conquerors and Gnolls. Indeed, these noble military and mercantile brotherhoods have been our staunchest opposition since we established our rule over this sorrow. They pray for the day their draconic god burns our pelts to ashes and human rule is restored in the sorrow. Suffice to say, that is not happening. For the shared prosperity of Keterata, we must cooperate and put old quarrels aside. Surely we can make these compromises easier to swallow if we grant them some concessions and help develop their mercantile infrastructure. Koroshesh and Nairat get a Haughty merchants until the end of the game for 10% local trade power. Every owned Aketas province except for Aketa will convert to our religion. This may provide additional benefits against future complications, whatever those could be. Decapitate the Cleaver. Sur Mountain, Scarpix, Tlucht, and Grixker area are all owned by us. And that's, of course, Tlucht. Tlucht fashioned herself Cleaver of Realms for her triumphs against the proud elven kings of Bulwar. A powerful and fearsome wizard, she unified the many minor Sandfang packs of the Sur Mountains and became a nightmare for the Bulwari. Her realm and her legacy will soon be cleaved in return, however, as our glorious legions march into Bulwar. No kind will rule these lands indeed, but only under the righteous stewardship of Konolkhatep. Tlucht the Cleaver. Since the days of Rockor, Bulwar has spent centuries and centuries under Gnollish rule, be it Suriel worshipping Sun Crown kingdoms or zealously Shazov cultist Sandfang packs. The Sun Elf conqueror Jahair thoroughly liquidated any semblance of Gnoll supremacy on these lands, pushing the bitter Sandfang remnants to the mountains and deserts. However, after the Phoenix Empire crumbled, many Gnolls would try to seize the opportunity to restore their fondly remembered lordship over the Bulwari. One such Gnoll was Tlucht, Cleaver of Realms, a powerful mage who swiftly unified the local packs of the Sur Mountains, from the flail queens of Jixabix to the cruel slavers of Grahaga, and even the Sun-Crown ruled pack of Zavakal. With her magic and her army, she slew a call of Zanjap, humiliating the elven wizard Karadir in a duel, and subjugated the proud city of Bulwar. After these victories, she undertook a series of reforms, trying to forge a kingdom strong enough to outlast her and consolidate solid Gnollish rule over Bulwar. Suffice to say, we put an end to these delusions. The legacy of that wretched witch and her supposedly reformed armies were no match for the legions of Konolkhatep, and it is now clear that her victories were owed simply to the pitiful state of the Sun Elven and Bulwari kingdoms. Solid Gnollish rule over Bulwar? Of course, but only from the hand of the mighty Konolkhatep could such a thing come to be. The deep spiritualism of the Sandfang shall no more be wasted worshipping demons or dead sun gods. Under the blessing of the Ket, we will succeed where they spent generations failing, and cement our rule over the lands of the sun. The question is, should we absorb the Sandfang Gnolls directly into Konolkhatep, forever erasing the old packs of the Sur Mountains, or should our emperor take the crown of Tlucht and grant the Cleaver of Realms a degree of autonomy? It will be absorbed. We inherit Tlucht. We gain 10 unrest in those provinces. We gain 30 mandate. And until the end of the game, we get minus 5% core creation cost. Or we can make them a junior partner. And our new subject will give us +1 diplomatic relations slot as long as they are our personal union. That's crazy. 30 mandate? Am I going to get that mandate for every single one of them? And you want me to personal union them? I mean, we're going to have GovCap problems, but... Inherit? No, you were saying that like the Southern Gnolls to personal union, but I don't know. 30 mandate, I can supercharge. We can get like 2 reforms done, which is crazy. You have a beat stick? But I'm the beat stick. I go beat people. I see what you mean. I can't hold all the land. That sounds like quitter talk. And probably true, because then I have to build forts everywhere, and I can't really afford to do that right now. I want the mandate. They will be absorbed. Boom. Get absorbed, bozos. Part of me wants to concentrate, but it's not very efficient for me to do so. Hey, I'll do it here, though. Then I can release Zaka as a vassal whenever we need to do the Zaka one. I'm going to take all of Akasek. I do have 80 stuff there, though. Left side. Ah, okay, so I do need to go and do a reconquest war against Jad. I do need to do that. And I need to go to eradicate the splinter or whatever. So we got to declare war on Bulwar. We got to get over here and destroy that. So these troops don't need to go very far because they're going to... be fighting in Kenor. We're not going to get a... I'm just going to seize this because... Well, no. Yes. And then I hope that this gets filled in because I need the ticking war score. Yeah, we got the merchant. So I'm going to send him to back down here. You see it, no more silly Kenorians will go there. Also true. We have 100 mandate, by the way. So I should do a reform. Now, reforming right before I fight the Emperor doesn't sound like a great idea, all things considered. But I have 100 mandate, and therefore I click the button. It really is that simple. I'll need to build a fort up here. I'll need to probably delete this fort, build one in Akaz, and another like Jixabix or something. Pyramids, maybe? Well, we do need the pyramids somewhat soon. But before we need the pyramid, well, it's on the same tier as this one. We could go for Lessons of Akhet and Lessons of Demaria. Or Lessons of Demaria. I need Diplo Rep of at least 2. That gives me Reform Progress growth. This would give our Ahati regiments 5% discipline. And 20% recover army morale speed. The other option would be to go for the Great Pyramid. What's my Diplo rep at right now? Minus 8.1. Oh, we have Annex Subject. Nice. Gone in 1503. Let's go Pyramid, and then we'll go for Demaria afterwards. I want Demaria more than I want a cat. So let's go ahead and build the Great Pyramid of Elakhet. The Tomb of Elakhet is of great importance to the Keteradan people, and erecting a large pyramid above it in reverence of him would be a great asset to earn the support of the populace and the respect of those beyond as well. Menin Skater, thank you for the follow, and Red Black, thank you for the follow as well. I missed you there. What does this do, though? I mean, it doesn't really matter because the mission tree demands that I build it. But, like, what does it actually do? Being a pyramid is the first step of being a legal lich. Well, I do love being a legal lich. Alright. Great Pyramid of Elakhet. Boom. Boom. Sounds good. Sounds great. Also, when we take out Busalar, this province... Frick. It's fine. We'll get mandate by integrating other people. I couldn't wait for it anyways. Like, we still have to wait for the clergy to hit their max. Not max. We have like 5 more loyalty from the clergy, then we can do a clergy privilege. It'll be fine. I can't do the mission right now anyways. I'll be able to do the Ratuka one, but I won't be able to do the Viacok one. I need to go to war with Eberthil for that. And we are close to being able to do so. And Verd would not currently join. We could just go multi-track gaming here. That's probably what we should do. Declare here while Vern won't join. And we declare on Busalar next month. Maybe look at the pyramid. We may. We may look at the pyramid. ¿Dónde está la pyramid? It's building. Oh, I see. Does it tell you the province it's in, though? There it is. It'll be done in 1509, so 10 years. At level 1, it gives 0.01 mandate growth. Must be in Kedis religion group or Dalkaba. And at level 3, you gain missionary strength, mandate growth 0.05. Enacting Steward reforms will refund stability cost. Okay. Those troops almost done. They're getting there. Been paused, so it's not really a fair question of if they're almost done or not. What is Dalkaba? That is the religion that the new Wanderers eventually get up here. They're technically in the Kenorian religion group because they are. Okay? They just are. But they can do a lot of the benefits from the Ket stuff. I like how Ket means the city, the gods, the region, and the religion. It's a lot of Kets. It's Kets all the way down. Him going this way is probably the worst thing that he could do. A bare minimum. Today, when Zaba was washing her face, she received a peculiar note. Oh, right. They wants to be naked. That's fine. Be naked. It doesn't matter. Busalar. Now the hope is we grab this, we steal it, and then we just eventually white piece them. I don't actually want to spend forever fighting these guys. That would suck. Yeah, coalition. It's not actually going to fire, though. It's fine. Come on, man. They're actually screwing me over. Ooh. If he burns that, I'll take it. I'll take it. I do need my boats ready to attack people, so let's bring them back into port. We're about to max out on mill tech. Mill points. So if I wanted to do some development, now would be the time. Do 25. We do need to possibly consider building buildings down here, or just getting these provinces to 15 development. That works as well. Not turned down, just doing a bunch of mill dev down here and making these provinces a little bit better. And we don't have access. What are the navies looking like? 3 heavies. Okay, well, first of all, delete this heavy. I don't want it. Second of all, delete that light ship. I don't want it. Then come over here because we have a shipyard here. We can repair faster. Yes, yes, yes. You're all mad. You all think that, you know, I've somehow wronged you in some way. Everthill has occupied this. We're going to move over to it. Yes, yes, yes. I know, I know. You're all feeling real confident right now. It's fine. You'll become my subject soon enough. Don't worry about it. We need 60 ships. I know we need 60 ships, which means we should not have any heavies whatsoever. That's what that means. Because we're probably going to need to go over our naval force limit a bunch. Which means you want cheap ships. So transports and galleys. That's how it goes. You guys can just sit in here. Everthil has all of his troops down here. I mean, that's fine. They are Tech 8. Most of these are Napes Bay troops. Go deal with them. I cannot seize the colony because it's not inside our colonial range. But I do have it occupied, and that's what matters. I can't take it. It's okay. Ooh, right. We have low mandate. Careful about picking fights. We got to make sure that we're having enough troops to not get rolled. Okay, we'll fight you. Fight you. Unfortunately, not get the stack wipe. Will. To have a Montek. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna be like this, huh? Monstrous rule, though. Okay, now you're dead. Well, no, because you had that one troop built. Frick! Okay, now you're dead. Boom. Rewarding loyalty. 800 ducats. Ooh. No. Why do you demand so much? What do you mean rewarding loyalty? You're just supposed to be loyal. That's how it works. I'm in charge. You are loyal. Boom. Easy math. Easy, easy, easy math. You don't get rewarded for doing what you're supposed to do. Duh. Everybody knows that. Lysna, and let's build a fort. Put it here. To get rid of devastation. No, don't do that, Ozo. Well, no, just do it. Just take the loan. Just take the loan. Someone will pay it off at some point. It's fine. Where am I about to have rebels? I'm about to have rebels in a lot of places. You can go and be ready to fight those rebels. You need to go and fight Elysna rebels. Go to run with Abdel as on with localization. Nice. All these shippies in. Here's select rebels. I'm just waiting for them to get access, but maybe they won't. Let's improve with subject countries and wait, I guess. Yeah. Wait now. Irlium because we're on Kumarkand. See, I don't want Irlium to be able to keep getting larger. Come on, man. We'll grab that autonomy change reduction. Here's more boats. More boats, more boats, more boats, more boats. There's the Elysnan rebels. I can swap a general over to you real quick. You can step back to where you have some supply. We're going to have some Shasoran rebels, so let's make sure we're ready to deal with those. Eberthil, I want these 4 provinces. The Shack is independent now. Okay. Well, that's good. I could jump over here. Could grab the gold mine. I don't know if I want to, though. Is the thing. Do I have any provinces that aren't in the Ket religion group to convert? I do, technically, actually. Out here. I just don't have much missionary strength. Ooh. We also have all of the Tluck stuff that I inherited. Let's not forget about that. Get those converted. Thank you. I completely forgot about that. We have 37 galleys. That's pretty good. A pretty overwhelming number of galleys, all things considered. They won't let me take that because I don't have it occupied. No one's going to care if I take this stuff. Raid coast available? I know it's available. Guess there's no reason not to raid these guys unless, again, if I want to ever have them as a subject, raiding them is a mistake. Okay, we're already obliterating his navy, so his reinforcements don't matter. We did lose 5 galleys there, but all in all, it's a pretty good naval fight. I do need this Diplotech to piece out of this war. So, we're going to be waiting for a while. Not the Eberthil one. The Eberthil war I can piece out of whenever. Ooh, and then if I core these up, then maybe I don't need the tech. Grab all those, and I can do that. And now we can fulfill End the Scourge. The Corsairs of Viakok have long tormented both the lands of Akasik they rule and the shores of the Divenhall they raid. Among the most fervent Jazab cultists of Halan, these Gnolls foolishly believe that the wretched powers their demonic masters grant them make them invincible. Grzaka already proved this to be a lie when she slayed Viakok X, but their accursed dynasty continues tormenting the seas of Halan, seas that now belong to us. Let us drown them in the seas they claim to scourge. GovCap, we are 100 under GovCap. One Farms does, in fact, need the Ek Estate, but that's the colonist one, which I'm not as worried about. Let's click it. The Corsair kings of Viakok once ruled vast expanses of savanna across Svenguala and the southern Salahad. Crushingly defeated by the Pyreclaw armies of Grzaka, the Sea Scourge fled to the mountain lands of Akasik. There, they slaughtered and enslaved both the Akasi humans and the local Stonewing Harpies, with thousands ending their days in the demonic pyres or tirelessly toiling under brutal slavery. As terrible and cruel was their rule in the lands of the mountain worshippers as were their raids across all shores and seas of the Divenhall. Even the haughty nobles of Anbennar soon learned to fear these demonically enhanced pirates, for they brought only death and chains on board of their dreaded ships. But as our legions marched in Akasik, these wretched pirates found themselves outmatched on land and sea. Their ships sunk, their slaves under new management, and their wretched demonic worship stopped once and for all. Fallen are too the old realms of Akasik, their mountain mother failing to protect them yet again, as it did when Eliket slayed their storm queens. Eka, Kasa, Deshak have been saved from vile demon worship, but Gnollish rule was an inevitability for these lands. Indeed, they should be grateful that it is our benevolent and glorious empire that has finally subjugated them. Many kings there were who wore the name of Viakok and cursed pirates and warlocks that lot of them were. Today, the last one of this cursed line is finally sleeping with the fishes, and Konolkhatep stands proud as the sovereign of all the people of Akasik, Gnoll, human, and harpy alike. The piratical expertise of the Sea Scourge Gnolls that have now joined our ranks will surely be invaluable for our navy. The question is, should we absorb these former corsairs directly in our empire, placing the lands of Akasik under our direct control, or should our emperor take the crown of Viakok and grant the scourges of all seas a degree of autonomy? Clergy thing now? Well, no, it won't increase their influence, will it? I mean, we might as well. The clergy want 4 admin dev on this province. Go. And that makes the clergy loyal. And now we can revoke What do we take away from the clergy? Oversight, I guess? There's no reason for us to have oversight. It doesn't really do much. Ministers? Gives me cheaper missionary maintenance cost, but I am rich, so. And then, hold on. Let's make the decision, then we'll do the rest of that. They will be absorbed. We gain 30 mandate. We inherit them. We get 10% galley combat ability until the end of the game. Or a new crown. And we turn them into a personal union. If I inherit them, I can immediately snag this from Bucelar. Thing is, it's not great land. It's kind of bad. But yeah, the star doesn't connect here. The trade does not flow towards us. It flows into Evertho. Can you transfer the occupation? Not of a colony. Once it's done, then maybe, yeah. It is lots of navy. That's true. How many boats do they have? They have 19 boats. I guess it's closer to 60. It's also 24,000 troops, 25,000 troops that I would immediately inherit. I delete those cav though. We can't really afford them. Line going across the coast. Oh, you're so right. It does flow into the Mother Sorrow. Yeah, okay, then we definitely want to absorb them. It's also 30 mandate. So we're now up to 71 mandate. Boom. It's gonna cause gov cap issues. Is the thing. It will. And we do have to build forts up here. There are no forts. I don't think I want to state it up yet until I've built forts. Gold mine? There is a gold mine. Government capacity was made to be broken. Amen. And now I seize this colony. Plus 10 a year, but it's almost done. And then I can eradicate the Splitter. The pack of Bertucca Splitter of Sands was always notorious for their fanatical loyalty to their leader, even after her wounds led her to become nothing more than a dead husk. Legions of Gnolls remained wholly devoted to their rotten carcass. Certainly admirable, but it does not save them from the reckoning we bring. We rule the sands now, and none shall split them without our consent. We will give this pack a new leader to devote themselves to, one truly worthy of such honor. Okay, well, here's the thing. We have 70 mandate. We have 70 stewardship. And we're going to be in this war for a while. And don't I have to be at peace to do a reform? It doesn't say we have to be at peace. It doesn't say we have to be at peace. Mandate 71.64. Coast rating range +3. Interesting. We do need to do the lessons of Demaria, preferably for that reform progress growth. But I need 2 Diplo rep for that, and our overextension's not going to help. And we really need annexed subjects to go away. That's not going to go away for 2 years. We could just hold this mission, wait until we get to 80 mandate, do a reform, drop to 0, or drop to 10 mandate, and then click the button and bump back up to 40. That's probably a better use of our mandate. You need 1? Yeah, I know. I know I only need 1. I want this one. I don't want Lessons of a Cat. Well, I do, but I would rather have the reform progress growth right now than the discipline. We don't really need the discipline. It's only for the Ahati regiments, too. Which, you know, they're probably also, we're going to lose them when the rebellion happens. So, I want this. So yeah, I think we wait on the mission. Can we do the one afterwards? We can. I don't know what their bonuses are, but it's probably not worth it. We gotta wait. I do need to build a courthouse in Golkora. I can do that. And I can pay off that loan. And now we just wait, I guess. They gave me a bunch of troops. What's my income at right now? 11. Well, now I need to consider moving a merchant here to pull this trade instead of here. But we're pulling 5 ducats from the Ket Highlands. Technically, this guy is also pulling trade, but he does not have anywhere close to as much trade power as I do. Protect this fort defense. Korzik is 10% move speed. It's pretty nice. It's not like a emergency thing, though, where we absolutely need to do it right now. You need to make your way back here. I need 3 more shipyards. And only a couple more boats. I have a heavy. Gross. We gotta get rid of the heavy. What is that? Freaking 40... 47... 56, 58, 50. I need transports anyway. Just build 10 transports. Okay, build 2 transports for now. That works too. And then I need to delete that heavy. I'd rather just build more boats. Get that shit out of here. We can't afford it. And I don't need transports because actually we already got 10 transports from there. So cancel those boats and build galleys. Ban mandate and get the mandate spikes. Right, but what I'm saying is, like, technically we're wasting 1 mandate if I do it now. Which is a silly thing to be worried about, but it is something I'm still worried about. I'm going to delete these 7,000 cavalry. That's going to save me multiple ducats a month. I don't need to pay for those. We still have some cabs, so it's fine. We need to build the shipyards first. Oh, they all have to be built no matter what. Okay, that's a lot more forts that we have to build too. Luckily, we don't need forts on these inner states necessarily. We do need forts on all of these and also on these islands, which kind of sucks. Or we just have to accept that, you know, we'll take some losses there. Punch Jad for money. Oh, it is tempting. Oh, it is tempting. We could turn right now and go fight Jad. He's Tech 6. We could take Tech 9 early and then absolutely obliterate Jad, and there's not much he could do about it. And that would probably be the best idea. We do have to release Zaka. Yeah, we have to be at peace. Do I take any land from Eberthil? I don't think so. Not right now. I'm just going to take 15 ducats. I'm going to piece them out. Hussar's at minus 12. We go and blockade him. There's that. You still have 3 heavies out there. Ilium is declaring war on Gelkalis. Don't love it, man. I don't love it. Ilium might become disloyal again. We might have to break him up. I was at minus 9. I'm gonna go ahead and raid here. A little bit of cash. Then I can build another shipyard. Nope, not yet. Oh, yeah, I can. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. But yeah, we'll feed Zaka, and then we'll We'll take money. Yes. We don't want Jad as the subject. That would be a bad idea. Do go home while at war so you don't get sniped. There's early mill tech. I will take it. We'll upgrade to offense. Skullcross Ravagers. Let's get on the border with Jad. Just so we're ready to rock and roll. Where are those rebels? Jixabix, Shisora. You stay here. We have people in this area. Do I have that government fund that gives extra free points from tributary? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Come on, Busalar. Oh, we're also paying 4 ducats a month for this colony. I don't want to move these troops away. I'll probably delete these cav as well. Just don't need it. Social mobility. Keeper advisor cost is nice. Yeah, so we're going to need to do this. So I need to give out those advisories. Okay, it's going to make stab more expensive, but it is what it is. We don't need colonial charter. It's a little funny. I want commercial advisory board for chief advisor. I want clerical advisory board for chief advisor. And I want nobility advisory board for aristocratic counselors for chief advisor. Then when we get up to 80 mandate and we have 75, then I can click this funny little button. Now, doing a mandate reform right before I fight Jad doesn't seem like the greatest idea, but it is what it is. Day of the Cat, 30 of each monarch point. Will I get revoked because it's 10 settlers? I don't know. It's just... Yeah, it would. I think it will get revoked. I guess we can. It'll get done that much faster. Copy minority. Okay. We can finish admin ideas here. So let's do that. That gives us 20% gov cap, which is very nice. For sure. Yeah, we have a lot of stuff that we need to convert now. We might want to consider flipping off this all power cost and going for missionary strength, Inquisitor. Though we can't get one. So. Free policy available though. 15% national tax and minus 5% core creation cost. Not too bad. I will not turn that down. Anytime, Busalar. Thank you. I'll take 43 ducats from you. Have a nice day. Very, very good. So we're going to bring you all down here. Do I have enough boats? I have 58 boats. I need to build 2 more boats. And we need 3 shipyards total. How many am I building right now? 3. So we're good. Once those boats are built, we'll be in business. Do I seize land here? Is there anything that I need crown land for in the near future? It doesn't look like it. Well, I need 50%, right? I'm saying, is there anything that I need loyalty for? That's what I meant to say, not crown land. Doesn't look like it. So we just need to rush for 50% crown land ownership. Or find a way to lower Ahati influence below 50, which actually probably won't be that hard. I think it's literally just the reform that I did, right? For general estates, because it gives them more influence, but it's okay. Let's go ahead and seize land. Boom. We did have a pretty big tech increase cost from the mages there for mill tech, so they should have waited a bit, but oh well. Oh well. Let's release Zaka. Zaka. Go. Place them as a vassal, and now we have Reconquest on Jad. Zaka did lose cores on this state, but that's okay. We can still give it to him. Still, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Delete your Ahati troops. It will drop below 50. Wait, really? Employed Ahati regiments compared to total army. Oh, interesting. Okay, but we also need Ahati troops. So, I don't think that'll work here. I mean, it would work here, to be fair. That's going to be done. We do need the buildings down there or the development. Okay. Yeah. 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 No. No. Oh, you bastard. I shouldn't have built boats over here. Well, I can't yet. Hold on. You, not you. You have the cannons. You run down here real quick, please. I don't think it's going to work, but there's a chance. There is a chance that we can walk across and annex this guy. Well, actually, it doesn't even matter. I don't have the core range for that, so forget it. Forget it. Doesn't matter. Declare war on Jad. Reconquest war for Zaka. Let's go for... Doesn't matter. Ardu works. For Ardu. Declare war to safeguard our interests. You're going to go here. I need some generals, and you guys asked for them earlier. So, Morden, I'm pretty sure you wanted an admiral, but that's too bad. No admirals for us. Well, hey, pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Trying to get some siege pips here. We can do that. Nope, nope, just getting faster. Okay. One more. Markabark, you have to be the savior that we need. 2 siege pips. Boom. Guess not. No siege pips for us. Siege pips hereby declared illegal. Delete that. You can delete those 5 cavalry. I don't need them. You're going to stay here. Just in case they rise up. You... There are going to be some separatists up there, so let's grab these 2 cannons. You can walk up here to deal with rebels. You are going to walk over towards Jad. We're also going to walk over towards Jad. Go sail the dunes instead, as is foretold. Yes, Lisan al-Gaib. Okay, that's fine. Dude, we can make tributaries right now, is all I'm saying, you know? We could be out here making some tributaries. But instead, we're beating up the elves. As the gods intended. And by the gods, they of course mean Kent. What else could I possibly mean? More quality copper. Natu separatists, Bulwari separatists, Rahagi separatists, Zavakali separatists. Ugh. You walk over here. Why do you have unrest? Oh, right, because I went through and I decreased autonomy in a bunch of places. Dad, I see you down there. I see you. Send our guys down there. defend. They're on a defensive edict. Rippy dippy prosperity. That's why we need to own this mountain. So that way people can just walk through. We're going there. There's Bulwari separatists. It seems like Jad's pretty committed to going south, so it'll be alright. He has literally everybody down here. Exotic goods of Rakaz. I'm going to not gain corruption. Thank you. There's the siege of Sariand. Now move you forward. Man, who built this fort on a non-defensive province? What the heck? Who did that? Adaptive combat bonus. Even though our capital's urban, so it's like the worst one. Because there's barely any urban provinces, but none of the rest of them are good. I guess I could have taken the development in colonies for this one colony. That doesn't really seem worth it, though. You now need to move over here. Yep, Merchant Guild stuff is revoked. Dad immediately just backtracks and leaves. What a coward. Royal influence. Oh, you're not converting anything. Oh, right. You don't get a choice. It converts it no matter what you do. Silly little event. Silly little event. Always causing issues. Prove our subjects more. Why is this Jad using infantry? Probably because he's smart, to be fair. Because he's an AI that can't manage the budget, and so he doesn't know how to pay for horses. He doesn't understand how you feed a horse in the desert, and he's valid for that. He's right. Attack is annexed. We have 80 mandate now. We could consider doing a reform and then clicking 2 missions for... well, we get mandate from one of the missions and a personal union with the other. But we can complete Winds of Change first. There was a time not so far ago where Gnolls were feared all along the Mother's Sorrow as ferocious and demonic monsters, the antithesis of civilization. A reputation most earned, sadly, by the heinous acts of our ancestors. But those times have ended. Under our new, blessed empire, Gnolkind has joined the ranks of the civilized peoples of Halan. The ancient and venerable Keterodan culture has thousands of new members, as more and more Gnolls abandon their backwards and barbaric traditions to join the pinnacle of civilization. We must support and encourage this trend. The rise of the Sorrowmane. Pyre claws, wind howlers, sea scourges, sand fangs, field stalkers, the boundaries of the past dividing our noble people along tribal lines, all of them equally uncivilized. Konolkhatep has no place for these divisions. All Gnolls must be one if our kin are to prosper and rise to new heights. Under the blessed light of the Ket and with influence of the ancient and venerable Keterodan culture, a new kind of Gnoll has been born, the Sorrowmane. In the temples and in the markets, in the streets and inside homes, in the palaces and the humble dwellings, in the cities and the fields, Gnolls and humans now share faiths, tongue, and customs. We have not abandoned our Gnollish heritage, the opposite instead. We have improved it, fusing it with that of the Keterodans to forge a new identity, a civilized, imperial, proud, mighty, brave, and noble identity, one that all our race will soon belong to. Some might resist, clinging to their old dying traditions, a fool's errand. Konolkhatep rises like the tides to sweep away the rotten. Our light will reach the darkest corners of Halan. Under all of our people are one. The proud Sorrowmane will rule the world, so it is the Ketarch's will. Sorrowmane Gnoll becomes the new primary culture. Zaba becomes Sorrowmane Gnoll as our heir, which I need to disinherit that heir, by the way. Culture in the Keterat proper area becomes Sorrowmane Gnoll. Unlocks the one-pack stewardship reform. After we personally convert some other Gnolls, it will prove invaluable to spread our new culture across our lands. Until 1528, we gain minus 15 aggressive expansion impact and minus 15% culture conversion cost. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Okay. Do they want us to culture convert a bunch of gnolls? I guess we can do that. We also gain 10 hedonism, which almost maxes us out. Almost maxes us out. And we can complete the makings of a fleet. We have 30 galleys and 10 shipyards, 60 boats. Catarata once boasted a majestic fleet, so mighty that the mere utterance of its name caused terror and dread in the hearts of their enemies. With it, they seized legions of Krop and the barbaric Canorian tribes and put them to good use, building magnificent works in the Mother's Sorrow. Those days are long past, and the fleet of Catarata we conquered was nothing more than a bunch of rotting carcasses. Those that they once raided now pride themselves on chartering the largest fleets in Halan, confident that they make them untouchable. Well, not anymore. We will rebuild the dreaded fleet of Catarata greater than ever before, and the seas will bend to our will. We gain 10 power projection for 25 years, 10% galley combat ability, and +2 coastal raiding range. We might use that. You have some 20% reduction in privileges too. You should be getting max conversion cost. Okay. Now, Koroshesh needs a marketplace and a level 3 center of trade. And we need to go raid Bulwar. And when we do that, we can yoink some people into the Mother's Delta. I also need to expand infrastructure here one time. And I need temples in all of these highlighted provinces down here. And then either 3 buildings or 15 development. That's where all the next bit of money is going to go. Well, first it's going to go to upgrading this to level 3, which means I need to develop this province. We can wait for prosperity to build back up, though. That'll be fine. I'd like to claim this mountain. You can move in. The peace deal with Jad is a simple one. I need to return all cores to... Oh, not you. To Zaka. Actually, I might want to return cores to Syrian. Who knows? Max money and war reps. That is what I need. Boom. And it's this state right here, right? Where was it? Yeah. And then I have to give this state over to Zaka. I have to hand the transfers over to him. Ready to use 6 maneuver across the strait? They're just sitting there. Menacingly. I'm going to need to build boats up over here, but I need to get a personal union on Haragsteda in order to do that. Which is why I kind of want to click the buttons. Which one is the Haragsteda one? Oil the hammer. Here. Yeah, that's not going to be for a while. Because we still need the Great Pyramid to be built. And then I need 20 provinces with our new religion. Yeah, and we need to put in that reform. Which is what tier? Oh. It's one of these. It's a mandate reform. Where are you? Power, taste of magic. Lighten the future. Random Canada bonus. Pleasure barges for national unrest. Went past it twice. 1 pack there. I need to convert 5 provinces to Saruman Gnoll first, and then I need to hire a Saruman Gnoll advisor. And I gain minus 10% dev cost and primary culture. And you're telling me we can't oppress humans and convert everything over to the correct religion? or the correct culture, which is Saruman Gnoll. Okay, well, we can give out religious culture, and that will make it cheaper. It will cost me 5% crown land to do so, though. I think I just pay for it. Not the humans. I'm not paying 290. That's stupid. It does need to be in the goal region. So let's stay focused on this stuff down here. That's 28 to convert. That's 35 to convert. That's 28. That's 28. And this is 20. Boom. And then we'll just wait, because it'll be cheaper to do it later if I just wait. Your Korzik wants a royal marriage. No, not interested. Not doing that yet. Not doing that yet. Not doing that yet. I'm definitely going to annex your Korzik. Yeah. Definitely going to annex your Korzik, and then I'll keep Zax for myself, and I'll feed Jolifon and Zazaya over to this guy as a personal union. I think makes the most amount of sense there. Now I gotta get that crown land up, and I gotta pass one of those stewardship reforms. We're at 81 mandate right now. '81 mandate. You can walk up here. Naval doctrine. We do have the possibility of doing a naval doctrine. We're not going to, though. We're going to build a bunch of temples, because I can definitely build temples right now down here. I can't definitely upgrade that center of trade. And I know we have better temples, but we're doing what we need for the missions first. I see those Jad troops beelining it over here. Don't appreciate that. Let's get our Ahati regiments up here to try and encourage Jad to not be a jerk and ruin my day. It's okay, because if I give Zaka their cores back, I will then have a coastline over here, and then we can actually cross. Is he playing games right now? He is in fact playing games right now. He's just going back and forth. It's possible that Harakstota might declare war on them if Jad won't defend them, though. And Harakstota does have more than 3 boats, so they would win that naval in combat. Was that daring to privateer our node? I don't know. Probably Laurent. Yeah, it's Laurent. Because they get power projection from it. Man, it sucks that we can't pull this trade over. Okay, I think I just delete these light ships. Because we're paying well, it's only 1.2 ducats a month. Over our naval force limit. What I should do is raid. Now raiding time. Let's go do that. Pleasure barge on the move. Yeah, we might want to do the pleasure barge reform. Might also be worth our time. You can raid here. 2 boats on pirate hunts? Yeah, sure, after I'm done raiding. I'm gonna pay for temples. I just gotta keep an eye on Jad, make sure he doesn't try and jump me. He is in fact going to try and jump me. Yeah. I don't think we can win this fight here. It is mountains, unfortunately. Is what it is. But maybe through the power of the Kets, we can get there. Eljad. 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 Jad's fallen off. Jad's no longer good. Jad, F-tier nation. F-tier nation. Imagine being Jadari, so-called chosen of Suriel, losing in a defensive mountain fight. Bozo forgot I'm 3 Miltex ahead. L, L, L. L for Legion, that's right. Oh, I'll probably messed up my rating though. That's here, we weren't going nowhere. L, 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 Jad. The losers of Suriel, that's right. So-called chosen one. I mean, I could go after his capital here. But again, I don't have cannons down there. This state needs to be all transferred to Zaka. Really? Yikes. Okay, well, we're gonna have to 100% him. What it is. Is what it is. Let me check the mission requirement here, so I'm not building temples in provinces that I don't need. Right, that's all the temples down there that we're going to need. Then, I don't know, a lot of them would probably be best just to get the development up, but there are other places I'd rather be doing development right now. We almost have prosperity here. We'll go ahead and expand infrastructure on that province as well. Not too bad. Pirate. We're going to walk over here to raid. We'll go all the way to Laurent. Imagine realizing Jad is bad. Oh, I'm just role-playing. Jad's still the best. Suriel is the one true god, and Jadar is his prophet. You know, that's not going to ever change. Sorry. I'm too much of a zealot to possibly give up on Jad. Okay, he's just having a bad day. That's what it is. He's just having a bad day. It happens to the best of us. Even chosen of the gods are allowed to have a bad day. Come on, guy. Come on. Who do you think I am? That's another fort down. You need to take the Ahatis off that seat. You're going to Ubshupdu. Ebshup. Ebush. Ebush. Ebushbu. Ebushbu. I like the way I say it. Ebushu. It's much easier to say. These silly elves with their weird words. Ebshuptu. It's not Ebshuptu, but that's what I like to call it. Because it flows off the tongue a lot better. But Jesus never had a bad day. Real. I can't think of a single day in the life of Jesus where he would have been like, you know what? This is actually bad. Famously, he had a good day every day. Real. Real. Very real. Not a single one. Not one. He was always like eating bread and fish, right? Clearly. Duh. That's what I was taught. Not a single one. Funny. Funny, 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 funny. I don't like this many troops on the siege, but I also don't want Jad to try and jump me. I think I'd rather lose the attrition. We've got plenty of manpower. He respawned. It's fine. That's true. He did respawn. So it can't be that bad. All things considered. I'm about to have rebels in this pro. Hey, yo! Damastish. We're going to do it. We're going to make the crossing. I'm a believer. I'm a believer. Hey. Why? You not on that siege? Didn't fade. Thank you. You know, it's just like everybody in Anbennar needs my attention all at the same time. They can't even take their turns on begging for me to raid them or murder them or whatever it is I gotta do. And honestly, it's kind of selfish of them. Go there, go there. And hopefully by the time I turn around, Jad is not attacking me on the mountain. Guess you can move forward now. I am losing a lot to attrition, but what are you gonna do? The fact that I only have 40 war score is kind of crazy to me. 46 war score. I guess Jad is big, but still. There's a bunch of raiding done. That's a bunch of money. Because we have taken war score, right? Yeah. Hey, there goes his capital. These boats are just gonna sit here now. What if I walk back? There's no crossing that I can threaten that he'll actually react to. Could probably grab Davharal. Man, he really does not want to peace out. You know, if we carpet siege all this, we might be able to convince him to leave. So let's leave 7,000 troops on this siege. I'll put the cannons there as well. He does own a bunch of stuff in Rahin, so that definitely increases the war score problems against him. He does have 2 forts there as well. I don't necessarily want to deal with. What if I move my guys back even one further? Into Masters does move, but he's gonna move right back. He's gonna move right back. So I need to time him locking in to going away somewhere else. Actually, I bet you I could just walk here right now. I don't think I can get there in time. I think it's too many provinces. Yeah, it's too many provinces. Simply too many. You have faster general? I don't have... Well, I guess I do have a 6 maneuver general. He leaves. He's going to come back in. And then when he gets here, he's going to start leaving immediately, right? Yep. So I start moving now. I go here. No. No. We're just not fast enough. We're just not fast enough. So you go deal with them. And that is all of Jad's troops right there. You can walk up here and get all of this occupied. Try and convince Jad to let us out of here. Darn. Darn, darn, darn. The thing is, to get Haragstad, don't I need to own that? Is that what it said? No. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. So we can't do that mission because Rasan is a subject of a subject, and so therefore it does not count. Which means we're going to need to break our tributary status over Irlium. Or I need to make Brisson be loyal so Irlium annexes it. Or Madasi them, yeah. Or I gotta Madasi them. That is the other option. If I convert to a Madasi, they have to be Eleketist though. And the primary culture needs to be Saruman Gnoll. And I don't know how we go about that one. But like, maybe... Wait, can I not force Jad to stop supporting independence? It's kind of weird. Hey, Remkin, how you doing? It's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. I don't know... Don't know what to do about that. Really. Other than waiting a long time. Like, I can get rid of them as a tributary in 1514, and then it's another 5-year truce, right? Because if I release them, then I get a truce with them. Subject interactions. Ah, it does cost a lot of Diplo, but we could force them into being a Saruman Gnoll. We could do that. And in religion, they need to... Well, that'll just make them super disloyal. But then maybe they stop paying tribute, and then they leave, and then I don't have a truce, and then I kill them? Maybe? I just feel like it should... Subject of a subject should count. Damn. Yeah, we'll just have to get rid of them then. That'll be the only way that we can get through that mission. That is super unfortunate. I guess the good news is it doesn't really matter. Because I can't take the Masters anyways. So I couldn't even do the mission afterwards. So it's not like a big deal, it just kind of sucks. Subject of a subject is my overlord? Yeah. Kind of. I'm just saying it should count for the mission, though. That a subject of a subject should still count for having a mission for... if I need to raid them or not. They can't annex their subject because they're disloyal, and I can't force Jad to break their support of independence, which I didn't know you couldn't do. There's only 65% ore score. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Oh, he could own a bunch of stuff up here too that I don't even know. Okay. All of you need to march over here. I love fighting Jad. 30% on this siege. 14% defensiveness. Did you go offensive ideas or? Nope, first 3 in quality. Damn, first 3 in quality and you're behind on tech? Bro, what? What are you doing? He's asleep at the wheel. What the heck? Fun fact, subject of a subject is very hard bonuses because they don't count as a player subject. Yeah, that's a little scuffed. A little scuffed. We're going to take these techs because we're not going to get colonialism for a while anyways. It's always so weird that subjects don't get the very hard bonuses. They're like, nope, sorry. You work with a player now, therefore you are the enemy. You do not get bonuses. Well, okay. I get why, but why? You know? Like, okay, I got a personal union of a You know, super powerful, great power. All right, yeah. Good for me. What do you mean you're going to take that away from me? High Cock Rebels. Yeah, we have so much that we need to do. This Jad War is slowing them all down. Every single one of them. Rule. You're afraid to fight these rebels? You won't be. There's the siege of Davharal. That's good. 74%. At minus 10 reasons. We can just secure one more fort. I think we'll be in business. You can start making your way down towards these rebels, which apparently I need to throw on a defensive edict for. You want me to convert this province? Yes. I agree. That is the best thing that we could be doing here. Off. How far along is this current missionary? Okay, it's almost done. Then I want to go after that province so I can get a cheaper advisor. They'll give me a half price level 3 advisor. Or 25%, whatever it is. Well connected is pretty good. That means we definitely need to be upgrading our advisors more. Okay, it was going to be the right thing. Right, because it's slaves, so it's 1% local missionary strength. That's actually coming into play for maybe the first time ever in EU4. Where having missionary strength on a slaves province is actually nice. Jad's at -1. Come on, Jad. Let's get a diplomat back. Now, Jad should be willing to peace out. We get everything we need. Just want to double check. Make sure we actually have all of the Zaka stuff. I cannot remember where. Here. Need to own all of that, but I'm getting all of Zaka's cores, which is great. Then, boom. Sweet. Zaka gets all that stuff back. Now we walk you back, and we can complete Zaka the Devourer. Now the question is, do we want to annex Zaka in his shitty desert lands, or do I want to make him a personal union? Whatever the decision, we need to do a reform first. Need Gold Road? Ah, that would be a pretty good reason to annex him. He's a pretty good reason. Okay, let's do a reform here. Those culture conversions have not completed yet. They are close to completing though. We're at 94 mandate. 1507. We could wait a couple of months and get that reform. We'd actually be waiting a little bit longer than that, because there's also this one, which is done in 1507 November. So we could wait a year. I don't think we might actually max out on mandate if we wait that long. Need the Ahati reform first? Okay, we'll do the Ahati reform first. Let me go ahead and encourage development here. I'm assuming my merchants are loyal. Oh, yeah. I looked at the clergy. No, I did look at the merchants. Why are the merchants at the top? That feels weird. To 25 and get that to level 3. I know that we can't do that mission right now, but just so that way it's done. I then need a fort in Sensha. I need a fort in Akarat. Need a fort in Desh al Deshak. Then I need a fort in... Well, then I'll have to build a fort in Deshak and in Unrawu. I don't know if that's actually a good idea. Tipspit is a better fort? Tipspit. Bit? Here? 4K. Oh, because it covers this. You're right. You're right. Good call, good call. I would miss one province. Tipspit. Kakarat. Desh al-Deshak. Probably build one in Alur. And then I'll need one in Unrawu as well. It sucks to have two forts next to each other, but I don't really want to waste a fort, like a building slot, on Deshak, but I do need it covered. And then I don't really need to protect this state. As long as I'm on top of rebels, it won't be a big deal. It's the same thing for these two provinces. No one should be sieging these down for a long time, if ever. Which means they will get sieged down, and I will have to build a fort. But for now, I can greed and not do it. I do need to build a fort in Garpix, and also in Dixabix. And then we can delete this fort afterwards. Uku is a value for it later? Okay, well, we'll consider it later then. No, I'm not. I can't do it. I can't do it. If I have the mandate, I gotta build the forts. I gotta do it. Gotta. We also need a fort here. So we are gonna cancel this fort. I'm gonna build this one first, because that's more important to me. There goes all the money that we just made. Okay. All of you are making your way back. Let's do the... Well, let's fight these rebels, then we'll hit the reform button. Fight these rebels. Friends in need, 100 crowns. Haragsteda? Yeah. I can't really let Haragsteda get mad. Dad, Natu separatists, we'll fight those ones without it. Okay. Let's hit the reform button for the Ahatis. We can do Lessons of Aket for 5% discipline and 20% recover army morale speed for our Ahati regiments, or we can do Lessons of Demaria for 15% reform progress growth. I want the reform progress growth more than I want the discipline in the special troops. I don't have that many of the special troops, and I don't want too many of the special troops. And that will help us complete this right here when we get up to 50% crown land or Ahati influence lower than 50. Technically speaking, we could try to remove, and maybe we should have removed beforehand, some privileges from the Ahati before we revoked. But that's okay. But that's okay. So let's do Lessons of Demaria. Boom. We will lose one stab. I'm not going to stab up yet. And let's immediately eradicate the Splitter. The pack of Bertucca, Splitter of Sands, was always notorious for their fanatical loyalty to their leader. Even after her wounds led to her becoming nothing more than a dead husk, legions of Gnolls remained wholly devoted to their rotten carcass. Certainly admirable, but it will not save them from the reckoning we bring. We rule the sands now, and none shall split them without our consent. We will give this pack a new leader to devote themselves to, only one truly worthy of such honor. The event Bertucca the Splitter happens. Bertucca sought to forge a realm for her Windhowler pack beyond the sands of the Salahad. To this end, she shattered the old kingdom of Deshak and devoured its ruling family, seeking to seize their lands for her pack. Despite her successes, she was punished for her hubris, and a battle wound left her in a comatose state. Any other pack would have abandoned her without a second thought, but Bertucca had earned the undying fanatical loyalty of her pack, and so they fled back to the deserts with her body, foolishly hoping to be able to heal the empty carcass that once was their champion. Splitter of Sands, she claimed to be. Unlike their Windhowler brethren of Irkorzik in the south, who embraced the Salahad as an ally, the Gnolls of Bertucca sought to break and subjugate the desert to their ends. Indeed, they splitted the sands with forts that controlled passages and oases, both providing themselves with supplies and resting spots and denying them to their enemies. These Gnolls believe they can earn the wisdom of their ancestors by consuming their bodies, a practice even more commonplace here than the rest of Gnoll kind. If this is true, we have provided those left with mountains and mountains of wisdom as we took down every single one of their proud fortifications. Never once have we seen Gnolls so willing to die for their pack, but dying is all they could do when faced with our mighty legions. With the Corpse Queen Bertucca now nothing more than a distant memory, the fortification expertise and the fanatical devotion of her Windhowler followers is in our hands. The question is, should we end the history of this pack once and for all and absorb its members directly into our empire, or should our emperor take the crown of Bertucca and grant the Splitters of Sands a degree of autonomy? Reform read? Oh, sorry. When one speaks of the empires of antiquity, one that often shines above the rest is the Demarian Republic, and for good reason. This massive empire stretched across the Dame's Head, even controlling the Mother's Sorrow. Since then, we've assimilated and mastered the ability to administer large swaths of land. Now our government works better than ever from the state to local level. Every corner of the empire will feel the blessing of the mandate. Okay, we're talking to the Splitter. Oh. Interesting. Our subjects forced to cede provinces this way will gain 25% liberty desire if they're a satrapy, or 15% liberty desire if they're a subject of another type. Oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Well, he's loyal for now, so it's fine. I'm more thinking about your Korzik. So we have to do... Okay, I could do Silicol first. Well, no, because I want to personal union Silicol and annex Korzik. It's fine. They'll be loyal. It'll make it work. They'll become a personal union, so it'll flip them back to being super loyal, because it won't matter about their development. So they will be devoured. We gain 30 mandate. We cede that province to me, and I get 10% fort defense till the end of the game. Boom. Now, we go for... Which one? If I do Silicol first, I'll turn them into a personal union. If I do Korzik first, then Korzik will take everything here. I guess we do Korzik first, turn them into a personal union, then Silicol, turn them into a personal union. Then we have 2 personal unions. And it'll work. Yeah, I'm going to save here. I don't know if it's going to give land to a personal union or if it just gave land to me. I didn't check. Let's do Korzik first, though. The Vogue Mexa mystics of Korzik harness the desert as an ally, sledding through the dunes at incredible speeds and weaponizing sandstorms against their foes. But these sands cannot protect them from our might. The Salahad belongs to Konolkhatep now, and bowing to our empire is the destiny of all who inhabit it. This fate cannot be outrun nor deterred with walls of sand. The wind of the desert will kneel to us. Korzik, the wind. Korzik Sandwind, such was the title bestowed by the Vogue Mexa, Kavanaga mystics of the desert. To the Gnoll, they chose to lead the charge against the Jazab cultists. Indeed, Korzik, Wind of the Desert, would go on to unify many Windhowler packs under her lead, greatly spreading the Kavanaga faith in the process. She is chosen by the Vogue Mexa after tenaciously enduring the harshest punishments of the Salahad during a terrible sandstorm. The mystics called this the trial of the sands, a concept that became the cornerstone of the pack politics from there onwards. It seems, however, that the Windhowler Gnolls focus too much on the trials of the sands and too little in preparing for the trials of the sword. We have crushed the armies of Korzik and ended the reign of the Vogue Mexa, proving that ours only is the right to rule the Salahad. They harness the full power of the desert against us, moving through the dunes as a fish does through water and conjuring terrible sandstorms, but the greatest of empires cannot be stopped with a little sand and wind. As their cousins and rivals to the west, the Windhowlers of Korzik claimed the legacy of Biakata, the woman raised by Gnolls who restored the Fangulan Empire and unified Gnolls and humans under it. As such, they sought to restore the ties between Fangawalans and Wind Howlers, broken by the onslaught of the vile twin Shaz. They clearly did not achieve this goal, but we will have no trouble succeeding where they failed. We, however, do not care in the slightest for the legacy of this Fangulan Empress, and it is not under her heirs that the Gnolls and humans have found true eternal unity, but under the great and mighty Konolkhatep. The question is, should we absorb these Gnolls into our empire and establish direct rule over this section of the Salahad, or should our emperor take the crown of Irkorzik and grant the winds of the desert a degree of autonomy? They will be absorbed, and we get a bunch of land from Silicol here. We gain 30 mandate and 10% movement speed. Or I don't do that, and I say a new crown, and then they gain 25 Liberty Desire anyways. Which isn't our core? Yes, we do have to core things up since we're not inheriting them. So this feels like a bad deal. I should just turn him into... Oh, is he going to get this? Maybe. Every core from them owned by our other subjects will be ceded to them. Yeah, we want to turn them into a personal union. Even though I would love the 30 mandate, like our gov cap is not prepared to handle it. We still need to state up all this stuff from Viacog and from Lucht. So, well, actually, I might have stated Lucht. Yeah, I did state Lucht. I still need to state all of this up. So, I definitely think we're going to go for a new crown for the personal union. Boom. That's one personal union there. Then we can complete Blind the Seeker. The upstarts in Silicol think very highly of themselves, believing their great collections of genie relics make them superior to the rest of their kin. Their founder, Ozin, the so-called Seeker of Secrets, was a mere assassin, misusing his plain touch powers for coin. Only with a shameful chain of betrayals and treacheries did he become Pack Lord, or Zoltan, as the egotistical wretch and his line took to calling themselves. The Gnolls of Silicol might fashion themselves heir to the genies, but in reality they are just weaklings playing with powers they do not understand. Once we have crushed their pretensions and delusions, their relics will finally be in the proper hands. Ours, of course. The event Ozil the Seeker happens. The genies were indeed cruel and terrible beings, treating mortals as mere playthings in their wicked schemes. It is for these crimes that the divine Elokhet waged an extermination war on their kin, banishing hundreds and hundreds back to their natal elemental planes and earning the title Elokhet the Avenger. Those that escaped his wrath would later share the fate of their banished kin regardless, expiring in the great dissipation caused by the Day of Ashen Skies, which returned every genie in Halan back to their native plane, aligning with the rebirth of our blessed god. The genies left plenty behind, however, from colossal ruins full of incredibly powerful relics to the plain touched abilities that bless many across Sarhal. These powers must be closely safeguarded to avoid the evils the genies brought and Elokhet ended to repeat themselves. This is why it proved so imperative to crush the pact of Silicol and end the reign of the self-proclaimed Seekers of Secrets. Ozil, the founder of the pack and line, first came to rule these lands through murder, sabotage, and betrayal, and lowly crafts in which he wasted the great wind-touch powers with which he had been blessed. Once he seized power, he and his followers started accumulating powerful relics out of mere vanity, simply to display. The egotistical fools began emulating the genie's fashion and customs, even taking the title of Zoltan after the genie kings of old. With the death of his foolish dynasty, Fangawala is free from ignominy, and soon all of the region will be safe under our merciful rule. It seems the Wind Howlers of this region had syncretized with the Fangulan pantheon of the local humans, adopting their false goddess Goxma, and even the ridiculous belief that the Gnolls' origins are in any way connected to genies. The foolishness shall be corrected soon as they embrace the light and truth that Ketism brings. The question is, should we end the history of this pack once and for all, absorbing its misguided members directly into our empire, or should our emperor take the crown of Silicol and grant the Seekers of Secrets a degree of autonomy? We could absorb them, gain 30 mandate, and I'd like to do so, but we're not. We're instead going to give them a new crown, and we gain 20% spy network construction until the end of the game, and gain 100 Diplo power. Your Korzik gains 15% Liberty Desire. Are they going to yoink it all back? That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, so let's not do that. Let's annex Irkorzik, and then personal union Silicol, and we can give him his cores back. Or Silicol first. Yeah. We do Silicol first, and then we do Irkorzik. Well, no, because that won't work. Well, it might work. We'll see. If the game wants to load. Annex then personal union. Yeah. If the game wants to load. There we go. Okay, so we want to annex you. Boop. And then I want to personal union you. And then I want to go to Silicol and I want to feed him a bunch of this land. So that way I, number one, don't own his cores, and number two, don't have to core it up myself. That's kind of what I'm trying to avoid here. I'll keep this state, and I'll keep this state. I'm gonna give these two provinces up, even though I have cores on them. I don't want to build a fort down there. Should we tell him? What? What? Am I gonna lose them in the Ahati revolt or something? Or like... Should I just annex everybody? Is that the answer? We just annex everybody and we figure out a way to deal with the gov cap later? Do the personal units do anything special besides having +1 depopulations? Not really. I won't tell you. Suffer. Okay. That's fine. I will core those two provinces up. There we go. Now, let me state up everything over here. Oh, I have to build forts on those islands, too. A little rough. But it is what it is. That takes us like right up to our gov cap. I don't think I need this fort. I'm gonna stop paying for it. I do need to build, I probably need to build a fort here. So that way no one can land here and then like walk through and do annoying things. Are you loyal now? Yeah, so now he's super loyal because he's no longer worried about his development or whatever. That'll be fine. Now we have Zaka. Pierce the Devourer. The despicable and egotistical nightmare of a warlord that fashioned himself Zaka, Devourer of Suns, was the embodiment of all the evils that torment Gnoll kind. Not content with the great magical talent he was blessed with, he turned to demons to increase his power instead. Thousands and thousands of Bulwari perished at his pyres, and so brutal was his rule that even some among his own line deserted him, lured away by the lies of a dead sun god. But the son of Konolkhatep is not dead, and the heirs of Zaka will burn their jaws trying to devour it. Let us put down this monstrous legacy once and for all. Zaka the Devourer. In recent history, few Gnolls have been as fanatically Yazab cultist, as greedy for power, as cruel to both friend and foe, and as feared and reviled as Zaka, Devourer of Suns. Truly a demon in Gnollish form, this incredibly powerful wizard and consummate warlock has filled the hearts of men and elves of Bulwar with dread since the first day he started raiding their caravans and settlements. He has filled the guts of the demons he worshipped with countless souls, all to satisfy his hunger for power and in pursuit of his wicked dream of becoming a vessel for a Yazab demon and claiming the title of Yazabane. It is with this goal that he waged the war on the zealous desert elves. He, however, finally found his match here. Jadar, the revered prophet of a new sun cult faith, slew the demon in single combat, much to the horror of his horde and the joy of the many that had suffered at his hands. Zaka always preached that might makes right, and it seems his followers took this to heart. Indeed, thousands and thousands of Sandfang Gnolls converted to the Jad. Even the idiot son of the Devourer of Suns was deceived by the lies of a man who killed his father, taking to calling himself Devourer of Darkness. Only with the blessing of the Ket can one truly vanquish darkness, not with the false teachings of a dead sun god. We have crushed the legions of Jadar in the battlefield and brought the Sandfangs under our rule. Neither to Jazzob nor Suriel shall they dedicate any more praises. Only divine Ket are worthy of worship. The question is, should we absorb these twice deceived Gnolls into Konolkhatep, placing the far Salahad under our direct control, or should our emperor take the crown of Zaka and grant the Devourers of Sun a degree of autonomy? Why is Zaka's son catching strays? I don't know. That's a good question. We will absolutely integrate Zaka here. And that gives minus 10% war score cost versus other religions. Yep. We'll not click that button yet because that would be throwing. Very hard. We do need to do a reform. Yeah, we gotta get rid of that devastation in Akasik. Maybe I shouldn't have stated it up yet. Which reform do I go for now? I might have clicked the buttons too fast. I definitely clicked the buttons too fast. I think we gotta reload. We gotta wait for that. We gotta wait for the culture conversion to be done so we can get the special government reform. Need Dragon Academy. Yeah, but I need that one first. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. That's right. Okay, what was it? I click your Korzik first. Absorb. Then you Personal Union. And Silicol, you got to get all these provinces again. Well, it's a good thing he's loyal. Oops. I don't know how I can make my future easier. Sure. How would I make my future easier? What button? Oh, I clicked the button. I clicked the enforce religion button. Now he's our religion. We did it. Should I just get 2 personal unions? Instead of 1 big personal union? We help them see the error of their ways. They're surprisingly willing. Yeah. Turns out they thought the cat were pretty cool. We'll have another PU in the east. We will. We're at the land of Gnoll Pax to Kedist in your new culture. Hey, well, good news. Good news. Part 1 completed. Part 2 is going to be expensive, but we can do it. Wait. Do you mean the actual provinces? That's going to be more difficult, it says, as he continues to give away land. So what you're telling me is I should just integrate everybody. That's what you're saying. That's what you're telling me right now. Is just integrate everybody. There's no reason to have any subjects if I have to convert it all. Because I can't convert land in my subjects' provinces. Both work. Why not? Because I do not control it. That's why. I can't culture convert my subjects land. You meant religion? Gotcha. Well, our religious strength is bad right now, so we convert super slow. All things considered. So that's not great. But when I finish this conversion, I'll get a missionary strength advisor, which is nice. You can force convert culture saturates. Yeah, but it doesn't convert the provinces, right? You can turn statues above 150 dev into Madasi, which you can integrate later. Yeah, but this guy's turning into a personal union. So it's different. Like that works. That works for subjects, but it's not gonna work for personal unions. Do we just annex these dudes? Do we just say, nah, frick you, it's Jover? But then, a lot of forts, man. A lot of forts, and I can't state it up immediately. It's just gonna sit there. Like the land's just gonna sit there at what, 90% autonomy, not really doing much. Is the problem. I don't have to fort it up if I don't state it, because then it doesn't affect devastation. It's only devastation in states. Okay, Dormammu, I've come to bargain one more time. Dormammu, I'm here again. Dormammu, I've come to devour, I think. Now the question is, do I click these missions right now? The answer? Yeah, I think so. Well, no. There's no reason to. There's no reason for me to devour these guys right now. I can't do the next mission, and I can't do this mission. So I could just leave them for now. Let them chill. We just let him chill, but I will devour Zaka. Oh. Boom, boom, boom. Have the great project. Dragon tier level 1, or I need 3 manufactories there. Okay. All right. Sure, man. Need buildings? I know. We need buildings or development in the provinces for this mission. Which gives prosperity, I guess. That unlocks this, which allows me to go after Rakaz, where I will probably just annex Rakaz. That'll make Haragstad a little bit mad, because they'll get all this land. And then I'll have to core that land myself. But that's fine, because if we can get to Haragstad, we can praise Eliket. Oh boy. Are we supposed to get all this money? I mean, we do make a lot of money. This is going to slow us down a lot long term. But I need to integrate Damastish, or integrate Haragstad, or build boats over here, or something. So that way I can get over to this little stupid island. Yeah, okay. I'm going to leave these two alone for now. We're going to wait, and then we're going to do another reform after I've culture converted everything. So that way I can grab one pack. And I have to have a Saruman Gnoll advisor. Ooh. Okay, we're good. We'll get it from this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Unpause. I'm not going to state up anything up here right now. Real silly goofy of me to do. Leave that. Gonna get on siege. We're building our forts up here. I need to be doing one of two things. Either I need to be not paying for my troops and making a bunch of money to build buildings, or I need to be going to war in order to get more tributaries. One or the other. And taking money in those peace deals in order to build more buildings. Well, I think I want to go for war option. I should focus on where I go to war, though. I have aggressive expansion up here. I have no aggressive expansion down here, which means I should probably focus on Bulwar. Specifically internal Bulwar, but it could be any of the Bulwars. Right? No? What do you mean, no? Golden Highway. That's why no, huh? If I'm gonna build the Golden Highway, I gotta own all this directly, huh? Like, eventually we could turn them into Madasi, but it'd be much easier if I just took the land myself. I need to build the Golden Highway. Madasi are still a ways off. But I do want to get through Harklum. No player fails to read chat and then it fits anyways. Hey, we get there. We need to kill Irelium for the highway then too. Yeah, you are correct. Okay, you are correct. We do need to do that. So we are going to release Irelium no matter what here. In 1514. So that was definitely a misplay. Should not have satrapied. Just should have just done a claymore. And then we go south. And we could just get all of Sarholen, like right now. There's really nothing stopping us. Let's start with the... God, there's so much jungle down here. We should start with the lizards. And I think I want to build 4, 5, 6 more cannons. And I'm going to swap all of my tributaries over to manpower for a year or two. That way I can recover. You know, now that I'm here, and I got to click this, and then I got to click this in like 2 more years. Just flip it back to probably Diplo. I wish there was a button. I would just automatically do it for me. Maybe you can make Harag Kedist. Yeah, we probably can. What a stupid idea. We gotta play him a bit, but that's okay. We have prestige, and we're about to get a lot more. You... Ah, shoot. I didn't move these guys back. You're gonna go down there. You're also gonna go down here. Victories across the sands. The long process of bringing Ketism to the Gnolls of Sarhal has begun in earnest. Priests and preachers laden into the riches of Ket have been sent to each corner of our growing empire to spread the teachings of Eliket. We are fully aware that this will take time. We will face resistance. The old traditions of Kavanaga and the full powers promised by Jazapkult are strong. We know this all too well, as we too followed that path not so long ago. Hey, gained 15 prestige. Nice. I'm sure this won't have any negative consequences. We're waiting for the Ahati to be loyal so I can seize Crown Land again. There is the first couple of conversions. Want me to support their independence? I'm not really interested. No! Zaba, how could you? How could you? Start coring those. Forgot about them. They took this stuff off of Zaka as well. Really, a disaster won't occur because of this? A disaster and Anbennar? Yeah, right. What's next? Are you going to tell me the sky is blue? Whatever. Famed Harpy Singer. I will just grab... Please give me the cheaper Diplo. Yippee! You're going to be replaced, and you can be upgraded to level 2. Good advice. 15 government reform progress. Nice. Well advised. Good trait. A rude sandstorm. Nobles lose loyalty. We gain 3 hedonism. The Hati are so close to being there. We're at max hedonism pretty much, so I'll let it time out. Here the M declares war on Elisna. No way. Oh man. Fine. Fine. We grab the special troops there. Actually, yeah, that works. What are they mad about? Oh, lowering autonomy or something? Oh, what? A man just can't lower autonomy anymore these days. God forbid a man try to do anything. Sorry, Ket forbid a man do anything nowadays. Send you over here. Sani rebels, which we can fight on the way. Hati are at 50 loyalty. I have rebels though, so we're just going to lose the hedonism, gain the loyalty, and we're going to declare this war. Because it's going to be a moment. So I can't add in Asarta or Karshir. Separate piecing these guys to turn them into tributaries. We could get the war score for it, but I don't want to pay the Diplo for it. I go to sleep because it works something. Hope I don't throw too badly. Thanks. I'll try not to. Let's go ahead and force him into a satrapy here. And off we go. Now they do have like 30,000 troops. Shouldn't be too bad, all things considered. I'll not invite centaurs from neighbors. Can't walk there. Okay. Enough. I should have the siege general on the siege. That makes sense in my head. That checks out. Math checks out. Ooh, nice wall breach. Do your Hati regiments, do the Hati drop below 50? Maybe if I delete them. Yeah, we'll check. We'll check after this war. It would give me 0.3 mandate growth for 10 years. Would be really good. There's another reform from the Empire. That's the 5th one. Okay, there's the Inquisitor. Slap that bad boy in there, and I'll get him up to level 4. We can make a bunch of admin points. We'll do 1 more year of manpower, and then... Frick. There goes our general, too. Rafa Kuglo, you're up to be a general. See what you got here. Boom. Hey, 6 shock. Not bad. Not bad at all. I'm gonna fight those rebels, because rebels. This is the nice thing about tributaries. They do not give you rebels. Well, rebels that you have to fight. Okay, that's the last conversion. So we can now do the, well, not the last, but the last one I need right now. So we can now pass the 1 pack reform, because we have 10 Saruman Gnoll provinces. Gnollish society has long been organized into packs, or groups of Gnolls united together for a common purpose. In this way, could the state itself not be a pack of packs? We will cultivate this impression among the Gnolls of Kedarata and be rewarded with it with undying loyalty. Minus 10% dev cost in primary culture. Owned Kedis Gnoll provinces will passively convert to Saruman Gnoll culture. Oh, okay, that's pretty good. All right, so 1 pack. Boom. That does lose us a stab. I'll have to stab back up. And now we want to go to the green guy here, and we want to annex him. Blind the Seeker. That do the cultures and PUs? Will it? It says owned, so I don't think it will. Thank you. They will be absorbed. And then I go to break the wind, and they will be absorbed. And now we're to 90 mandate again. And now I click the funny mandate button again, and we do probably the Bronze Dragon Academy is what we need. Because we need that to be up and running, and it will take 10 years to build. So the sooner I click that, the better. Bruh. Serious right now? Are you being for real right now? I have to be at peace for that one? Okay. So be it. So be it. Bring you over here. We're going to delete those. Actually, you two just stick around because you're going to deal with any rebels that want to pop up here. These boats. Pretty sure we're pretty far over our naval force limit now. Oh, yeah. It's costing us 6 ducats a month. I'm just going to delete all those boats. Now it's only 1.45 because we don't have any more heavies. Planning a school during wartime impossible. True. Planning the war school during war? Not possible. Also, what happened to my manpower? Didn't I have like a lot more than that? More than that right there? Did I lose some from a reform or something? And then the Ahati are at 58%. They're at 58.4. So even if I delete the troops, it's not enough. Gonna have to core that up. 38 unrest. Yikes. Yikes. Delete then seize. Well, I can't seize while at war. So that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Let's split these troops up so we're not taking as much attrition. I also don't really want this many troops on the siege, but hey, it does give us 10 cannons, so pretty good. There's Birth of Colonialism in Vinale. That gets us to 43,000 manpower. That's not exactly what I was looking for. I was hoping for more. Oh, right. Of course, I did have more manpower, and then I fought a bunch of rebels. Yeah, that does tend to drain the old manpower. Voices in the Dark. The Salahat is vast. It's something you don't truly appreciate until you're tasked with uncovering every wayward soul still clinging to the old ways. Despite the crack of our whips, uncovering every sect of the Jazab cult has proven difficult and expensive. Many in our administration have suggested an alternative approach. Let the cult die a natural death. Leave these wayward souls to hunt in the desert. They will not know the opulence of our cities and all the wealth of Konolkhatep they refuse to embrace. But their children will. When they leave to hunt, they will walk into the streets of our incredible cities, see the magnificent statues built to Elakhet, and will fall to their feet and become the strongest converts to the teachings of Ketism overnight. +3 national unrest. So 1533, and a bunch of autonomy in those provinces. Okay. Just normal things. Normal things. Doesn't sound like anything bad. Centaur migrants arrive. Nice. Nice. We're going to walk down to their capital. There's monstrous rule for some more monarch points. Conversion edict on Jazab cult provinces. We do, in fact, have one. We are, in fact, converting in one of them. We're working on it. We only have one missionary. We don't have religious ideas, so we are at a bit of a disadvantage here. Unfortunately. Is what it is. How much money am I making a month? 30? I do need to build those buildings still. I have not forgotten about that. Ideas, we have court admin. Yep. Court because we have to. Admin because, well, we have to. Apparently that's proven even more now that I'm integrating all these guys. We're at 92 mandate. We got to get out of here before we max out on mandate. Any moment we spend at 100 mandate is a wasted moment. 2,000. Ooh. Do I have any professionalism? I do. Yeah, all right. Gonna make Ryads hate me, but whatever. You need 80% war score. What's religion on Rakaz? Maybe they'll convert a province for you. Their opinion of us must be positive. Turns out, not my biggest fan, because they're monstrous. We can improve to try and fix it, though. But I don't think we're going to get it in time. Is the thing. Being a little greedy with these sieges over here. The thing is, there are 3 Miltechs behind me, so feel pretty good on that front. Okay, now they're going to try and walk up here. It's fine, though, because I do have these 24,000 sitting in the back, just waiting for them. If they do try and walk all the way up there, I can stop them. Hopefully. That is the hope. And that's, what, 20,000 troops? But none of them are Ryaz's troops. So Ryaz is still floating around here somewhere. Thinking about going after us, possibly. I do have to build a fort here. Okay, let's start moving you over. It'll work. There and there. You can grab this. 35%. Did I not just have Particularist? Hello? Did I not quite literally just have Particularist game? Do they got something to say to me? They got business with me or something? We have lost 20,000 to attrition. But why I told my subjects to give me manpower. I knew that we were going to be running around with these big stacks. Trying to get things siege. Not those particulars, apparently. Yeah, apparently I missed those ones. Apparently I missed those ones. I'm gonna go here. Not great, because it ruins prosperity, but... Now I'm losing 7 ducats a month. Army maintenance. Fort maintenance of minus 34. Mandate moment. Mandate moment. Gotta have too many forts. Got more forts than dwarves do. Gotta keep that prosperity up. Can't risk it. Looks like walking through jungles isn't easy. Yeah, weird. Weird. Ryaz, can we just like get out of this now? Ooh, loyal subjects. I will take the 60 diplo points. Thank you very much. Ryaz, we don't really need to be at war anymore, right? Like you've seen the error of your ways of not being my subject. So now you're gonna change your mind? I think I just want to white piece you. That way I can come back in 5 years and take him out. I don't really care about these two. I can't subjugate them anytime soon, so we will take this 80%. They give me 245 ducats. No reason not to try and maximize our ducat income here. Yeah, there's nowhere for us to stand down here. Brutal. Kaya separatists, Nephsetan separatists, Konolkhatep peasants, whoever they are. X over here, right? Oh, south. That's Grix. Grix is down here somewhere. Okay, you're gonna walk here. Yeah. You're gonna walk over here. You are gonna stick around this area if I can find somewhere with some kind of supply. Yeah. That's a mistake on my part. Let's see. Star, you're next up on the list of leaders. You could be good. I'd appreciate it. 2 siege is good. For sieging. Kaya separatists. Let's get you down there to deal with them. Ilium declares war on Abdel Tunger. But of course, he's protected by me right now. I'm really getting outplayed by Ilium, and it feels bad. All my manpower is gone. Feels bad. Feels bad. But I'll never have to siege him down again. You're going to give me manpower back. Okay, so that's Ryaz subjugated. I think we just go after these small guys here now. Yeah. Academy time? Yes, thank you. Academy time, let's go for the Bronze Dragon Academy. The Ahati still think fondly of the days of Aket's reign, seeing him as the ideal chosen, one who ruled with both wisdom and strength. In honor of this dragon conqueror, we could construct a military academy in his name to attempt to teach the Ahati to be like him, in part to tame their inner dragon. Oh, let's lose the stability from that. You go back up to... Well, we're not going to do any more missions here, so let's go back up to 1 stab. And we can seize land. Oh. Well, before I even do that, if I just delete my Ahati regiments... wherever they are. Do I need a month tick? Okay, there they go. Now they're at 45, so now we can complete Watchful Eyes. The Ahati tolerate our presence for now, but it would be foolish to believe that this means we can trust them, or that they trust us in return. Many Caterotan kings made this mistake before and paid for it with a sword in the gut. Their reticence to accept a Gnolls steward is no secret, and until we can guarantee their loyalty is absolute, we cannot give them the slightest space to conspire and scheme. 1,000 watchful eyes must follow the Ahati at all times. The loyalists in their ranks will be rewarded, and the would-be traitors punished. The only way that we can ensure the stability of the realm while simultaneously taking advantage of their many abilities. The Ahati gain 10 loyalty. For 10 years, we get 0.3 mandate growth. This may provide additional benefits against future complications. So we've already done one of those. May provide benefits against future complications. That's another one right there, and that's another one right there. So there's only 3. that can provide us benefits. So we really do want to try and get this done. And it will be done in 10 years. We'll encourage development. And now that is at 30 devs. So 10 years, we're fine. And then we can get that. But then Great Pyramids needs to be done. We need to convert Saruman Knoll. Convert provinces to Saruman Knoll. So let's do that. Does it say a specific region? Yes. In Katarata or the Goal region. We could... I have rebels, so I can't seize land. I need to seize land because I want to hand out religious culture. If possible. I think we're just going to go with smaller siege stacks here and not get the max cannon bonuses. Just so I can save on manpower a little bit. Not worried about those. Thing is, like, I'm gonna fight these guys, and there's gonna be other rebels that rise up, but hopefully we have enough time before that happens. Mandate is growing at 0.75 a month, by the way. Right, so now we can seize land, and I can hand out religious culture. No, I can't. I can't hand out religious culture because the clergy are too powerful. Over time, that will go away. But that just means we have to do the culture conversion now, which is whatever. Well, hold on. Now, I don't have the mage loyalty. So if I summon the diet, now I have the mage loyalty for the all power cost. So that'll work. So now I go in and I go for the cheapest stuff I can find. And I go... 1. This goal. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And that will technically count for that reform, which is all that we really care about at the moment, is making sure that reform can happen. So now I need to make sure that I get 3 buildings or 15 development in each and every one of these provinces. Which, yeah, fair enough. So I have temples in all of them. So that's at least, 1 building. Now let's go through and build barracks in them. 3, 4, 5. We'll have to do that, and then I'll have to develop at least Bagu Hortos to 10 to get an additional building slot. Once that gets its prosperity up, we can develop there. Right? Is there anything else I need to do at peace? I don't think so. Courthouse? Oh, we need tons of courthouses. We have the courthouse in Golkora, though, for that mission. Feels like a run begging for infrastructure. Yeah, I mean... infrastructure wouldn't be a bad idea to take. State's governing costs, the movement speed is actually really nice. Construction cost reduction, prosperity growth is great. Construction time is fine. Fort maintenance is wonderful, and dev cost is fantastic. Courthouse would count as a building. Oh, you're right. You're so right. We'll just build a bunch of courthouses here. Barracks and courthouses. I thought you rolled a 0001 leader. It was an admiral? Yeah, no. That's just our special admiral. He just hangs out. He's not really good at anything, but he vibes. Right, you. Nope, sorry. You turned into a satrapy. With the 2 siege general in charge there. We walk to that. And then... month later, go after these guys. There is like Isagume and Gomvuri that I should turn into tributaries as well, but that's a level 3. don't go for it. So I want to get the people that are on the border with Yazel Mora first. Then I can secure everybody else because I know that I won't lose them. But Yazel Mora may get, you know, all shadow troll and go buck wild and start annexing people. And I don't want that. You are allied to this guy. You are allied to all these guys. Though Kazajar will not currently join. Which is this guy. Funny. Which is fine. I'm just trying to figure out a way to get everybody as a subject, spending the least amount of Diplo possible. But it seems that we'll have to take a pause on getting him. Then there's you as well. Because they're all allied to each other. Which is going to make this really slow. Really, really slow. But it's fine, I guess. It's what. I didn't even want to turn them all into subjects anyways. Where's this guy's capital? Am I blind? I am blind. It's right here. Oh, we'll try to get them all at once. I don't think we can do that war score wise. Believe it or not. I might be able to get 2 of them though, and then start piecing them out. So after a month, we'll declare war on Ishiaga. Yeah, if we declare war on Ishiaga, then if we do separate piece out Kakazajar, it's not that much Diplo. All things considered. So we don't have any manpower. Let's stop taking attrition down here, please. We'll declare on you to force you into a satrapy, but then you won't join. But that's fine, because then I can just declare war on you directly. Anbennar country tiers. Yazel Mora, actual garbage, cesspit, everything else. Okay, well, first of all, interesting that Jazz is not at the top of the list. Second of all, yeah, it's fair. They do a lot of conquest. It's fun. Okay, there's that done. Now I can piece you out. Dang, I need a lot of diplomats. I got used to the harpies. Our diplomats came back in like a day. It was great. You need 2 for peace. You need to become my tributary. Give me your money. Get up your claims, because you're not going to war with anybody. Much. Manpower, please. You. Satrapy, when I get this diplomat. Go. You over here to help with this siege. Started playing Turtle WoW and you're addicted again? Please help. What is Turtle WoW? Is that like a challenge mode? Raz is unable to send 792 manpower, so they sent me 18 ducats. Scammed. It's a classic plus WoW private server. Gotcha. Gotcha. You need to move up here because we're going to have a bunch of rebels. I'd like you to be able to deal with them before they start causing issues. Those issues being like occupying provinces. Those. Basically, people doing what the community wanted because Blizzard is incompetent. Well, you know, you ain't gonna catch me defending Blizzard. Great, they leave for Aelintir. Great, they leave for Aelintir. Great, they leave for Aelintir. Have fun out there in Aelintir. Not my problem. Let's go for, I guess we go for the level 3 morale of armies. There's Monstrous Rule. Always appreciated. Hopefully help fund our stuff. For Kaz, what's a royal marriage? How many Diplo slots do I have available? 5. Ooh, half price fort defense. Or permanent defensiveness and guard picks. Here's the truth. If that fort falls, I'm already messing up. So I'll just take the cheaper advisor, even though I just hired this advisor. And I will hire them. Now we'll get them to level 4. And we're going to start making lots of monarch points here. Because we need to do some development. Even though I don't have the gov cap to do the development. But that's a later me problem, not a current me problem. Also, I have 93 hedonism. We could enact a decree, to be honest with you. We could think about it. Oh, we could have done a decree of friendship as well to nerf the Ahati. What does this give? Diplo rep, possible advisors, admin efficiency, average monarch lifespan. Yeah. Oh. I was going to think about disinheriting them. We'll see what trait they get. If they get a mandate trait, I have to keep them. If not, I might consider throwing them into the sorrow. Let's see. He's a mountain, unfortunately. I'm going to have to attack into a mountain. Hopefully they don't reinforce it. Boostar, thank you for gifting a sub.
A tier 1 sub to Gnolls, Strolls and Rolls.
Gnolls,
they have
Strolls,
given 28
Rolls.
gift subs in the
name.
channel.
What a fitting name. Cursed mix? Isn't every mix cursed? I hate those guys. I hate those guys. You're now turned into a subject of mine. You can start teaching this. Shiniest of Fur is a funny last name, but it's very Gnollish. It fits. It fits the naming convention. I respect it. Who's disloyal? Ryaz. Well, stop. Stop that. Stop being disloyal. Be loyal. It's good. All I ask for is manpower or money or monarch points or whatever. That's a lot of dudes. I should be careful with these sieges. They may get a little uppity. In fact, I'm going to move here in order to contain them a bit. There's another siege. You should probably go straight after Karak's capital here. For now, let's grab these provinces on the way. Again, we do have a pretty big tech advantage on people down here. They don't have 9 yet. Mostly because they weren't crazy like me and took it super early. But still, something to keep in mind. Yeah, please deal with all these rebels. They do rise up. I don't love that this guy is a vassal. Lugiash has eaten quite a few people. Unfortunate. It's thought to be cool. Hey, you know. It is what it is. You can go here. No, let's just grab this fort. Yikes. I do have someone going out there, right? Wrong. Wrong. Incorrect buzzer. I do not. They'll get out there eventually. Ooh, that level, that 2 siege guy should be on this siege right now. I think I keep consolidating the armies and it keeps choosing the other general because it's the better combat general. It's like, oh, you want this one? It's like, no. I want the siege general. Nice. Okay, that state has been converted religiously. Religiously converted. There's that siege. Got these guys at 36%. I need 40% war score to tributary them, which honestly, we're not too far away from. Yeah, see, it keeps taking the better general here. That's like all the troops in this war, right? Pretty much. I could just send these guys to Zolbar and then try and surround these 28,000 to prevent them from going to follow. I'd like to white piece Zolbar. Yeah. I like to white piece Zolbar so that way I can come after them again in 5 years. Though, how much money could you possibly give me? Chunk of cash. Won't lie. Okay, they are on the move. Day of the Ket. We gain 1,000 crowns. Yo! Day of the Ket is cracked. Wait a second. Wait a second. The rest of the barracks for this. Do I need to develop that province? Yep. Oh, I don't need Ilazin, Draka, or Zortas because they're 15 development and not in the state that I need. So I can cancel that barracks for now. Well, it is a good barracks is the thing, but I'd rather build them up here. But we're not here to do, you know, what's good barracks or not. I need to encourage development. I need 1 point of dev there. Actually, I guess I didn't. I didn't need it. And I will build courthouses in all these provinces here. And I'll build one here because, well, no, I don't need to. And that will complete that mission. Then build some courthouses that we do want, because we do need them pretty badly. Ooh, that war exhaustion is pretty high there. We're up to 41 mandate, just to give you a mandate update. You willing to white peace? No, I'm gonna need to take his capital first. The Fisi rebels, swap you over there so you can deal with them. Don't like that I'm taking attrition here, but I don't really want to open myself up to being attacked by splitting my troops. So what I could do is, oh, cannon run. Cannon, booming, mighty, valuable, deadly, and suddenly a shortage. What rotten luck. Finding our normal forgers and distributors for this lapse in weapon stock, they say they've dealt with a sudden spike in demand. And when we've pressed for who in our nation could be buying artillery, they replied, ogres. Our domestic weapon production satisfies all sorts of national and individual needs, but for the giant kin, our small arms are, well, small. Too small, at the very least. To suit their towering proportions, these ogres have instead purchased cannons to retrofit as handguns, rifles, and similar equipment. Although done legally and without ill intent, it does put our nation in a logistical bind. Waiting for domestic manufacturing to level out will take years, so we are left with two options. Either we pay premium prices to ensure we always have cannon, or we repossess the ogres' purchases, earning their ire. How should we proceed? How many ogres in our land? Not many. Maybe 5? 2. 2 ogre majorities. Well, look, they gotta have those cannons, okay? It's fine. We can just go for the artillery cost. It doesn't matter. We don't have that many cannons. It's not that big of a deal. Day of the Ket. We get another 1,000 crowns. Thank you, Day of the Ket. Every day should be a Day of the Ket if you're going to give me that. What else do I need? Absolutely need to spend my money on. Boats over here is the answer. Six galleys over here should be more than enough for me to be able to cross whenever. So just to make sure, we can always delete boats in the Divin Hall if we need to. Then I think it's just courthouses. I think it's just courthouses all the way down. I don't think there's anything else that is possibly more important than courthouses. Oh? Oh, look at that. Brisson is getting annexed. They'll be annexed in 1517. Which, that's when our truce is up, isn't it? No, our truce up in 1514. Well, maybe... Ooh, Haragsteda. Why are you mad? I enforced religion on them. I did do that. Yeah, you know what? That's on me. I did do that to you. Okay. Well, then I think we wait for Ilium. We wait 3 more years until we release them as a subject. Right? Well, okay. The smart thing to do would be to go turn Marblehead into a tributary and turn everybody around Ilium that's not involved with the Golden Highway into a tributary. So that way they're just stuck here and they can't keep expanding. Because if we don't stop Ilium from killing Marblehead, they're going to try and form the Phoenix Empire, and I don't really want Ilium to expand anymore. So that'll probably be what happens, is we go after Marblehead, turn them into a satrapy, go after the Harpies up here, turn them into satrapies, go after Arcastrol, turn them into a satrapy, you know. Just kick the centaurs out of here. Silent Blade maybe even, like Segdir could be a satrapy. Like, I want to get in here and I want to turn all these guys into my subjects. But. Can I check the raiding mission? Yeah. I can remember where it was. Here. All provinces in Bulwar proper must be either raided or my subject. Province owner allied with Knoll, or we have to ally them. But I can't ally Bersalt because they're a subject. We gotta block the elves. We do. Gotta block the elves. Tribute from across the world. Making sure the Kets get access to unique commodities from across the world is a tall task. For that, long ago, a system of satrapies was established. In exchange for the protection given by the Kets, the satrapies are required to supply them with their local specialties, mostly gold. This system has worked for the better or for the worse over the years, but right now our network is successfully supplying us with a constant amount of fresh produce, to the point where Kets have also recognized this, expressing their appreciation to the Steward. We're working hard to keep it flowing. We gained 5 hedonism. You contribute everything and untribute / Madasi, everything you need to own directly. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I do think I want to do the Madasi reform next. Unless there's another one that is going to bring us good value and we could like start to convert people over. Sounds decent. Lost 16,000 troops in this war. Okay, Zolbar has been taken. So I can go war reps and money from him. Okay, just yeah. Go war reps and money. I didn't ever build those courthouses. Hedonism monument, maybe that way you can keep edicts up. What? This one? What does it have to do with edicts? What does it give me? I mean, I'm not against it because, you know, it gives us a level 1 thing. Oh, decrees. It gives hedonism. Ooh. Okay, well then, yeah, we probably do want to consider that. Yo, this gives siege ability plus 10%? That's going to suck so much. That's going to suck so much if that becomes independent. Oh, damn. Oh, man. It'll be great when we own it, though. It'll be great. I need to... Probably just money and war reps this guy as well. Is Damascus Monument base Anbennar? Or sub monument? Sub mod. I think it's a sub mod. Okay. Split you up. Make sure you're not taking too much attrition here. Next target. Probably Arizin. They're allied to Nazhini and Asarta, which kind of sucks. Mostly because this guy has some coastal forts, doesn't he? Yeah. I do not have boats down here. I'm not bringing those boats down here. We do got to keep expanding. We can go after the halflings at some point, though we will need boats for that. The faster we deal with the halflings, the better, before they have 10 million level 17 forts on their island. Put you up. Well, we'd want to go after their well, no, because we don't necessarily need 100% war score against all these guys. We just need some war score. Enough to turn them into a tributary. Like this guy I could tributary right now. I'm just trying to white piece this guy so we have a shorter truce. But I think I'm just gonna do this and we're gonna move on with our lives. I got other wars I want to fight, other things I gotta do. Manpower, please. This is making me want to swap directions. I can't let Earlium keep expanding. Does the pyramid start at level 1? I think it starts at level 1. Oh, never mind. It does not. I lied. I thought it did. I thought that's what it said, but no. It just unlocks it for us to build it. So we do still need to pay 1,000 ducats dues to upgrade it for 0.01 mandate growth. Well, to be fair, we could be expanding in both directions at once. I have plenty of troops that are just sitting here not doing anything. If I built 3 more cannons up here, we could start going after Bulwar. And we can just expand in both directions. I'm not too worried about a coalition. Must save Bulwar and Sarhal from themselves. That's right. And then eventually we'll have to save Canor from themselves as well, because God knows they need it. Sorry. Ket knows they need it. Why is the French music? Why does Anbennar love to play the French music? It's curious. Are there French enjoyers on the Anbennar team? I don't know if I can play Anbennar anymore if that's the case. How dare they? Ket is French, clearly. You're right. How can I make such a silly mistake? The Ket are clearly French. Obvious. How much war score do I need to turn you into my subject? 49%. There's that edict done. Turn you, enforce religious unity. I don't know where it went off to convert. Hasn't converted anything yet. Let's get Jixabix converted. We really need another missionary. Maybe we need to do the missionary one. Place key decree of knowledge with decree of destruction. 50% siege ability. For the duration of the edict, any enemy you declare war on has their leader and heir killed and gains a weak new leader. What the f? Complete the mission, rouse the cat. Okay, that's wild. That's crazy. All right, that's like a later thing. That's damn. Damn. I'm thinking about empower the priesthood. For the extra missionary. It doesn't give us any missionary strength, but it does help us convert faster. Can you remember you actually playing France for Rago? I don't know what you're talking about. That doesn't sound like me. It must have been a different Poemu that you're thinking of, because I would never play as France. That's just wild. I guess it's a colonist, which I don't really care about. Light in the future, random Canada bonus, mend the broken, manpower recovery speed. Ceremonial pleasure barges. This one's tempting too. Pleasure barge events will become less common. They will now also have positive effects on us. That sounds pretty good, but so does getting the hedonism one. There's a lot of good ones out there. A lot of good ones. We should probably get this up and going. Need the colonists for the uncolonized provinces in Starhall. Yeah, you know I don't care about these. You know I will leave these two provinces uncolonized for centuries. It don't matter to me. I'm fine with Border Gore. I am a Horde gaming enjoyer. Border Gore is just part of the job, okay? It does not scare me to see Border Gore. I embrace the Border Gore. It's fine. You'll survive. Just let it sit there. You don't have to worry about it. For the Horde. Well, okay. I guess, yeah. General PLP is dead. I'm once again abandoned. Okay, I can get 2 more generals. There. Let's get you in there. We have 80 army tradition. Ooh, 5421. Ace in the Golem. You in there as well. Boom. Boom. 5 maneuver, 1 siege. Not that bad, actually. Could be kind of nice for not losing too much attrition. Speaking of losing to attrition. Get 8,000 troops there. You 21,000 are going to move forward. Then we'll start gaming. We will start gaming, and we will do wars in multiple spots. Monstrous Rule. I do love Monstrous Rule. You know I'm not saying it every time that event pops up, right? What I'm not going to bring up, because I don't want to jinx anything from happening. You get me, right? You understand. I just don't want to say anything, because then it will happen, and then I'll be sad. Meeting of the Great State. I thought that was the event right there. A tradition of the powerful and influential members of the state have gathered once again in the Konolkhatep court. The day is spent with resolving the court and country-related issues, while the night ends in a ceremonial court festival before. This year's meeting has been a great success, as the Nakad was praised by her subjects. Ooh, everybody gains loyalty. I don't know why they were ever not loyal, but right. All right. Who do we go after first? Well, suppose that makes that easy. Easy answer to that question. He got no allies. Bro is alone. Connected. Ooh. Silver Tongue gives 0.25 yearly hedonism and 20% improved relations, which is normal. Yeah, it's not a mandate trait, but it is hedonism trait, so you get to stay, Ravad. Boosting the economy is something that our state does on a regular basis, whether it be setting up new market towns, pull-ups for caravans, or expanding industry. The Ahati, especially the Southern Brotherhood, do have an interest in commerce and economic activity as well, and have started to set up shop in Deshak. They even offer us to take over management of the markets and to share the profits with us. A nice offer indeed, boosting our economy and easing the burden of administration there as well. We would, however, be handing over a powerful center of trade to the Ahati, who can do with it as they please. So we can get plus 10% local trade power here at the cost of 25 crowns and 15% local autonomy. Sure, I'm sure that won't have any negative consequences. Is that enough loyalty to revoke for religious culture? No, not yet. We're getting there, though. Anti-clericalism. Well, that will be enough loyalty. The question is, do I really want it? The answer is yeah. I do. I need it. What do we pull from the clergy here? Probably protected burials. Then we can give out religious culture. It also gives us missionary strength. Do we want to revoke anything from the other estates? We could get rid of the stab increases from the cheaper advisor privileges here. I don't really want to get rid of enforced interfaith dialogue. I want to keep my tolerance of heretics up real high. Well, the advisor cost buff is nice. I mean, I'm running 2 level 4 advisors and a level 3 advisor, so... And it is definitely helping. I think we need to flip back to a Diplo focus, though. For now, I can buy down my inflation. But I think we need a Diplo focus, because we need to do a lot of culture conversion. And I don't really need the admin, because I'm not taking things myself at the moment. Googly Ash is willing to hunt pirates. Thank you. We are going to need to do some admin and mill development here soon. We've gotten that siege. I can probably piece you out. Yeah. Make your alliance with Karshir and Nazni. That is illegal. No, it's not. I'm gonna placate them. That should just break their alliance, right? Is that how that works? No. That's not how it worked. But they are loyal now, so how does this work? They just can't make new ones. So if I... Okay. If I went to war with Karshir, Ryads would join. So I should let Asarta keep their Karshir alliance, and I should break their alliance with Ryaz. I could take 395 ducats and money, war reps, a little bit less money. But I do want to turn him into a subject. Browsers in goal, so I don't have to dev. Did I miss one somewhere in goal? Oh, yeah, I missed these 2 provinces. Because they were still building barracks. Thank you. Get those built up. 10-year wait, though? Yeah, it's a 10-year wait if I break all of their alliances. I suppose I could get Karshir away from Ryaz if I do this. Or I could just not subjugate Karshir. That is another option. I don't really have the boats to get out here anyways. What? Is this inland sea? This is inland sea. We could consider bringing our boats down. And then we can start going after the halflings as well. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. Just saying. How funny would it be if we satrapied Yazel Mora? I don't think it's a good idea, but it would be funny. Can't need the good halfling food? Yeah, they got cloves. They got cloves over here. Break your lines with Ryaz. We'll call that good. There we go. I go deal with Nuzhini. We keep occupying this guy, he might accept it. I like to break Nuzhini away from Asarta though. So I do need to actually do this war. Oh, I just fed Wegabiga. I don't like Wegabiga. Wegabiga always seems to do well, but only off of my hard work, and it makes me sad. You're going to become my tributary. Very much. I no longer have to demand manpower. We're going to be real set with our monarch point. Great. Harklum, you're up next. Get that thing back. Two of a kind. A half-price Diplo rep. I'll just take the Diplo points. Avamazon, I will co-belligerize you. There's no reason not to. I could have put a general on that, but I don't think it's going to matter. You like when canned sardines have cloves? You shouldn't say words. That sounds disgusting. You like when canned sardines have cloves? Like, that's not a line that should ever have been spoken. That's wild. That just sounds gross. Maybe I'm being judgmental here a bit, but like, wow. How much negative pain does Ryaz have? Minus 91 from Forced Tributary, minus 76 from Aggressive Expansion, minus 65 from Sacked City, minus 22 from Declared War, minus 50 from Semi-Monstrous. We're at plus 54 relations. We keep improving. Eventually, they'll get over it. Ooh. I don't know if I can get here in time. Yet. They're gonna stack wipe those troops. Okay. Well, rip. Guess that's that. Yeah, the sacking the city definitely does not help with relations with them. You all need to make your way up here. You included. Isagumze and Gumvuri are next. We will immediately declare war there. You have 4,000 troops. Okay. Gonna move down here. This siege stack can move over to this level 3 fort. You can go there with those troops. You can move over. Say, you shouldn't have to get transported. I don't have access through Jad. I kind of need the access through Jad in order to reach Avamazon, so we might not be able to get to Avamazon here. Which is sad. Which is sad. Hey, you're not schmoving. You're supposed to be schmoving over here. Ryad still has no manpower. It's just giving me money. What are you doing? Arklum has fallen. I don't think I waste time trying to get Avamazon. I'm gonna just take the tributary status and we move on with our lives. So that way I can go after Alcashes here, who is guaranteed by 1,000 voices, who I'm not really scared of. Yeah, they're Tech 6. It'll be fine. That. In that case... Ooh, Jad is at war with 1,000 voices. That is unfortunate. I could go to war with you. Road Warrior and 1,000 Voices are who you're allied to. Road Warrior will not join because of occupied and besieged provinces. And I have a feeling that 1,000 Voices is about to betray as well. So I can go after both of these. And subjugate them. Please don't take unnecessary attrition. You need to walk over. You're telling me that I could could take tech early. I don't really have any interest to do so. Go. Let's force Satrapy on the Harpies. Dad, of course, he's at war with them. Well, that's fine. We can wait a month, then we can declare war on Alcatraz here. And then we can subjugate them. Then we got to go deal with Marblehead. Satrapy. And you can go occupy the provinces. The Great Project upgrading? Right. Great Pyramid of the Ket is the number one that needs to be done. So let's begin upgrading that bad boy. That'll be done in 1521. Thanks. This isn't built until what? 1519? Then I'll have to upgrade this. Yeah. We might have to put extra money into that one as well. We can complete a mission, though. Resettle the plains. The plains of Ursmahap were the homeland of humans for generations, but with Grisaka's invasion, many were killed, enslaved, or otherwise displaced, their lands occupied by Gnolls. We do not take responsibility for the past crimes of our kin, but we can and will fix their mistakes. Humans will freely return to the lands of their ancestors in coexistence with the new Gnollish population. Let this service prove that Konolkhatep seeks only the best for both the men and Gnolls alike. Adds Gnollish minority size in all of those provinces. We gain 50 prosperity progress in those states, and a moderate tolerance increase of humans, and a permanent, or just a temporary claim on the Goal region. Slaughter the Slayer for Kaz. I do have 64 mandate, so I should probably do this, and then I can do one of these reforms. We're in the middle of these wars, because they're not too big wars, so kind of fine with it. We could go for the Decadent Twins just to get it up and running, at least at its base level. I don't hate the idea. Then again, the 5 cities of Keterata, actually kind of decent for us for the goods produced, the dev cost, and the stateswide governing cost. Like, this is 54 governing capacity, 133 governing capacity, 70 governing capacity, 86 governing capacity. Like, we kind of need to lower our gov cap usage along the river here, and I feel like that's the best way to do it. I'm gonna go for Decadent Twins since it requires you to be at peace. Ah, that's right. I think we're gonna go for that one then. Or ceremonial pleasure barges. Lose 50 hedonism. We're almost maxed out. I'm gonna go for the 5 cities. Let's annex Rakaz. The so-called Slayer of Slayers, Rakaz II, was nothing more than an arrogant traitor, her mind corrupted by the wicked whispering of accursed warlocks. She brought shame to the title her mother earned fighting the warriors of Ursmahap and the hordes of Viakok. It is time to bring righteous punishment to the wretched nest of evil these Gnolls dare call a pact. Silence the dark whispers, knock the riders off their hyenas. Let us finish cleansing Goal once and for all by slaying those that claim to be slayers. Consorting with demons is already a terrible sin for which death is the only possible atonement. There are, however, not demonic but equally dark forces from which the wicked might seek gifts and boons. The terrible whispers that emanate from the tainted shadow swamp have attracted many a warlock and necromancer. These fools seek power, riches, or even immortality from the vile entities of the shadow plane and find only death and suffering once their usefulness has expired. Such is the nature of the warlock that sees power in the pack of Rakaz, puppeteering the weak line of the so-called Slayer of Slayers. No deed was too foul for these lost souls, from perfidious necromancy to sacrifices even more torturous than those Yazov cultists usually perform. But all their treachery and sorcery could not save them. The powers they serve are fickle ones, quick to abandon those that fail or disappoint them. Even if this was not the case, no foul demon, hag, or spirit can stand in the way of the glorious and virtuous armies of Konolkhatep. None of these sorcerers have been spared, but the pack of Rakaz can offer many things besides rotten and cursed magic. The first Rakaz was indeed a noble and mighty hyena rider, who rightfully earned the title of Slayer of Slayers. The treason of her daughter and the weakness of her line cannot be faulted on the whole pack. The fearsome hyenas they breed, their expert riders, and their gladiatorial tradition will be excellent additions to Konolkhatepi cavalry. The question is, should we absorb the hyena riders, placing their once tainted lands under our direct control, or should our emperor take the crown of Rakaz, grant the Slayer of Slayers a degree of autonomy? This is going to give Harakstad a 20% liberty desire. I don't love that I keep making them mad, but eventually it'll be fine, because eventually we're going to annex them. Eventually. Or a new crown. This will also give us 10% cav combat ability, but they will be absorbed. We have inherited their throne. Start paying for that fort immediately, and we can begin to core it all up. It does cut Harakstad down to size a little bit. Is somewhat nice, I will not lie. I think another 2 or 3 years of manpower, and then I'll feel pretty confident to go back to monarch points. Well, honestly, I should just go to monarch points now. We have enough manpower to reinforce for a bunch. We're not in any big wars right now, so being at max manpower doesn't really do anything for us. But having a bunch of Diplo points, that does do something for us. That is very, very good. We do need to develop colonialism, by the way. Is something we gotta do. Okay, let's do that reform. We will go for the 5 cities of Ketarata. Ketarat, Nairat, Korashesh, Golkora, and Niramit. The 5 cities of Ketarata. A great 5 cities concept is common in Sarhal. It is so in Ketapura and so in the Saran. Yet these do not compare to the great 5 of Ketarata. These metropolises are the heart of Ketarata as they pump trade through its veins, and those views are majestic as the phoenix of Bulwar. Down the Mother Sorrow, these are the cities of the Ket. Boom. We gain minus 20% local dev cost and 10% goods produced in those cities, and we gain minus 20% statewide governing cost. I don't know how effective this is really going to be with 1,051 governing capacity used right now. When I pass this, it's now 1,007. Not 50, but not bad. Not bad. And it gives me dev cost on the big provinces. So I'm pretty sure most of them I already have pretty highly developed. Was Nairat one of them? Did I say Niramit? I don't know. Wherever we got it. We do have to convert this. We can't culture convert it because it's not religiously converted. Ugh. Once again, tolerance, L. Once again, proving that religious ideas are simply better in every way. There's never a reason to take tolerance ideas. It's always the wrong decision. Every time. You have a Lyznan separatists. Somebody's got to go deal with those. I think we can send these guys back to do it. Feel pretty safe with that siege. Not a big deal. Check dev cost modifier. It is one of the 5 cities. Plucked separatists. What in the... Okay, so he's coming in with the Tluk separatist. That's fine. Alcashes is now ours, and now we're just going to wait for Jad to Let us go after the harpies. You... What the... How are you allowed to do that? I know that you have cores here, but... Huh. Interesting. Interesting. General has died, as always. They always die on me. They always die on me. Crown Snow, you won't die on me, surely. You'll live forever. You'll live forever, and you'll be 6 siege pips, and it'll be great. Well, you don't have 6 siege pips, but so far, you will live forever, as far as we know. Pretty good. Worst tributary on Gasha. You. Guaranteed by Wegabiga. There's a bunch more provinces converted. Wegabiga, if you stop doing that. Ooh, Horrocks, shiniest of fur. We gain 1 stab and minus 25% fort maintenance for a while. Let me go up to 1 stab. Yeah, we'll go to 2 stab. We don't need to go to 3 stab right now. You go to 2 stab. We're making 0.87 mandate a month. Not too bad. No need to raid for the mission. Only after Brisson is annexed. But I should raid. Either way. It is probably time, huh? Almost. Damn, you're on the ball. Look at that. You were just like 2 months off. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's money o'clock. Ding, ding, ding. Baragsteda. Placate. Why are they all becoming so disloyal? Negative mandate. Yeah, that would do it. That would do it. That is going to complicate things. I'll give you that. But why? But why? Give me diplo points. Ryaz is once again disloyal. I hate this guy. This guy freaking sucks. Every day I try and bring enlightenment to the people of Sarhal, and every day... Oh, there's a... What? You got rebels right there? Oh. Means I gotta build a fort. Okay, I've maxed out all mill points. So let's do some development. Is there anywhere else that we have to do development right now? Nope. 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 Okay. You're pretty cheap to develop. You're pretty cheap to develop. You're super cheap to develop. You expand infrastructure. You are near a Kedis, though, so I don't necessarily love the idea of developing it. Uad, though, pretty good. Gokora, no. Niramet is too far away to consider developing institution for. This is 29 to develop, and it's my religion. Though I have a feeling it's going to flip a Kedis at some point. I don't know where I'm getting that feeling from. Well, this would be a pretty good spot to develop it. Ooh. Ooh, that is pretty good. Yeah, I mean, it's also gems, right? It's next to the capital, which is nice. And it's next to Nairat, which is also nice. There's definitely more development down here in total, though, if I develop it in Puhu. But I do feel pretty good about keeping Uad at some point. So, encourage development there. That gets down to 19. Then I think we're going to do our first decree here. And we're going to go decree of prosperity. Mother Sorrow River provinces will gain minus 10% dev cost. That'll cost 10 hedonism. I thought it costed 20. That's pretty good. I thought it cost 20. So that's an additional 10% dev cost reduction. So that's now down to 14. Mages are loyal. Merchant guilds are loyal. I think that's the best we're gonna do. And we could try to grab like a all power cost guy, but I don't want to like, give up my missionary strength advisor here. Does it have a temple? It does not have a temple. Ooh, 9 months. You know what? We'll do. We'll develop somewhere else. Here we go. Rebel Uprising. Unworthy. Fuck. That's a real bad time for that to happen. The crickets chirped and the air was breezy, though comfortable. Overlooking the calm flow of the Mother's Sorrow, our ruler gazed upon thousands of lights that lit up Katarata, the great pyramids in the distance, and barges with Cat floating peacefully on the river. It was an otherwise unassuming evening when all of a sudden a vase seemed to have crashed to the ground in the bedchamber of our Nakad. Curious, Zaba inspected what had happened and saw the vase broken in a dozen pieces. I already lost my spot. Crazy. A vase that could have been blown over or knocked down by an animal. Could not have been. Only a human. Alarmed, Nakad looked over for her sword, yet it was gone, and before being able to make it to the door, they felt a sharp and sudden sensation of pain. A silver-lined, dragon-shaped blade appeared through her chest, its glint offering our Nakad a last look at themselves before collapsing on the floor. When the great steward was found by the maid, panic ensued within the palace confines, and with the palace closed off, an investigation started, one which would not take long. The head of the royal guard, upon inspecting the wound, concluded that only one type of blade could make such a strangely shaped cut, a dragon's dagger. And while knives in the shape of animals are not uncommon, in the Salahad, it is only the Ahati who carry dragon's daggers, the Ahati Brotherhood. But why would they do this? And more pressing, why would they use their own blades when this would most certainly expose them? The questions would not go unanswered for long as a great ruckus developed in the markets. There, an Ahati officer stood, flanked by guards, ranting about the misconduct of our late steward. The priest claimed that the Nakad of the ruling dynasty in general did not have the mandate of the stewards of the Sorrow any longer. They called for a new steward to rise to the throne of Katarata and for the ruling dynasty to vacate these lands immediately. Reports from other cities tell us of similar occurrences, Aketis priests or Ahati officers openly denouncing our government and Nakad in the streets. They claim that the economy has slumped, that the Ket do not really support us, and that the realm is headed towards catastrophe. They make the gullible fearful, and few dare to speak against the Ahati's claims, fearing for their own lives. Times of darkness and death are upon us. Our ruler dies. We lose 20 mandate. So this is really bad, because now I have 15 mandate. Now I want to get out of these wars pretty much immediately. Plus 8 a month. Ooh. Yeah. How would we have gotten here first? How would we have gotten here first? Well, ours minus 10%, minus 50% goods produced, 15% liberty desire and subjects. I kind of want to reload to the year tick and not do a reform. Is that what caused it, though? Or is it just 1514? That was what caused it. Because I'm pretty sure we're just gonna die. Like, I'm pretty sure we're just gonna get rolled by those being so close together. But I think I'm just gonna reload it and be like, nah, I'm good. You can still do the disaster, that's fine. But I'm not gonna shoot myself in the foot right before going through it. What reforms did we do? I guess... You lose all your big tributaries? Yeah, I'd rather not do that. Believe it or not. I did 5 cities. Yeah, but that was already... Oh, it's too late. I already did it. I'd have to go back even farther. Well, when's the last save I have? 1506? You know what? We'll just send it then. We'll just send it. And if we die, we can just reload back to 1506. You know? We'll do that. Can I use money and manpower to build pyramid? Yeah, but it doesn't matter because we still have to wait till 1519 for the Bronze Dragon Academy. But I do see what you mean. Well, no, because we have to wait for the culture conversions as well. We gotta wait for the culture conversions in order to get Haragsteda. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. How close are we on those culture conversions? Not close enough. Definitely not. Well, 1515. Maybe, should I be revoking things from the Yahati? No, because then it progresses faster. Okay, let's bring everybody back home. I could load the 1512 autosave. I could load the 1513 autosave as well. But we can just see how it goes. Now I don't know if I want to pass a hedonism reform. I want to keep my hedonism up. We do still need to develop the institution. Fun fact. The Hati troops? We already did. Already did a while ago. Now the problem is the Harpies don't want out. Try and get you more loyal. 15% liberty desire is going to be rough. Let's get over here where I assume they're going to rise up is in Aketa, and also there's a Southern Brotherhood as well. So someone down here, I don't remember which province it is. Is there a hedonism reform for liberty desire? There is actually a hedonism reform for liberty desire. I thought. Maybe not. No, I'm thinking of like a reform. Right in this is what I was thinking of. Is not. I could go for the decree of plenty to try and offset some of the money loss I'm going to be having here, but I think I'm just going to go with the Decree of Prosperity again. I am going to pass it. We're going to just develop some stuff. Okay, unworthy. Ruler dies. We go down to 1 stab. We now have Silver Tongue, which gets 0.25 yearly hedonism. My mandate is terrible. My country is falling apart. Average mandate gaming. Average mandate gaming, if you ask me. So we get +8. No, I don't think we can get these culture conversions off in time. And turn off that defensive edict though. You're done. No, there's no way. It's over here. We were close though. We were close. I mean, I'm sure we could have gotten it. So at least the hammer one. At least the hammer one. But no luck, apparently. This year is an adult. True. Missions you did give less bad events or disaster. Yeah, so we're not going to get, like, totally screwed over, I hope. We'll have a little bit of a lifeline. We just didn't get down to the 3rd one. I don't know how you do that. Actually, I do. You would need Elisna to not take as much land, I don't think. I think that's the key. I think Elisna taking more stuff over here made it a lot more difficult and took us like an extra peace deal to really get the ball rolling. So I think it's less tributary wars, more focused on going after the bozos immediately. Bozos being Cataratas on the truce in order to break through and get to Elisna and then go to war with Elisna before they can cause problems. There is Bruce with you. Send you straight up to their capital. Maybe you can get something done. I don't know. We will see. Moving there. You're fighting those rebels. Did I ever get the Koroshesh vassal? No. They've not asked to be released, and I would never release them. I don't know why that's even an option. Part of me just wants to piece these guys out because we're about to have a very bad time. A very, very bad time. There's the temple. Now expand development here. That's 30. We can expand it again. There is colonialism in Uad. Definitely build a workshop there now because that's worth a decent amount of money. I'm going to keep this money for now because we are going to lose a bunch of goods produced and whatever else. Trade efficiency, national tax, goods produced. Come on. We don't want any of that. We don't want to deal with any of that. We need to try and stop them from sieging me down, please. Man, these Ahadi are just racist, you know? That's what it is. Things have never been better for Catarata. Just saying. You know, like we're doing pretty good. We were on a roll. We were bringing in more stuff for the Ket, and then they kind of messed it up. Not to point fingers. When the Ket get mad, when their little treats stop coming in the middle of this war, hey, it ain't my fault. I didn't do it. It's them. They don't have the mandate. Clearly having the mandate. Yeah. With the Ket's happy with our rule. We haven't even had one pleasure barge wreck in like the last couple of years. It's pretty impressive. Questionable service. 30% chance we become greedy. And lots of money. No, I'm going to take the mandate. I need mandate. No! Coronatism spawned. Damn. A bare minimum. Yeah, right. Take my prestige. Not that I want you to. I have a feeling I don't get a choice. I could get Inno for Miltech. I'm not going to worry about it, though. The Ahati Revolt. The initial subordination of the Ahati by assassinating our late Nakad was thought to be the spark that would light the powder keg, yet it actually remained quiet for a while. The Ahati officers stopped their incessant ranting after a few days, and their soldiers seemed to remain at their posts. And as the funeral of the late Steward remained peaceful, confusion hit the population. What are the Ahati up to? Are they going to actually attempt to kill the subsequently enthroned Nakad as well, or are they content with them? Nobody knew, and the government did not dare to ask the Ahati leadership, fearing that this may push them to action. All was quiet, and in hindsight, we should have seen it for what it was, a calm before the storm. It started in the more faraway outposts of the realm. Ahati soldiers and officers all of a sudden, and in many cases in the darkness of the night, marched into local government offices, forts, and other locations where they had already built up their influence. They seemed to have planned this, as these takeovers went with barely any incident. Now the Ahati have started to take control over a myriad of both military and economic centers. They say that they no longer acknowledge our state as the stewards of the realm, and therefore are no longer required to remain in our forts and encampments. While some officers have made it clear to the Ahati that they see this as desertion, they refrain from further action as they are aware that taking disciplinary actions could end in open conflict. The Ahati seem to vacate each and all posts that is under our command and leave not even a breadcrumb behind. The people are confused, and not even the families of the Ahati know what is going on, or so they claim at least. We wonder, and above all fear, what may come, and so does the entirety of the government. The general staff now fears that a civil war is upon us, and that this may well tear our country apart through violence and destruction. Some say that we should attempt to open diplomatic talks with the Ahati, while others denounce this and say that we have pampered the Ahati for too long already, and that we must prepare to teach these traitors a lesson and show them they are nothing but spoiled and arrogant faux nobility. And while our staff bickers and fights over what our next course of action should be, our Nakad seems to remain quiet, paralyzed by the thought of internal collapse. A revolt of those we thought to be loyal to the Steward is approaching, and it may well change the realm beyond recognition. We cannot know for sure when the first blow will come, only that it will come sooner than later, and for now there may not be much we can do, other than praying to the Ket, gathering our forces, and hoping that the commoners will see that we are still the true stewards of the Ket and the sorrow. May fortune bless us, and heavens guide us through these trying times. Since watchful eyes are completed, our existing Ahati regiments and generals remain loyal. Generals? Huh? The Ahati are gathering their strength. Protectors of Kedarata will be removed from Ahati. Which means we cannot recruit Ahati anymore. Rebellious Ahati will be granted, which gives +1 max absolutism. Yippee. -1 unity prestige. The Ahati gain 10% of land. They gain cores on Aketa, Hapkas, and Puyu. Okay. Well, kind of fricked up to take my crown land. Just want to point that out. Rude. Glad I did not develop Puhu. That would have been very sad. Okay, Haragsteda, I really need you to stay loyal through this, man. I really need you to stay loyal through this. Out of everybody, if Irlium breaks off, fine. I don't care. We need to get rid of them anyways. Oh, we were going to go raiding, weren't we? Seems like a pretty good idea. Disloyal generals. We once granted the Ahati control over large sections of the army with the expectation that it would improve both our quality and the loyalty of the Ahati. And for a while, at least, it seemed that the Ahati made excellent generals and loyal officers who led our armies to great victories on the battlefield. Yet, as the Aketis have started their revolt, these officers begin to show their true colors. Only a very small and select cadre of generals seem to have remained loyal to the state and the Nakad, and the non-Ahati part of the military staff fears that some of those have stayed only to spy on us. They conclude that a purge of the officer corps will be needed post-haste, as the more these potential spies stay in their place, the more information they could transfer to their treacherous brethren. Getting new and, most importantly, qualified officers will be costly and take a while. It also seems that the Ahati loyalists have either destroyed or taken away the blueprints of the Brotherhood's fortresses and strongholds, leaving us essentially blind during a siege. We are trying to get some old copies from the archives, but they will most likely either be out of date or incomplete. The road ahead will be bumpy, and there are not many leaders to guide us on the road, it seems. Independent leadership will now be granted to the Ahati, minus 20% siege ability, plus 100% general cost. Do I actually need to go through and fire all my generals? Do I actually have to fire all of them? No? Okay. All subject countries. Liberty desire less than 50%. Mandate at least 50. All corrupt privileges have been revoked. Aketa has been repelled. Please let me out. Bro, I'm just trying to piece you out, okay? That's it. Whispers in the ranks. While all our troops have sworn an oath of fealty to their Nakad, many of us are now rethinking their loyalties. Whether it is due to them actually believing the Ahati lies about our Nakad losing favor and being a bad steward, fearing that they may be slaughtered by the Aketis fanatics, or because they secretly aspire to join the Brotherhoods, it does not matter. Many simply refuse to continue their service. We are having a hard time keeping the common soldier in line at the moment and have already been forced to increase payments and pension as to prevent outright mutiny or mass desertion. And even then, getting young men to sign up for service is costing us more and more crowns every day. And while some of the demands they make are beyond ridiculous, the situation forces us to accept or negotiate. We will lose a lot of wealth just so we can keep our army together and our own soldiers placated. Let us hope that we will not run out of money. This isn't the last bad news you wanted to tell me, was it? We get plus 25% land maintenance and 25% reinforced speed. Plus 25% reinforced cost. Oh boy. Oh boy. I should have saved that Rakaz mission. That would have been the gamer move. Is have the Rakaz mission, click it, gain 20 mandate. To help get me through this. Hedarch's Aid. We are the stewards of the sorrow and the first and foremost servants of the Ket. We are the ones who ought to guard the great river and protect the deities which live on it. And by the Ket we do our job as well as we can. But now we need the help of the Ket themselves. We would do well to ask the Ket in blessing us and reminding the people that they are to be loyal to us as we are the first servants of the Ket. We would do well to ask the Ket's help in reminding the people that those who oppose us oppose the Ket themselves. Let us approach the divine felines of the sorrow and ask for help. Ugh. Oh great Ket, give us a blessing so we may bless you with chin scratches. Or I can give them a core on this province out here. No, I don't think we'll do that. I think we'll lose the hedonism. 147? Yeah. They're at 147. General States gives 5%. Seditious Regiments 10%. Independent Leadership 10%. Dragonsworn Judgment 100%. Land Share 12.2%. So, they're a bit out there. They're a bit out there. Dad continues to expand, and it's very annoying. Should already be dealt with, but because we are having to deal with a disaster, I couldn't get there in time. Well, to be fair, I wouldn't have gotten to that one in time anyways. This is the Dragon State spawning. This is the regular Ahati one, I think. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we just speed 5 because there's not much we can do about it. Ahati homes. As the Ahati expanded, new quarters were needed. We therefore provided them with a large amount of land to build new barracks and fortifications on, like the one in Ronzortos. This benefited them with new sleeping quarters and connections to the local population, while benefiting us as those soldiers bolstered security, increasing trade in the local economy and our tax revenue. But as with other Ahati-affiliated locations, this one has also now turned into a local stronghold, barring our enemies from entering or staying. These Ahati are also attempting to sway the local population to their sides and are spreading vile lies and fake stories about our Nakad. They will regret their insolence one day. Importing naval supplies? Yes, please. Okay. Still stuck in this Harpy War. Ilium does not send us tribute. Oh. This is brutal. Ketarch's aid. Yep, we lose the hedonism. We just start lowering their influence. Closed economy. Our dealings with the Ahati were not entirely of a military nature, as the Ahati showed a keen eye for trade as well. The Southern Brotherhood in particular excelled in setting up successful trade hubs, investing in lucrative opportunities, and making sure the flow of commerce kept on going along the Sorrow. And because of this, we gave them control over and have controlled over such hubs. This is now backfired, as they've taken full control over the markets there and have barred every merchant that does not declare themselves loyal to the Ahati from entering, causing a hefty blow to our economy and commercial activity. The delivery times are getting even worse. Since compromise with dragons was completed, Aketa will not gain a core. Wow, thanks. Thank you. Appreciate that. Many separatists. Okay, so Aketa has a core out here, so I'm going to need to deal with that. Do get a little bit of monstrous rule. We kind of want Ilium to go independent. Ryaz is also going to need to go independent. I'm going to lose the Diplo here and not the Prestige. You give me... Honestly, I should switch everybody over to money now. So that way I can make a little bit of money while my economy is in free fall. Then we got to deal with my cities being sacked. Oh, that's admin. After everything we did for these guys too, you know? It's like we were only... Like, we only worked with them. At no point, not a single point, did we ever do anything to, like, stab them in the back or even limit their influence. Like, I just let them exist. We were chilling, and they're like, no, sorry, you're a Gnoll. You're a Gnoll, and therefore cringe. The sack of Anarat. Burned corpses litter the street in hundreds from posts and hang from posts and windows. The smell of burn and blood drowns the city and the land surrounding it, and a woman sits on the ground weeping. As she is letting her tears water the ground like Nyrat waters the sorrow, she holds her child, lifeless as it may be. She does not care for her burning house or the annihilation of her livelihood as her most cared for possession. Her child has died at the hands of a firestorm of rage and violence brought on by the Ahati. The city of Anarat, on the banks of the Sorrow, is one of the most important cities in the realm thanks to its massive markets, international business ventures, and large production facilities. It is one of the economic centers of the Salahad and an artery of commerce. But now, the Ahati have come to town. They plundered the city and slaughtered thousands of innocents, took everything of value, and left not a single dwelling unscorched. It is almost as if they were attempting to emulate their master, Akhet. The sack of Anarat is nothing but a sickly display of their loyalty to the Bronze Dragon and to violence itself. Almost all men were killed, with the women and children left behind to pick up the pieces. But for us, there is no time to weep. Like dragons, these plunderers are no men. They are beasts that should be hunted down and slaughtered for all to see. The Ahati have gone too far, and so we must return the favor. Let them taste the wrath of the Steward and the tears of failure. Anarat will be avenged, will bring the Ahati horde to its knees. The Ahati lose 15 influence, and a bunch of rebels rise up. Or, I cannot fight, I can only weep. That sounds like a bad idea. That sounds like a very bad idea. I think it's time we teach these bozos a lesson. Yikes! Maybe I'm the bozo! They do got that rebel morale. Ahati rebels 1.2 times. Give me a break. What the heck? Oh, ouch, 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 ouch. Hey, retreating rebels? Cringe. Retreating rebel spotted. Cringe, 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 cringe. I hate retreating rebels. Those dudes suck. I do need to keep converting provinces, is the thing. Or, developing provinces. It was this state that starts off Aketis, so I'm going to leave that alone for now, actually. I know these are all the wrong religion, but what are you going to do? Leave the war? I can leave the war. I'm not going to turn them into a tributary for now. I don't want to risk them being this long. Okay, well... we just got to keep having these events to lower their influence. Our mandate is going up by 0.74 a month. So it's not too bad. Necessitata loans. Within the Delta of the Sorrow lives a unique minority, that of the Delta Gnomes. These gnomes have been living here since ancient times and form a distinctive group within society. They adopted many local Keterodan traditions and habits, yet have also remained distinctively gnomish. They form one of the most productive groups within society, especially in the production of magically infused gemstones and luxurious calligraphy. Looking for special weapons, the Ahati have struck a deal with the Delta Gnomes. The Gnomes have been granted the promise of lands, resources, and autonomy in exchange for magical gemstones that the Ahati can use in battle, giving them an edge over us. We have the ability to remind the Gnomes who they ought to be loyal to and confiscate the gems, but we should be wary it will provoke the Ahati in defending their newly acquired equipment. Never trust a gnome. Never trust a gnome. It's that easy. I guess you can't trust kobolds either, because they would also be siding with the Ahati. We'll smack down these rebels. Anything to lower their influence. Speaking of anything to lower their influence, we should change our government reform. Away from general estates over to... We could go parliamentarism. Kind of interesting. Disable the nobles. That would give me a bunch of crown land. We could go parliament. Kind of funky, kind of cool, kind of interesting. Lose GovCap. I would lose GovCap. That's real. All right, let's just go aristocratic court for now. We'll take away 5% loyalty from the Ahati. This is timed? Oh boy. The South stirs. The Southern Brotherhood has always been more wealthy due to their dabbling in trade and economic ventures, while the Northern Brotherhood has always remained a strictly militaristic order, with the exception of some agricultural estates in order to support themselves. The Northern Brotherhood has, because of their lower economic interests, now been facing the problem of shortages and has to remedy this by requesting their Southern brothers to send aid. The Southern Brotherhood has therefore sent a large convoy of barges and camel caravans to the north with supplies. We could intercept these convoys and deny the enemy passage, though it will most certainly result in violence. Yeah. Hello? Who do you think you are? Violence will come anyways, so why not start now? Exactly. Exactly. They're gonna stab us in the back. We might as well stab first. In the front, I guess. That's how that would work. Yikes. Yikes. I'm losing 44 ducats a month. Okay, advisors have got to go. They've got to go. I've got to save money somewhere. We got to keep that corruption going down, though. More loans. Ohms. General Morden Solace killed by gnomes. Damn. Damn. Killed by his own people. He's gonna be so sad. He's gonna be so sad about that one. Can you not take attrition? I would appreciate that. They're coming over here to deal with them. Like, let's bring you over here in general. And freaking Ahati. I do everything to help them, and yet they stopped the snowball. We could have had all Bulwar by now. And like half of Sarhal. So-called mandate enjoyers when they stop me from getting more mandate. Interesting. Interesting. How do I get rid of these? Is it like regular where I need their loyalty to be higher? Because I don't think that's possible. There's got to be a special way to get rid of them. You have to do it normally? What? Pearl's Ezra's Emperor. What? How? Ain't no way. There ain't no way. The Keter Rebellion win is like minus 100%. Oh, I gotta put him down. Gotcha. Gotcha. That makes a lot more sense. Like, there's no way I'm normally going to be able to do that. The desecration of Nyrat. With disobedience towards our state comes disobedience toward our faith. The Ahati follow the dragon Aket, who they believe is the true incarnation of Elaket, and as such they do not care for our temples and shrines dedicated to the greatest of Ket, like Niraket. This has led to a group of Aketist zealots attacking, desecrating, and plundering the largest temple complex of Nyrat and putting it to the torch. We have only a very short time to react and to halt the desecration of the main place of worship to Nyrat. We must act now or the temple and its relics will be lost. Temples can be rebuilt, men cannot. No. Absolutely not. I don't care. Stop these extremists, kill them all. No mercy, or they will have none for you. Kill them all, every single one, to the man. You rebel, you die. That's always the rule. Hey, we're very, very loving, accepting place here. You rebel, you die. That's just how it goes. You chose this. You picked this path. Do not blame me when you get rolled. I need to help these guys. Otherwise, they're going to lose. And you got to retreat here. Help here. Boom. Look, you can live happy, free lives, but the moment you rebel is the moment you die. Sorry. In condition for the revolt, I have to beat the rebellion that's going to happen, and then I need to revoke all of these privileges. We are getting their influence down. I mean, like, I could consider dropping supremacy over the crown right now to drop its influence even more, but then it also drops loyalty equilibrium. Who's disloyal? Okay, it's just Ryaz now. But we have a truce, so they can't leave yet. Yeah, till 1524. So they're stuck here. Bozos. 61 ducats a month. The South stirs? Yes, it does. Burn the South. In my blood. What can I say? I see the South. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta get down there. We gotta stop them. Our admiral died. Our not bad admiral. We could take tech. We probably should. I don't think I'm going to take mill tech. Because I don't want these rebels to have upgraded cavalry. We probably need to go infrastructure ideas here. Like a mill idea group would be nice, don't get me wrong. But aristocratic is hedonism. It is 0.5%. Or 0.5. That's crazy. Religious for the extra missionary? Yeah, I was thinking we might need religious ideas. Like, we have a lot of stuff we need to convert. A lot of stuff that we absolutely need to convert, and we need to do a lot of culture conversion. I think the answer is we gotta go religious. We have to. We have to go religious. And I will take that extra missionary. It also completes a national idea. Heart of Sarhal. If the sorrow is the lifeblood of Sarhal, then Kedarata is undeniably its heart. As Konolkhatep claimed more of the lands that had once belonged to the ancient empire, they were forced to contend with peoples from many different cultures and ways of life. In order to keep such a disparate patchwork of peoples living peacefully, the emperors instituted an official edict of tolerance. It did not matter what language you spoke or what species you were, none of these would prevent your advancement within Konolkhatep. The only thing that mattered was loyalty to the emperor, and of course, the Ket. +3 max promoted culture. So I can now accept a bunch of these guys. Which, yeah, I'm not against. Ajara Keti would be a decent one, and Shasoran would also be a decent one. I'll go here and here, and we'll accept them both. Loans. Loans, 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 loans. These gnomes, they're real determined to They're real determined to get involved. South stirs. It does cost 50 admin for each one. A little unfortunate. Ilium is now disloyal again. Yeah. Nahati governor. It's treason then. Fuck you. Forget it. Ain't no way. Ain't no way I'm giving you a fort. I'll rebuild the fort later. You ain't catching me slipping. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. No, sir. No, sir. I don't want to take Miltech. I refuse to take Miltech yet. I absolutely, positively refuse to do it. Because I know that they will have... They will have lots of cavalry, and I don't want to deal with that. Thanks for making you a general. You're welcome. Thank you for being a good general. You were good, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah, you were quick with it. That's right. You were quick. And you have a siege pip. And if you have at least one siege pip, you're then a good general. The bar is low, but there is a bar. Yeah. Man. My subjects hate me. They friggin' hate me, and I don't blame them. I have just subjugated a whole bunch of people, and like, really not much I can do about it. Like, they're just gonna hate me for it. I mean, 0001 is a good general. Yeah, it's better than a 0010. So, think about that. Musketeer bow, I guess army cost, whatever. Will cost. Again, I'd rather just pay the 5%. Now, it does suck that our campaign has pretty much come to a halt as we wait for this. We just can't do anything. Size does matter. Ogres have a long tradition of building monumental fortified settlements, possibly dating back to the time of their giant ancestors. Tradition they maintain to this day, showing significant prowess in construction, due in part to their size and strength. This is not simply a choice of life, as it's blatantly clear ogres are rather tall fellows. With an imposing height of at least 10 feet, they positively need larger dwellings than other races, and often find themselves in awkward situations when living in our cities due to their blundering frames. In hopes of remedying this, a delegation of ogre master masons, architects, and notables has presented the court with a proposal for a series of sweeping reforms to the standards of construction in our realm, in order to accommodate to the needs of the growing community. Aware of the seemingly daunting cost, they assure this style will not only favor their race, but also our reputation as patrons of the arts. I guess I just can't build anything for 10 years, or I just don't care. Or I simply don't care. Barging into sorrow. The pleasure barges are an inseparable part of Ket's life, designed specifically for their needs. These constructions are the living testament to the ingeniousness in which Ketarodans try to accommodate the gods' needs. For one of the Kets, this design failed as he raised the sorrow so that he can disembark right from the edge of his ship. What he did not expect was the port he wanted to depart to sinked into the sorrow as he promptly brought everything back to normal. Yeah, send out relief. He's fine. He's fine. I would like for us to be able to do this, though. Like, this kind of sucks. Are we just kind of sit here on speed 5? Like, are you supposed to keep playing when this happens? Am I doing this wrong? They expect you to just be like, ah, whatever. It's fine. You make no money? Or is it just like a wait 10 years, then you can play game again? Those spots ever gonna get colonized? Maybe. Maybe one day. Let your barge on the move, lose development. Of course, you're expected to continue to play. All right, well. Fine. It's a good thing we don't have a lot of land that we have to conquer in this run. It's a good thing that we stopped our snowball right when we should be getting to our largest power spike. Right now. Real convenient for me. Real convenient for me. You gotta walk up there. You gotta walk over here. Can I raid more stuff? I can raid more stuff. Thank you. I forgot about the raiding. We're back to our old ways. Back to our old ways. Just go ahead and raid everything. Give me money. Thank you very much. I'm maxed out on mill points. Rebels risen up now. I can go here. Hey, we can complete on the backs of Craws. Look at that. Because Earlium integrated them. It is a natural fact of life that some are made to serve and some are made to be served. Gnolls know this well, so do the Keterodans. The greatest works of both mankind and Gnollkind have been built with the sweat, blood, and tears of thousands and thousands of slaves. If we wish to build a glorious and prosperous empire, we will need to provide our economy with a significant supply of Kra. Luckily, with our new magnificent fleet and the expertise of the recently absorbed sea scourge Gnolls, it should be child's play to see legions of servants from the unprotected shores of Bulwar. Yes. For 25 years, the Mother's Delta area gets +2 goods produced. Multiple minorities will be added to the Mother's Delta and Coast of Tears areas depending on the cultures of the raided provinces. Nice. Now, I just need that great project to be done upgrading. And perhaps I should just spend the manpower to do it. Because then I can integrate Haragsteda. Or I can turn them into a personal union. Part of me wants to turn them into a personal union. But I integrate them. Look at us mandate. But we're at 70 mandate right now. Like, we're chilling. We're fine. We're just waiting for these guys to declare their independence or whatever. I wonder if you can throw manpower into the academy to finish the mission. I think it's too late, right? It is an interesting thought, though. We could try. It's too late. Okay. I won't worry about it. But we should do something with Haragsteda. We should make a decision on what we want to do with them. Upgrade that. So that gives us the pyramid. So that's 0.01 mandate growth. But more importantly, I can do the missions. Under the rule of the mighty Elliket, the lands of Keterada were transformed into an earthly paradise. He renounced godhood to guide and protect his people, and for that, all who live in the Sorrow today owe him worship and reverence. However, the decadent Keterada of old failed to properly care for these duties, letting his great monuments decay and crumble. With the rise of the Sorrow Mane, whose ranks are filled with more and more Gnolls each day, Elliket has won legions of new servants ready to rectify this indignity. Clergy gains 10 loyalty, we gain 25 hedonism, gain a skill 3 theologian, and the religious state clergy privilege will no longer have a loyalty penalty. Yeah, sure, fine. We'll max out on our hedonism here. I guess I could have done a different decree, but whatever. Then despoil the hammer. We should do so. We gotta do something with them. We gotta do something with them, you know. I think I'm gonna personal union them. They're tech 6 though. So they're useless. They're actually just useless. They won't be able to help in fights. They can't do anything. They're actually completely useless. Then again, I don't have to annex them right now. They're loyal enough. We could hold on to them, do a reform, and then annex them afterwards. That's what we should probably do. And you know what? I'm just going to take this Miltech, and we're going to accept that they're going to have very powerful armies that I'm going to regret doing that for, but it's fine. Monstrous rule. Thank you very much. More loans. More gnomes. I was going to say to the pyre, but we're not those kind of gnolls. Maybe we should be. Maybe. Maybe we should. Ooh. Thank you. Maybe we should be the thing that they hate so much. You know, maybe we should just embrace it. Back to worshiping demons. Back to raising provinces. Our coast has been raided. Bind a match. Hey, okay, there you are. War satrapy. War of the burning sands. The horns were blown, the banners raised, and the swords unsheathed. The Grand Master of the Ahati and instigator of this wretched betrayal, Hazan the Vengeful, stood in front of his men in full armor and declared, "My brothers, I stand here before you with a promise by which I will live or die. No longer will we be subjects of stewards who do not steer. No longer will we be denizens of pompous monarchs who do not govern. No longer will we be lackeys to rulers who do not rule these lands with the respect and care it deserves." What is this dude yapping about? "Men, we will, blessed by Akhet, take up the mantle of stewardship and cast off the suffocating cloak that was forced upon us by the Eleketists and Nyraketists kings. No longer will we follow stewards, we will be stewards. Gather your weapons and be ready, for we go to war, for the sorrow, for Akhet." The shouting and chanting of the Ahati swept over the cities and lands, and each and every denizen of the sorrow knew what was about to come. A war for the soul, faith, and stewardship of the sorrow. A war like no other before was unleashed. A war between cat and dragon, between cat worshipper and dragon sworn. Coordinated by their generals, the Aketists in the Delta started to march on the remaining centers of power still loyal to the Nakad. Within a single day, they seized the entire region, alongside other pockets of the realm where they established themselves. They are committed to the full annihilation of our state and to the complete takeover of our realm and powers. They claim stewardship for themselves. We must deny them this, even though it may cost us everything. This war will be long, bloody, and painful, yet we cannot let a single stronghold, fort, barrack, or otherwise Ahati loyal remain. We must destroy them root and stem and force the survivors into eternal loyalty to us, the true stewards of the sorrow. We march to war for the sorrow, for the Ket. For a Ket, we can play as a Keta. May our victory hasten his return, or kill these rebels, for we are the steward of the sorrow. We must crush them and gain the victory, claim victory peace up. We will do that, and I will walk in and I will stack wipe these bozos. I will chase you there. And then we do have... Oh. He didn't get the core out here. Ah, cool. Okay. Well, lock up. We deny that. Yeah, we denied it. We denied it. Yeah. All right, let's see what a cat's got for you. A 3743 is quite a lot. I will give you that. When am I going to get there? The 27th? Bye-bye. All right, well, that's one problem solved. Just don't let them build more troops. They do get a morale reinforcement tick here, and that does bring them up to max morale. What? What the fuck? No! My boats! That's actually kind of sick. I didn't realize it spawned in boats. 8 heavies? See, this is why these guys don't deserve to be in charge. They can't afford those heavies. My fleet split. And they got heavies for free. I didn't have any heavies. I don't think we're going to reinforce in time. Dude, fuck off. I hate these guys. I forgot how strong they are. 11,000 damage, by the way. This is why you just cheese it. It's not worth it. It's not worth actually fighting legitimately. They just get stupid bonuses. So you just cheese them and you kill them. Ketarch's aid. Yeah, we gotta keep lowering their influence. So-called mandate enjoyers when millions die because they are not in charge. Like, nope, sorry. We believe in the true mandate holders. It's like, uh-huh. Then again, they don't really care about the cat. They care more about the dragon. So, but the dragon's not even that cool. I'll say it. He's not even that good at Yu-Gi-Oh! I beat him without even knowing what I was supposed to do. He's kind of a bozo. And I'm not afraid to say it. That's unfortunate. A dragon cares not. Yeah, well, dragon can suck on these nuts. That's what happens when you step into a Highlands fort, bozo. You can't beat me here. You will lose that one. All right, chase them down. I don't know where they're retreating to. And so I am punished for not colonizing those provinces. Funny. Funny. Deserved? Yeah, all right, fair enough. All right, I'll take that L. It's good. It's fine. Ekin separatists. We'll deal with separatists later. You gotta catch these guys before they run away. Oh no. Oh no. It's okay. They're gonna run into a fort eventually. Eventually they'll run into a fort. That'll be that. Vengeance for Ketarata. Relations between human and Gnoll have been, for the most part, tense, to say the least. This has been so ever since Gnolls and humans have first interacted. Wait, have we already read this before? No. The Ahati, you see in the Gnolls nothing but invaders and despoilers, are even more hateful towards these furry inhabitants of the Salahad, and a band of Ahati have shown this hatred through pure slaughter and destruction by attacking a Gnollish village in Jarnax. They have burned the dwellings, killed not just the men, but the women and children too. None have been spared, and the smoke of death and destruction can be seen from far away. And while some villages have been lost already, some are still intact, and so we can intervene if we wish to. Stopping them would anger the Ahati, but improve our standing with our Gnollish subjects. We could also look the other way and let the Ahati rage rain down on the Gnolls as they please. We must put the past behind us. I lose 2 mandate. Small tolerance increase of humans. Yeah, okay. I look at the goal region. Ah, frick. There's one guy down here. There's 2 guys down here. Frick! Send some troopies. Send some troopies down. Send some troopies over. Rightful ownership. Okaya can suck on these nuts. I'm not giving them anything. It's not gonna happen. Here we go. Whoa. Where the frickety frack do you think? How do they have so much more move speed? Or maneuver? Attacking them in the mountains is a stupid idea. One I will not be partaking in. No way. I will simply push them onto a fort. They're cheating? And by cheating, I mean they're trying to go into their boats, which is just cowardly. Okay, now we can wipe them. Really? Okay, they're retreating into their boats anyways, and I'm not going to go fight their navy because I can't beat it. They have a 4-3-5 admiral. I'll just get rolled. It's not worth trying. And what do I need in this? Isn't it just 100% peace? I can turn into a vassal. Claim victory. I have to fully occupy them. They need no troops left, most likely. And then maybe I can get them to peace out. They're going to need no occupations as well. So let's do that. We can obliterate the rest of their troops down here. I'm a little worried that because their troops are on these boats that I'm not going to be able to peace out of the war. That would be unfortunate. We're going to move here. 71% on the siege. Dak is about to die to the Raj. Really, it's fine. I should probably just let Irlium go. I completed the mission, so... But... if I kept him around, then I can convert them to a Madasi eventually. Like, fuck, man. And now they're attacking Marblehead. I love disasters. I love disasters. I love not playing the game. And then Irlium just gets to fucking go crazy. So now I've got to find a way to where... Okay, so I have to break it. So I have to go through and, like, spend 5 wars partitioning them now? Or just conquering their land myself. Okay, well, let's get a truce going with them. It's annoying. It's annoying, but it is what it is. Monstrous rule. 36 months. He's actually not going to peace out because... he has troops running around still. That's crazy. Why is Haragstad in this war? Why is Haragstad in this war? Huh. 443, pretty good. No, befriend. Yeah, befriend. Because he didn't lose any of his provinces to Aketa. So I'm not sure why it would do that. But hey, I'll take it. It's fine. Fine by me. They're there for the vibes. For their Tech 6. Maybe they're hoping that we will give them technologies to help. We can do a reform. Let's wait until after the disaster, or at least after this war, to make that happen. Hey, got your ass. This will leave them with no occupations, but they're on these boats. If they don't peace out, I'm going to just... also command it. You have lost. There's no world in which you have minus 61. My navy cannot beat them. They have more galleys and heavies. Like, we physically just cannot do it. It won't work. And they're given a really good admiral, even though we have like 0 navy tradition. Like, we're gonna sit in this war for 5 years. The answer is yes. My dumbass is gonna sit in this war for 5 years because I'm stubborn. And using console commands is admitting defeat. So I will not do so. I will simply sit here and suffer. Simply sit here and suffer and have a bad time. Like a bozo. If I walk away, maybe he'll bring his troops back down and land. Gotta go here. Don't even have an island to flee to. That's right. They don't even have an island. We're just... okay, they gave up. Thank God. Bozo. Claim victory. Time to skewer a dragon. Their armies have been squashed, their swords broken, and their support dissipated. The Ahati, after years of struggle, have met their end. No longer shall they poison our lands with their lies and their threats. No longer shall the cult of Akhet burn through our lands and kill the innocents. The last of the Ahati were defeated near Anarat, having held out in a decrepit ruin with the last of their generals. On the run, but nowhere to go, they decided to fight until the last man fell, their bodies pierced by bullets, spears, and the wrath of the Steward. And so, peace may return to the land as we round up the remaining dissidents and prepare for the trials. We will not massacre each and every one of the Ahati as to prevent their kin from seeking vengeance. We'll show them mercy and honor they lost with their foolish aggression against the Steward. Justice will be served, peace will return to the lands, and freedom and security will be a guarantee once more. And so the waters calm, the land shall too. With the Konolkhatep crush, the Yahati have lost considerable influence. They lose 10% of the land, we gain 20 mandate, and the Yahati estate gains 30 loyalty and loses 75 influence. I get my stuff back. Not my boats. Those boats are forever gone. I have to rebuild them now. Sadness. Okay. Well, I have 100 mandate, so I should probably do a reform and then click the button to gain 30 mandate to get back up to 50. That's fine. We'll deal with the Yahati rebels. Stay of execution. The last of the rebels have been put on trial, and to prevent any new rebellion, changes were made. The Yahati have been reorganized to prevent the Dragonsworn veterans from wandering the lands and causing trouble, with some strict rules, that is. We are now in full control over the Brotherhoods, and their members swear an oath of loyalty, not to Akhet or to the Sorrow, but to us directly instead. They will be loyal to us until the end of days, and in exchange, they'll be given small pieces of land and lower titles again. They'll be employed by and through the state. With this civil conflict over, can we finally focus on the important matters of state again? We can restore our sphere of influence, reconnect with our Madasi and satrapies, and restore the lands of the Sorrow to their former glory and prosperity. Peace is upon us. We gain 3 stability, 20 hedonism. So 1573, we gain 0.1 mandate growth, 0.25 yearly hedonism, minus 0.25 global monthly devastation, minus 10% all estates loyalty equilibrium. Okay, well, before we do that, because I'm pretty sure that means that, yeah, disaster's over. Let's do one of these reforms here. We're gonna stab? That's what I'm doing. We could empower the priesthood here for an extra missionary. We can also rein in the satrapies for Liberty Desire subject development, which isn't bad. Everybody's pretty much loyal anyways. Hedonism Monument? That's 1,000 ducats though. How much hedonism does it actually give? Because right now we're getting 0.2 hedonism a month. Or a year. Sorry, a year. But I need to convert land and state land and all of that. Ooh. Unite the Brotherhoods. N% governing capacity? It's pretty good. I did just say that I need GovCap, and I do. I do need that GovCap, is the thing. Just start going for the Madasi stuff. Ace of Magic, Starfall, powering the priesthood. I think it's really between the missionary and the GovCap. Doesn't give hedonism till tier 2. Yeah. Let's go for GovCap then. Unite the Brotherhoods. Since the time of Akhet, the Brotherhoods of the Yahati have been divided into the Northern and Southern Brotherhoods. All these warriors of the North have served us well, and the merchants of Ursmahap or the Southern Sorrow have too. The division of the two has too long been a strain on our administration. Rather than having to appease one or the other, we can simply unite them once more and let the Mandate and its enforcers stand in unity. 10% GovCap modifier. Then we can do Stay of Execution. We gain 20 hedonism and 3 stability, which means I should use some hedonism here. I can't, unfortunately. Okay. Well, we'll do this. Give yearly hedonism and mandate growth. We gain 3 stab, which brings us back up to positive 3. Then we can click the mission to despoil the hammer. After the unearthing of the great Dao Genie Palace in Kvagrak, the fragmented Vangaga packs of Haragstad unified under the lead of Razerg Hammer of Kavenga. The priest smith turned pack lord took his title because of a mighty genie relic he had discovered, a magical warhammer capable of shaping and enchanting metal. The fierce faith of these smiths would be admirable if it wasn't so terribly misguided. These zealots will soon find that no hammer, magical or not, can stop the march of our glorious armies. Let us end their primitive superstitions and vanquish their false goddess. Shatter their hammer and their faith. I want to annex them. I do. I really do. But. That's a big but. We do have to convert everything. But our next reform is going to be the missionary one. We'll see. Rosharg the Hammer. Many Gnolls across Sarhal adhere to the ancient Kvengaga faith and few did it with such fervor and devotion as the field stalkers of Haragsteda. Their priest-smiths exalt metallurgy at the highest expression of their will of their goddess, forging and reforging metal scraps scavenged from across the savannah. They believe that doing this, they emulated the works of Kvenga, who they thought created Gnolls by reforging malevolent bestial spirits into being capable of good. Sometimes the scavengers found more than scrap metal, as hidden across the savannah are many marvelous and powerful genie relics. Indeed, the one that unified the loose federation into a centralized state, Rosharg Hammer of Kvenga, took his title from the powerful genie warhammer he wielded, which he in turn used to open the gates to the great Dao Palace of Esudrem, where he founded the city of Vengrak, which became the capital of the unified Kvengaga faithful. Unfortunately for these misguided zealots, their false goddess could not protect them from us, blessed as we are by real gods that walk Kalan. Their priest-smiths forged and blessed all the weapons and armor they could, and their zealous warriors used them to fight until the last breath, but ultimately we shattered all their creations, returning them to the ground as the scrap they once were. The hammer of Kvenga has been seized and brought to Keterat as a trophy, but we have no need for such a heathen relic. We will let the waters of the Mother's Sorrow swallow it, so that no Gnoll can claim the blessing of the false goddess again. There is no denying the mastery in crafting, forging, and scavenging that the field stalkers possess. However, an expertise that will be of great use to the Konolkhatep. The question is, however, should we erase the Makers League from the history by absorbing its members into our empire, establishing direct rule over the Gazraki Savannah, or should our emperor take the crown of Haragsteda and grant these smiths a degree of autonomy? That sucks to throw it into the water. You might as well keep it as like a trophy if it's cool. Minus 5% dev cost till the end of the game. Pretty good. It will be absorbed. The reason for that is this right here. We're going to release one of the Gnolls over here, so that way I can get the bonus from them as well, and then we get all the bonuses. That'd be pretty good. How much money are we making now? Okay, we're making 32 ducats. Then we are going to start the upgrade of the Bronze Dragon Academy. We're going to let that do its thing. You need to go deal with rebels. You guys need to come back here. You need to deal with them. And then we'll have to also deal with those guys. That is the end of the disaster. So we can swap to a different government reform now. Tier 7, clergy influence and loyalty, mage loyalty and influence, admin free policies, or meritocratic recruitment for even cheaper advisors, and corruption reduction. Yeah, it's possible policies, not free policies, right? No, it is free. We're going to have 2 admin policies here, including tolerance to the true faith and war score cost versus different religions. So, I think it makes sense. We'll go for administrative clergy. Now we can invest in an idea. So we'll grab manpower and true faith provinces. Then we'll get up to this missionary strength. But I think that's where we'll end it for today. Pretty good. Pretty good spot to end it on. Okay, well... one disaster down, I guess. And now we have to become a hegemon. Yeah, man. Yeah, okay. Cool. We have 2 more missions. Kill Damascus and build that great project, and then I just have to become a hegemon. Got it. Understood. Preferably, we would become Mill Hegemon, since that is the best one. Really want to expand? Oh, it does expand. It says we get more, and we get permanent claims on all of Canor and Sarhal. The whole thing, which is a little cuckoo crazy, if you ask me. Yo! I blame the kobolds. I think the kobolds had something to do with our little rebellion recently. Interesting. World Conquest? Well, we have to take all of the Canorian temples, apparently. So, not a world conquest, but a lot of conquest, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Kobold Zan sweep? It always is, right? It's always a Kobold Zan sweep. Enclave Armor, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. All right, so we will get back to this tomorrow, where we will continue to expand and get more subjects, because we can and we could get a lot of money and manpower and monarch points from them. We can switch over to admin for our tributaries, so that way we can start getting to our religious ideas quickly. And we need to kill Irlium. We need to kill Irlium like right now, before they form the Phoenix Empire. We don't even want to risk it. I don't think they have access to enough provinces. You are not going to catch me risking that, though. I don't want a Phoenix Empire around. So we got to subjugate them, get the rest of Bulwar as our satrapies. Then we got to do the Madasi reform, so that way we can begin to integrate those people. Though, maybe we just conquer them, because everybody's going to hate me because of aggressive expansion. So we might just need to take them out manually. We have admin ideas, so I can use them and core things up. We have minus 30% core creation cost right now. Might as well use it, right? Exclamation point VOD to get to the VOD channel. I will get yesterday's VOD up tonight is the plan, and maybe even today's. We'll see. And exclamation point Discord to get to the Discord channel. But that is going to be it for today. I'd like to thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you in the next one.